have such a tale, for my land gave birth to the greatest hero who ever lived. Perhaps his story will earn me something warm." Those who had hoped to dismiss him with bald glares and cruel silence now tried turning away and speaking among themselves. Horace, for his part, retreated through a swinging door to the kitchen, to the grey dishwater and the piles of pots. Unaffected, the shabby wanderer began the telling of his tale with a snap of his rigid blue fingers. Green sparks ignited in air, swirled about him, and spread outward like a lambent palm in the heavy darkness. The sparking tracers lighted on all those seated in the tap-room, and each tiny star extinguished itself in the oily folds of flesh between a patron's knotted brows. The faint crackling of magic gave way to a single hushed sigh. In moments, the place fell silent again, and the tale began. The lands of Saussel were once guarded by a noble knight, Sir Paramore, the greatest hero who ever lived. Golden-haired, with eyes like platinum, Sir Paramore strode in full armor through the throne room of King Cain. Any other knight would have been stripped of arms and armaments upon crossing the threshold, but not noble Paramore. He marched forward, brandishing his spell-slaying longsword Pneuma, and dragging a bag behind him as he approached the royal dais. There the king and princess and a nervous retinue of nobles ceased their conference and looked to him. Only when within a sword swipe of his majesty did Paramore finally halt, drop to one armored knee, and bow his fealty. The king, his face ringed with early whitelocks, spoke. "And have you apprehended the kidnappers?" "Better, my lord," replied Paramore, rising with a haste that in anyone else would have been arrogance. He reached into the bag and drew out in one great and hideous clump the 5 heads of the kidnappers he had slain. The king's daughter recoiled in shock. Only now did King Cain himself see the wide, slick line of red that Sir Paramore's bag had dragged across the cold flagstones behind him. "You gaze, my liege, on the faces of the hoodlums you sought," the knight explained. In the throat-clenched silence that followed, the wizard Dorsum moved from behind the great throne, where his black-bearded lips had grown accustomed to plying the king's ears. "You were to bring them here for questioning, Paramore, not lop off their heads." "Peace, Dorsum," chided the king with an off-putting gesture. "Let our knight tell his tale." "The tale is simple, my lord," replied Paramore. "I questioned the abductors myself, and when I found them wanting of answers, removed their empty heads." "This is nonsense," Dorsum said. "You might have simply cut the heads off of the first 5 peasants you saw, then brought them here and claimed them the culprits. There should have been a trial, and even if these 5 were guilty, which we can never know now, we do not know who assigned these ruffians their heinous task. They were kidnappers who had stolen away the children of these noble folk gathered around us," Paramore replied, with even steel in his voice. "If anything, I was too lenient." "You prevented their trial." "Still the wagging tongue of this worm," Paramore demanded of the king, levelling his mighty sword against the meddling mage. "Or perhaps these warriors of mine shall do the task first." The great doors of the throne room suddenly swung wide, and a clamor of stomping feet answered. Small feet, the feet of children, running happily up the aisle behind their rescuer. Their shrill voices were raised in an unseemly psalm of praise to Sir Paramore as they ran. Seeing their children, the nobles emptied from the dais and rushed to embrace their sons and daughters held captive these long 10 days. The ebullient weeping and cooing that followed drowned the protests of Dorsum, who retreated to his spot of quiet counsel behind the throne. It was as though the sounds of joy themselves had driven him back into the darkness. Over the pleasant noise, the grinning Paramore called out to the king, "I believe, my liege, you are in my debt. As was promised me upon the rescue of these dear little ones, I claim the fairest hand in all of Saussel." It is the hand of your beautiful daughter, Princess Daedra, that I seek." Paramore's claim was answered by a chorus of shouts from the joyous children, who now abandoned their parents to crowd the heels of their rescuer. From their spot beside him, the children ardently pleaded the knight's case. Daedra's bone-white skin flushed, and her lips formed a wound red line across her face. The king's visage paled in doubt. Before either could speak, though, the children's entreaties were silenced by an angry cry. "Hush now, younglings!" commanded a thin nobleman, his ebony eyes sparkling angrily beneath equally back brows and hair. "Your childish desires have no say here. The hand of the princess has been pledged to me these long years, since my childhood, since before she was born. This usurping knight," he said the word as though it bore a taint, "cannot steal her from me, nor can your piteous caterwauling." "'Tis too true," the king said sadly, shaking his head. He paused a moment, as though listening to some silent voice whisper behind his throne. "I am pressed by convention, Paramore, to grant her hand to Lord Ferris." Sir Paramore sheathed his sword and crossed angry arms over his chest. "Come out, wicked mage, from your place of hiding in the shadow of this great man. Your whisperings cannot dissuade my lord and monarch from granting what his and mine and the princess's hearts desire." With that, Paramore touched the handle of his mighty sword, Neuma, to dispel whatever enchantment Dorsum might have cast on the king. Then he snapped his fingers, and the tiny percussion of his nails struck sparks in the air. The king's retinue and the king himself, as though awakening from a dream, turned toward the shadow-garbed mage. Dorsum sullenly answered the summons and moved into the light. "My lord, do not be tricked by the puny magics of this hush mage," replied King Kane evenly, regarding Dorsum through changed eyes. He turned then to address the thin nobleman. "Lord Ferris, I know the hand of my daughter has been pledged to you since before you could understand what the pledge meant. But time has passed, as it does, and has borne out a nobler man than thee to take the princess's hand. Indeed, he has taken her heart as well, and mine too, with many great deeds, that not a one of them is equalled by the full measure of your life's labors. But," the king held up a staying hand, and his expression was stern, "I am now convicted in this matter. You cannot sway me, only spur me to anger, so keep silence." His iron-hard visage softened as he looked upon Sir Paramore. "By royal decree let the word be spread that on the morrow you shall wed my darling child." A cheer went up from all of those gathered there save, of course, Lord Ferris and the mage, Dorsum. The joyous voices rung the very foundations of the palace and filled the stony vault above. It was only the plaintive and piercing cry of one woman that brought the hall back to silence. "My Jeremy!" cried the noble woman, wringing a light blue scarf in tender small hands as she came through the doors. "Oh, Sir Paramore, I've looked and looked through all this crowd and even checked with the door guards, and he is not here. Where is my Jeremy?" Sir Paramore stepped down from his rightful place before the king and, tears now running down his face, said, "Even I could not save your son, with what these butchers had already done to him." "And her cries were piteous to hear," the cloaked man muttered low, and the crowd in the pub soaked in the sibilant sound of his voice, so that even evil Dorsum shut his ears. "That's it, then. No more ale for any of you. I don't care how strong the gales are blowing out there. There's a stronger one in here, and it's a blowing out this stranger's arse." It was Horace. Fat Horace, who tended this bar in the tiny crevice of the Snowdonia Mountains, and fed eggs and haggis to the grandfathers and fathers and sons of those gathered here. In all that time, the good folk of Capel Curig had learned to trust Horace's instincts about weather and planting and politics and people. Even so, on this singular night, regarding this singular man, Horace didn't strike the others as their familiar and friendly confidant. "Shut up, Horace!" cried Anatha, a fishwife. "You've not even been listening. Back there banging your pot so loud we've got to strain our ears to hear." "Yeah," agreed others in chorus. "I hear well enough from the kitchen, well enough to know this monstrous man's passing garbage off as truth. He makes out King Cain to be a doddering and distracted coot, when we all know he is strong and just and in full possession of himself. And what of Dorsum, cast as some malicious mage, when in truth he's wise and good, and Lord Ferris too?" Phineas, itinerant priest of Torm, said, "I'm all for truth, as you all know, but bards have their way with truth, and barkeeps their way with brandy, so let him keep the story coming, Horace, and you keep the brandy coming, and between the two we'll all stay warm on this fierce night." Now the stranger himself extended that trembling left hand that did the work for two, and said with a rasping tongue, "It is your establishment, friend. Will you listen to your patron's desires, or turn me out?" Horace grimaced. "I'd not throw a rabid dog out on a night like this, but I'd just as soon you shut up, friend. Aside from lying, you're putting a dreamy, unnatural look in these folks' eyes, and I don't like paying customers to go to sleep on me." This comment met with more protests, which Horace tried unsuccessfully to wave down. "All right, I'll let him speak, but mark me, he's got your souls now. He's worked some kind of mesmerizing magic on you with the words he weaves. I, for one, ain't listening." Nodding his shadowed and dripping head, the stranger watched Horace disappear into the kitchen, then seemed to study him hawkishly through the very wall as he continued his tale. Though Lord Ferris's forked tongue had been stilled that morning before the king and nobles and children, his hands would not be stilled that night when he stalked through the dim castle toward Sir Paramore's room. But one other child of the night, the ghost of poor dead Jeremy, was not allied to the sinister plans of Ferris. Indeed, the ghost of Jeremy had sensed evil afoot, and so hovered in spectral watch on the stair to Paramore's room, when he spotted Lord Ferris advancing dark at the foot of the stair. Jeremy flew with warning to the bedfoot of his former bosom friend, Petra. Petra was a brown-haired girl child and the leader of the pack of noble children. Jeremy found her abed in a castle suite, for the children and the parents had all been welcomed by King Cain to spend the night. Poor Jeremy now gazed with sad ghostly eyes on the resting form of Petra, sad ghostly eyes that had once gazed down on his own still body, lifeless and headless. "Wake up, Petra, wake up! I have terrible news regarding our Saviour, Sir Paramore," the child ghost rasped. His phantom voice sounded high and strained like the voice of a large man pretending to be a child. And Petra did wake. When she glimpsed her departed friend, her brave girl heart gave a start. Unlike greater ghosts decked in diaphanous gossamers, poor Jeremy had no body upon which to hang such raiments. He was but a disembodied head that floated beyond the foot of her bed, and even now his neck slowly dripped the red life that had once gushed in buckets. So grotesque and horrible was this effect that Petra, who truly was a brave child, could not muster a word of greeting for her dead companion. "It's Lord Ferris," the ghost child said urgently. "He plots to slay our Sir Paramore, where he sleeps tonight." Petra managed, then, a stammer and a wide stare. "You must stop him," came the ghost's voice. She was getting up from the feather mattress now, arraying the bedclothes around her knees, with the sad eyes of small boys, who see small girls as mothers and sisters and lovers and enemies all at once. Poor Jeremy watched Petra's delicate hands as she gathered herself. At last she whispered, "I'll tell Mother." "No!" Jeremy's voice was urgent, strident. "Grown-ups won't believe. Besides, Sir Paramore saved your life this morning. You can save his life now, this evening." "I cannot stop Ferris alone." "Then get the others," Jeremy rasped. "Awaken Bannon, and Liesel and Ranwin, and Parry, and Mab, and Karn, and the others, too. Tell them to bring their fathers knives. Together you can save our Savior, as he saved us." Already Petra was tying the sash of her bedclothes in a cross over her heart and breathlessly slipping sandals on her feet. "Hurry," commanded Jeremy. "Even now Lord Ferris is climbing the stair toward Sir Paramore's room." Upon this urgent revelation, Petra gasped, and Jeremy was gone. Alerted and assembled in the next moments, the children followed Petra to the stair. It was a long and curving stairway that led to the high tower where Sir Paramore had chosen to bed. The steps were dark, lit mainly by a faint glow of starlight through occasional arrow loops in the wall. But when Petra and her child warriors began to climb, they saw ahead of them the vague, flickering illumination of a candle. "Quiet now," whispered she. Bannon, a brown-haired boy half her age, nodded seriously and slipped his small hand into hers. The twins, Liesel and Ranwin, smiled at each other with nervous excitement. Meanwhile, Parry and Mab and Karn and the others clustered at the rear of the pack and set hands on their knives. "That's got to be the candle of Lord Ferris," Petra mouthed, indicating the light. "We've got to be quiet, or he'll know we're coming." The children nodded, for they adored Petra as much as Jeremy had when he lived, and they followed her, doing their very best to be silent and stealthy, though children have a different sense of that than do adults. They proceeded on tiptoes, fingertips dragging duly across the curved inner wall, childish lips whispering loud speculations. As they climbed, the light grew brighter, and their fears welled higher, and their voices became froggy from the tension of it all. With all this muttering, it was no wonder that they came round one of the cold stone curves of the stair to find the narrow, black, long-legged Lord Ferris poised above them, his wiry body stretched web-like across the tight passage. "What are you children doing here?" he asked in an ebon voice that sent a cold draught down the stairs and past the children. The brave-hearted crew started at this rude welcome, but did not dart. Petra, who alone hadn't flinched, said stonily, "What are you doing?" The man's eyes flashed at that, and his gloved hand fell to the pitch-handled dagger at his side. "Go." The group wavered, some in the rear involuntarily drawing back a step, but Petra did something incredible. With the cat-like speed and litheness of young girls, she slipped past the black-cloaked man and his knife. She stood now, barring the stairs above him. "We stay. You go," she stated, simply. Lord Ferris's lip curled in a snarl. His hand gripped her shoulder and brusquely propelled her back down the stairs. Her footing failed on the damp stone, one leg twisting unnaturally beneath her. Then came a crack like the splintering of green wood, and a small cry. She crumpled to the stone-edged steps and tumbled limply down to the children, fetching up at their feet and hardly breathing. They paused in shock. Young Bannon bent, already weeping beside her. The others took one look at her misshapen leg and rushed in a fierce pack toward the Lord. Their young voices produced a pure shriek that adults cannot create, and they swarmed the black-cloaked nobleman, who fumbled now to escape them. They drove their father's knives into the man's thighs. He toppled forward onto them and made but a weak attack in return, punching red-headed Mab between her pigtails, and with a flailing knee, striking the neck of Karn, too. The first two casualties of battle fell, lifeless beneath the crush, and the steps under them all were suddenly slick with blood. As though their previous earnestness had been feigned, the children now fought with berserker rage. They furiously pummeled and stabbed the man who lay atop them, the once bold Ferris now bellowing and pleading piteously. At one point in the brawl, Parry dropped down to take the crimson dagger from Mab's cold hand, then sunk it repeatedly into the back of the nobleman. Yet Lord Ferris clung tenaciously to life. His elbows swept back and cracked Liesel's head against the stone wall, and she fell in a heap. Next to go was her twin, Ranwen, who seemed to feel Liesel's death in kindred flesh and stood stock still as the man's fallen candle set her ablaze. Ranwen, too, was unmade by a clumsy kick. Aside from the bodies that now clogged the path and made it treacherous with blood, Lord Ferris had only poor Parry and 2 others to battle now. His weight alone proved his greatest weapon, for these next children went down beneath him, not to rise again. That left only bawling Bannon and broken Petra below, neither able to fight. The man in black found footing amidst the twisted limbs of the fallen, then descended slowly toward Bannon and Petra. "Put the knives away," said he, sputters coming from his punctured lungs. The boy-child, young, eyes clouded with blood, ears ringing with screams, drew fearfully back a few paces. Petra could not retreat. "I told you to go, you little fiends," growled Lord Ferris. Red tears streaked his battered face. "Look what you've done." Bannon withdrew farther, his whimpering giving way to full-scale sobs. But Petra, with a monumental effort, rose then. The desperate cracking of her leg did not deter her lunge. Through bloodied teeth, she hissed, "Death to evil," and drove Parry's blade into the nobleman's gut. Only now did Sir Paramore come rushing down the stairs, just in time to see wicked Lord Ferris tumble stiff past a triumphant Petra. She smiled at him from within a sea of scarlet child's blood, then collapsed, dead to the floor. The death of the child in the story coincided oddly with the death of the fire on the hearth. The stormy night had reached its darkest corner. But the rapt crowd of listeners who sat mesmerized in the storyteller's deepening shadow did not even notice the cold and dim around them. Horace, in the now frigid kitchen, did. It was Horace, then, who had to trudge out in the snow for more wood. He wondered briefly why none of the patrons had complained of the chill and dim in the tap-room, as they had tirelessly done in days and years past. As soon as the question formed in his mind, the answer struck him. The stranger's story had kindled a hotter, brighter fire this evening, and by it the people were warming themselves. Aside from the lying slurs on King Cain, Dorsum, and Lord Ferris, dead now? Horace wondered, fearing that much of the story might be true. No crime had yet been committed by the stranger, not even a stolen bit of bread or blood soup. And his story kept the patrons there when Horace would have thought folks would flee to their lofted beds. But something was not right about the stranger. The hairs on the back of Horace's neck, perhaps imbued by the natural magic of apron yokes and years of honest sweat and aches, had stood on end the moment the man had entered with his swirling halo of snow. Now, as the darkness deepened, as Horace heard snatches of the wicked tale that held the others in thrall, his uneasy feeling had grown to wary conviction. This man was not merely a slick deceiver. He was evil. Despite this certainty, despite the outcry of every sinew of his being, Horace knew he didn't dare throw the man out now, or he would have a wall-busting brawl on his hands. Even so, as he bundled wood into the chafed and accustomed flesh of his inner arm, he lifted the icy axe that leaned against the woodpile and bore it indoors with him. In the tap-room beyond, the stranger was bringing his tale to its inevitable end. There was much that followed the cruel slaying of the innocent children. Sir Paramore's shock at the assassination attempt, the shrieks of parents whose children were gone for good, the trembling praise of the king for the deeds of the fallen, the empty pallets hauled precariously up the curving stair, the filled pallets borne down on parents' backs, the brigade of buckets cleansing the tower, the stationing of guards to protect the princess's betrothed. And after it all, Sir Paramore prayed long to the mischievous and chaotic heavens, to Bathsheba and Sirik and Lovitar, seeking some plan behind the horrific affair. When his shaken mind grew too weary to sustain its devotion, and his knees trembled too greatly beneath him to remain upright, Sir Paramore hung the spell-slaying Pneuma on his bedpost and crawled into his sheets to vainly seek sleep. Without alarm or movement, and as soon as the knight was disarmed and disarmored, the mage Dorsum suddenly stood inside the closed and bolted door. Sir Paramore started, and an approbation rose to his lips as he sat up in bed. But the mage spoke first, in a sly hiss. "I know what you have done, monstrous man." Sir Paramore stood up now, gawking for a moment in rage and amazement before reaching for his spell-slaying sword. His hand never touched the hilt, though, for in that instant the mage cast an enchantment on him that froze his body like ice. Seeing Paramore rendered defenseless, Dorsum spoke with a cat's purr. "Most folk in this land think you are a valiant knight, but I know you are not. You are a vicious and cruel and machinating monster." Though he could not move feet or legs or arms, Sir Paramore found his tongue. "Out of here! Just as my young knights slew your assassin, I will slay you." "Do not toy with me," said the black-bearded mage. "Your sword dispels magic only when in your grip. Without it, you can do nothing against me. Besides, neither Ferris nor I am the true assassin. You are." "Gods, save me!" cried Paramore toward the yet bolted door. "I know how you arranged the kidnappings. I know how you hired those 5 men to abduct the nobleman's children," said the mage. "What?" roared the knight, struggling to possess his own body but bringing only impotent tremors to his legs. The guards outside were pounding now and calling for assurances. "I know how you met with your 5 kidnappers to pay them for their duties," continued the mage. "But they received only your axe as their payment. Guards, break down the door!" "I know how you took the clothes of one of the kidnappers you had slain, dressed in them, masqueraded in front of the children as him, and in cold blood slew Jeremy for all their eyes to see. I know how, later, in the guise of the noble knight you never were, you rushed in to feign saving the rest of the children," said the mage, heat entering his tone for the first time. The guards battered the bolted door, which had begun to splinter. Paramore shouted in anguish, "In the name of all that is holy, you did it for the hand of the princess. You have killed even children to have her hand. You orchestrated the kidnapping, played both villain and hero, that you might extort a pledge of marriage in exchange for rescuing them." The tremors in Sir Paramore's legs had grown violent by the mere contact of his toe against the bedpost. His whole pallet shook, as did the scabbarded sword slung on the bedknob. "I know how you sent this note." The mage produced a crumpled slip of paper from his pocket and held it up before him. "To Lord Ferris, asking him to come up tonight to see you, and knowing that your knights would waylay him." "It's not even my handwriting," shouted Paramore. He shook violently, and the rattling blade tilted down toward his stony leg. Louder came the boot thuds on the door. The crackle of splintering wood grew. With a gesture, though, Dorsum cast a blue glow about the door, magic that made it solid as steel. "And in that bag," cawed the mage, knowing he now had all the time in heaven. In the bag that late held the 5 heads of the 5 abductors lies the head of Jeremy, the head you carved out to form a puppet to appear at the foot of Petra's bed. The mage swooped down to the sack of heads, but his hand never clasped it. In that precise moment, the mighty sword Pneuma jiggled free and struck Paramore's stony flesh, dispelling the enchantment on him. A mouse's breath later, that same blade whistled from its scabbard to descend on the bended neck of the sorcerer. As the razor steel of Paramore sliced the head from the court magician, so too it sundered the spell from the door. The guards who burst then into the room saw naught but a shower of blood, then the disjoined head propelled by its spray onto the bed, and Dorsum's body falling in a heap across the red-stained sack, soaked anew. Seeing it all a wrong, the guards rushed in to restrain Paramore. Whether from the late hour or the outrageous claims of the wizard or the threat of 2 warriors on one, Sir Paramore's attempt to parry the blades of the guards resulted in the goring of one of them through the eye. The wounded man's cowardly partner fell back and shouted an alarm at the head of the stair. Meantime Paramore, pitying the man whose bloodied socket his sword tip was lodged in, drove the blade the rest of the way into the brain to grant the man his peace. An alarm went up throughout the castle. "Paramore the murderer! Stop him! Slay him!" Sir Paramore watched the other guard flee, then knelt beside the fallen body at his feet. A tear streaked down his noble cheek, and he stared with unseeing eyes upon the sanguine ruin of his life. Determined to remember the man who destroyed it all, he palmed the head of Dorsum and thrust it angrily into his sack, where it made a clattering sound. Then he stood solemnly, breathed the blood and sweat-salted air, and strode from the room, knowing that even if he escaped with his life, he would be unrighteously banished. And he was. "And that, dear friends," rasped the robed stranger, his left hand stroking his black beard, "is the tragic tale of the greatest hero who ever lived." The room, aside from the crackle of the hearth fire and the howl of the defiant wind, was dead silent. The people who had once scorned this broken hovel of a man now stared toward him with reverence and awe. It wasn't his words, it wasn't his story, but something more fundamental about him, more mystic and essential to his being. Magic. Those who once would have denied him a thimble of water would now happily feast him to the best of their farms, would gladly give their husbands and sons to him to be soldiers, their wives and daughters to him to be playthings. And this ensorcelled reverence was only heightened by his next words. "And that, dear friends, is the tragic tale of how I came to be among you." Even the wind and the fire stilled to hear what had to follow. "For, you see, I am Sir Paramore." With that he threw back the yet sodden rags that had draped him, and from the huge bundle that had been the body of the stranger emerged a young and elegant and powerful and platinum-eyed warrior. His face was very different from the wizened and sepulchral one that had spoken to them. The latter, the dismembered head of Dorsum, was jammed down puppet-like past the wrist on the warrior's right hand. The dead mouth of the dead wizard moved even now by the device of the warrior's fingers, positioned on the bony palate and in the dry, rasping tongue. Throughout the night, throughout the long telling, the gathered villagers had all listened to the puppet head of a dead man. The old man's voice now came from the young man's mouth as his fingers moved the jaw and tongue. "Believe him, ye people. Here is the greatest hero who ever lived." A brown-black ooze clung in dribbles to Paramore's forearm. Only Horace, stumbling now into the taproom, was horrified by this. The depravity did not strike the others in the slightest. The simple folk of Capel Curig left their chairs and moved wonderingly up toward the towering knight and his grisly puppet. They crowded him just as the children had done in the story. Cries of, "Teach us, O knight, lead us, paramour, guard us and save us from our enemies," mingled with groans and tongues too ecstatic for human words. In their center, the beaming sun of their adoration stretched out his bloodied hand and enwrapped them. "Of course I will save you. Only follow me and be my warriors, my knights. We would die for you. Let us die for you, paramour, paramour." The praises rose up above the rumble of the wind and the growl of the fire, and the uplifted hands of the people could have thrust the roof entire from the inn, had paramour only commanded it. The adulation was so intense that none, not even the god-man, paramour himself, saw Horace's flashing axe blade until it emerged red from the knight's gurgling throat. Twilight by Troy Denning. The world was young, and on the shores of cold ocean sat the woman, and she had the size of a mountain and the shape as well. She had great hips as large as hillocks, and she had a bosom of craggy buttresses. The woman had also a sharp chin and a crooked nose, and cheeks as flat as cliffs. She had eyes round and black, as are caves, and white billowing hair, like snow blowing off the lofty peaks. Ulutiu, the Ocean King, knew not the woman's name, nor did he care, as long as she came often to dangle her feet in his sea. Then he liked to climb to her shoulders and come sliding back down, to twirl his sinuous body around her peaks, to slip down her stomach and glide along the cleft where her thighs pressed together, then to leap off her knees at journey's end and splash back into the freezing waters. So much did the Ocean King like this game that he would climb onto the icy shore and do it again and again, doing it for days with no thought of hunger or fatigue or anything but joy, temporal and fleshly. And the woman, who was called Othia, also loved the game well. The feel of Ulutiu's slick hide slithering over her skin she craved, as her lungs craved air. She liked to brace her hands against the frozen ground, lean back, close her eyes, and think only of the icy pleasures ravaging her body. Deep into torpor would she fall. She would sink into a stupor as blissful as it was cold, and at last she would collapse in utter ecstasy. Then would her body quake, rocking lands far away, ripping green meadows asunder and shaking the snow from the mountains to crash down into the valleys with a fury as great as her rapture. All this Anam, the All-Father, saw. Mighty was his wrath, and mightier still because it was his curse to hear their thoughts and feel their lust. He raised himself from the canyon where he had lain, and even the crashing flood waters when the river flowed again were not as fierce as his temper. The All-Father spat out his disgust, and a storm of sleet raged across the gray waters of cold ocean. Anam strode forward. So heavy were his steps that the creatures of the air forsook their nests and flew, geese and harpies together, eagles beside dragons. So many were there that they darkened the sky with their wings. The beasts of the land also fled, hoofs and claws tearing the plants from the meadows, and also the monsters of the sea, their fins and flukes churning the ocean into a cold froth. Then did Ulutio know he had transgressed against a high god. He peered over Othia's knee, and his whiskers twitched and his ears lay against his head. "Othia!" Anam's voice howled across the shore like the blustering wind, and truly there had never been a tempest so terrible. "Have I not spoken against your dalliances?" Ulutio's dark eyes grew wide with terror, and he disappeared behind Othia's bulk. Anam heard a splash in cold ocean and was not pleased. He rushed to the sea in 2 quick bounds, and there he knelt, and when he spied a dark figure slipping from shore, he stretched out his long arm and scooped the Ocean King from the icy waters. "Anam, harm him not," Othea's voice rolled across the icy shore as the rumble of a fuming mountain, and it was plain that she spoke in command, not supplication. Ulutio bears no blame in this. He was playing, nothing more. I know well enough what his games beget. The All-Father rose to his exalted height and faced Othea, and the cold water that dripped from his hand fell over the land like rain. Firbolgs, Verbeegs, Fomorians, Etins. Nay, not the Etin, Othea corrected, and when she spoke she showed Anam no fear. That one you sired. Perhaps, but that is not the matter here. Surely it would have pleased Anam to deny the Etin's paternity, but the All-Father knew he had sired the monster, and Othea would not say it had been someone else. That she denied him even this boon made his anger greater, and he thought that her punishment would be very hard indeed. Othea paid no heed to Anam's ire, for she was not happy to have her game interrupted. "What is the matter, husband?" "I took you as Mother Queen of the Giants," Anam answered. "You are to people Toril with my progeny, true giants, not with Ulutiu's bastard races." "Toril is as empty as it is young," Othea responded. "There is room enough for giant kin." "Did you not claim the same defense after your dance with rat-faced Vaprak?" Anam demanded. "And now ogres overrun Ostoria. Everywhere they plague the empire of my children, gnawing at it seems like vermin." "Perhaps your children are weak, and Vapraks are strong." "I should have drowned the ogre when first you bore it." Anam stormed, and a blizzard swept across the shore on roaring winds. "I should have crushed Vaprak's skull for daring to cuckold me. I shall not make the mistake twice." The All-Father made tight his grip. Though the shriek that rose from the Ocean King's throat was long and loud, it was a mere gust against the tempest of Anam's anger. Ulutio saw he would soon die, so he pulled with hands that were like flippers, and he kicked with feet that were like flukes. But Anam was the strongest of the strong, and nothing could escape his grip. "Do not!" Othea's tone remained sharp. Anam was not pleased. "This shall be a lesson to you." The All-Father bore down, and bones snapped, and organs burst. Ulutio wailed, and a tremendous swell rose far out in cold ocean. It came rolling to shore with a terrible speed and crashed against Anam's looming figure, breaking over his head and tearing at the Ocean King's body. Even the sea could not defy Anam. He stood against the torrent as steady as the pillars of his palace, and when the receding waters no longer swirled about his waist, the All-Father held Ulutio. The Ocean King was limp and silent, but still his heart beat. Weak and erratic it beat, and Anam thought his punishment had been just. "As with Ulutio, so it shall be with all your lovers," Anam proclaimed. The All-Father turned and whipped his arm toward the center of cold ocean, and Ulutio's body raced through the sky as a shooting star. "I will have no more bastard races loose in the empire of my children." Othea watched a long time, until Ulutio faded to a fleck of darkness in the sky. She watched until that speck arced downward, and still she watched as it splashed among the icebergs at cold ocean's distant heart. Then she looked at Anam, and the tears in her eyes were as large as ponds. "There shall be no more giant kin," Othea promised. "That is good," Anam smiled, to make it plain she had pleased him, "for I will not tolerate them." Othea smiled not. Verily, she twisted her mouth into a sneer, and the sneer was more angry than a fiend's snarl. "Neither shall there be more true giants." "What?" Anam demanded, and he was not happy. "I will bear no more races for you," Othea said again. In her eyes shone a black gleam of anger, and it was a fury so cold that her tears turned to ice and tumbled down her face like an avalanche. I love Ulutiu's children more than I love yours, and so I have done with you. I am the All-Father. Anam's voice tore at Othea's face as a fierce wind tears at a mountainside. You cannot refuse me. Why can I not? Othea demanded. Will you punish me as you punished Ulutiu? I welcome it. So mighty was Anam's fury that he could but roar, and the winds howled as they had never howled before, on their breath bearing shards of ice that scoured the plants from the soil and the soil from the stone. From his belt the All-Father took the great axe Sky Cleaver and raised it to strike. His rage did not frighten Othea, for she had spoken in truth and would gladly follow Ulutiu. When Anam saw this, the fury in his heart changed to shock. Sky Cleaver slipped from his hand, and the axe sailed far over the plains, until at last it came down on a mountain and split it asunder, and so Split Mountain was created. Anam did not see this, for his thoughts were as mad dragons, whirling about his head in a tumult more befitting a mortal than a deity. He was the All-Father. It was his right to have Othea, and he could have her by force if he wished. Yet Anam was no evil god, and it would not please him to loose the spawn of a wicked union on this young world. The Etin had been horrible enough. Anything worse would destroy the empire of his children and not strengthen it. But Anam could not yield to Othea. He had seen that Toril would be a world of many races, not just ogres and giant kin, but of humans and dwarves and dark-loving beings even more horrible. The All-Father saw that if his children were to fare well, they would need a wise and powerful king to lead their empire. So he spoke to Othea, saying, You shall bear me one more giant, and he shall be the greatest of all, wise and strong and just, for he shall be king of giants. I have already bore you a Titan, Othea replied. Let him be king of the giants. Nay, Anam decreed, and his mighty voice rocked Othea on her heels. The Titan is keen and strong and forthright, but he is also proud and vain. The empire of my children must have a better king than that. Anam took breath, drawing it not into his chest, but deeper into him, down into his loins, and there he held it. Storm all you wish, Othea said. I will not yield. The All-Father exhaled. The wind that came from his mouth was not a tempest, but a divine zephyr, warm with the breath of spring and the promise of life, and Anam blew this breeze upon Othea, so that it passed over her body as chiffon passes over a bride's head, and the Mother Queen trembled. No obsidian was ever as black as Othea's face grew then. What have you done, Anam? The All-Father smiled, for his trick had pleased him well. Can you not feel the answer in your womb? He asked, and in his eye he had the look of a wyvern. I have got a king on you. A king that shall never be born. A bottomless rift shot across the plain, for such was Othea's anger. I will hold him until the end of time. Ha! That you cannot do, Anam said. If you try, he shall grow within you until he splits your bulk asunder. The Mother Queen gave thought to her husband's words, and after a time she said, Then will I spill him out early, and summon Vaprak's brood. They always have need of tender fodder. Anam's mouth fell open, and out rushed the thunder and lightning. He is your child, too, the All-Father roared. You would not feed him to ogres. Not if you have gone, Othea said. and now a crooked smile was upon her craggy lips. "You offer a bargain? Leave Toril, and I will hold the infant until he can fight his own way from my womb," Othia said. "But if you return before he is born, then I will force him out, and then will Vaprak's brood feast on your spawn." So cold was her voice that the clouds froze in the sky, and they fell to ground to become the glaciers of the mountains. The All-Father grinned. "Well, I do like this game, for my seed is strong and will not long be denied," he proclaimed. "I shall return when my king-child calls my name, and then shall I watch the empire of my children spread over Toril as wind speeds across the plains." Anam waved an arm toward the heavens. From his hand spilled a rainbow of 5 colors. Onto this rainbow he stepped, and climbed into the sky with strides as long as rivers. Othia watched him go, and when the blue firmament had swallowed him up, she looked toward the heart of cold ocean. Though the distance was immeasurably vast, she saw the terrible vengeance of her husband. There Illutiu lay upon an iceberg all streaked with crimson, his body twisted as bodies cannot twist. From his ears trickled dark blood, and from his mouth bubbled red froth, and together they spilled into the grey waters of his sea. I swear the voice of Anam's child shall never sound outside my womb. Though Othia but whispered, the waves caught her voice, and carried it across the waters to the ears of the Ocean King. I wish I could avenge you better, but the All-Father is powerful, and this little is all I can do. Ullutiu raised his head, and to his lips came a smile. Across the ice he dragged himself to where cold ocean lapped at the brink of his death raft, and into the crimson waters he plunged his arm. For a long time he remained there, motionless, until it seemed the life had passed from his body, and the Mother Queen wailed forth her grief. From her mouth spilled the 100-day night, and that is why winter and darkness are as brother and sister in the Northlands. But Illutiu had not yet passed from this world. The Ocean King rolled onto his back and pulled his hand from the cold waters, and on his fingertips hung 5 crystals of ice. They had the color of gems. They were emerald and sapphire, ruby, amber, and one as white as a diamond. The Ocean King plucked the crystals off his fingers and pressed them all to his collar, and there they hung, as on a chain. Ullutiu closed his eyes, and from his throat came a long sigh. Then did his spirit leave the world as fog rises from the cold waters, and a shimmering fan of colors soared from each crystal to dance like ghosts high in the sky. Thus were the boreal lights born. Then cold ocean encircled his death raft with a towering waterspout, and sprayed a shroud of ice over his body. The spout spun faster, and the shroud became a veil. Faster it spun, and the veil thickened into a mantle, then into a coffin, and soon the ice had grown thick as a tomb. The waterspout whirled faster, spraying the tomb with layer after layer of sleet, until the mound became a drift, the drift a hill, the hill a mountain, and still it grew. The winds raged harder. The sea waters froze into an endless white plain, and the heavens grew as gray as steel. Cascades of snow tumbled from the sky. The tempest whipped the flakes to every corner of the cold ocean, to the east and west, and to the north and south, and to all places between, and the vastness of the frozen sea vanished into the white haze of blizzard. The storm continued without end, month after month, and the seasons grew into years and the years into centuries. All this time did Othia watch, and though her hunger howled as the blizzard, she took no food. Inside her stomach, Anam's child gnawed at her womb, craving the sustenance to grow, but always the Mother Queen denied him and kept herself alive only by drinking from the well of health. Never did the unborn giant king grow strong enough to free himself, and the Mother Queen returned often to cold ocean to watch the snow pile layer upon layer. The sea became a looming wall of ice, as broad as the horizon, and so high it scraped the belly of the sky, until it had grown so vast that the ocean bed could not hold it, and it slipped the ancient shore and began to creep southward, slow and inexorable. Then did Othea's laughter burst across the land like the crack of a distant volcano, for in the glacier's path lay the pride of jealous Anam, Ostoria, empire of giants. Upon the floor sat an orb of blue ice, its perfect surface polished as smooth as glass, and its pith as transparent as air. The sphere's creator, the Titan Lenaxus, stood beside it. Gathered around him were Nicias, dynast of cloud giants, and Masud, Khan of fire giants. There were also Vilmos, paramount of storm giants, Otar, Jarl of frost giants, and all the other sons of Anam, the eternal monarchs born of Othia and destined to rule the races of giant kind as long as Ostoria endured. It had been thousands of years since Othia had sent their father away, but even lacking Anam's guidance, Ostoria had grown large and powerful. It stretched so far that in 10 days Lenaxus could not walk from one end to the other. The empire extended almost as far southward, to where kingdoms of dwarves and humans were rising. Each race of giants held dominion over one area of this vast realm, and so the sons of Anam were scattered far and wide. Rarely did the sons convene, but when they did, it was here, at Bleak Palace, Lenaxus's home. This day the Titan had summoned his fellows onto his wind-blasted veranda. Here, no wall or pillar blocked the northward view, where the vastness of the great glacier loomed beyond the frozen plain, creeping relentlessly southward to swallow their empire. Lenaxus said, "I have called us together for good reason." As he spoke, wisps of inky blackness gathered in the depths of his ice orb. The giants showed no surprise, for magic came to Titans as naturally as smashing to hill giants. Lenaxus continued, "I have found Ulutiu's grave. Now can we destroy his crystal necklace, and with it the great glacier." A murmur of support rustled among the sons of Anam, for they hated the great glacier as they hated nothing else. But one giant, Dunmore, Thane of wood giants, did not add his voice to the approving chorus. "You have called us here for nothing." The Thane's voice was as stiff as the bole of an ironwood tree. "Has Ophir not forbidden us to set foot upon the great glacier?" "We will not tell her we are going." Lenaxus eyed the Thane as he spoke. Dunmore was a runt for a giant, thinly built and standing barely as tall as the Titan's thigh, with a hairless body, oversized head, and oak-colored skin. He looked more like kin than true giant, and Lenaxus often wondered if Othia had not lied about the wood giant's sire. "You can't deceive Othia," Dunmore gasped. "Her punishment—" "I love our empire too much to let ice wipe it away," Lenaxus interrupted. "I will save Ostoria, and after that is done, I'll gladly bear any punishment Othia lays on me." Lenaxus shifted his attention to the other giants. "Let me show you where Ulutiu lies, and then it is my hope you will vow to help me." The Titan stepped away from the ice sphere and spoke a mystical command word. The inky wisps inside coalesced into the image of a winter night, with the boreal lights stretched across the darkness like a curtain of gossamer color. The lights danced for a moment, then a white cloud churned up from the orb's depths to engulf them in a raging blizzard. An instant later, the jagged tip of a mountain appeared in the storm. The peak grew larger until its massive bulk completely filled the interior of the orb. Then the sphere seemed to pass inside the mountain. The crag was made not of stone, but of blue, clear ice, and it was streaked with the gem-like colors of the boreal lights. The globe drifted downward, following the dancing aura deeper into the mountain until it reached a pool of crimson blood frozen in the ancient ice at the heart of the mountain. In the center of the red stain, suspended in the ice, hung a slick-furred corpse that seemed part otter and part human. The figure had a slender body, broad, flat arms ending in flipper-like hands with long fingers, and feet turned outward to resemble a whale's fluke. On his chest lay a necklace of 5 crystals, and from each crystal shot one of the boreal lights. "The ice mountain stands near the center of the great glacier," said Lenaxus. A chill as cold as his magical orb ran down his spine, for the Titan hated the glacier as he hated nothing else on Toril. "To save Ostoria, we must go there and exhume Ulutiu, so that we may crush his necklace." "That will be easier said than done," hissed Ottar. As the frost giant spoke, a cloud of vaporous breath spewed from his blue lips, then rose to obscure his white face and icy blue eyes. "The great glacier is vast, and the eternal blizzard will not make it easy for us to find our way." "Leave the storm to me," blustered Vilmos, paramount of storm giants. He was almost as large as a Titan, with violet skin and a flowing beard of silver. "But what about the glacier itself? After we reach the mountain, we'll never chop through all that ice. It could be 10,000 feet thick." It was Nicias, the cloud giant, who answered, "The ice does not concern me, my brother." His voice was as wispy as his white hair. "Together, we sons of Anam can accomplish much." Lenaxus smiled broadly, pleased to have the support of so many brothers. "Nicias, you speak truly and wisely, as always." Nicias nodded politely, then went on. "But I wonder if we should be asking how to reach Ulutio's grave, rather than whether to reach it. Deceiving Othia is not something to undertake lightly. Good sons venerate their mother." "If our mother loved us, she would have stopped the glacier before it took half our lands," ranted the fire giant, Masud. "I'm for Lenaxus's plan, and into the forge with Othia." The Khan's skin was as black as coal and his beard as orange as flame. When he spoke, he filled the air with sulphurous fumes, but the choking cloud did not stop the other giants from croaking out a chorus of support. Nicias raised his white brow and glanced around the veranda, then spread his hands in abdication. "It appears the question has been considered and decided." The cloud giant cast a disparaging glance in Masud's direction. "But I do trust that your comment about throwing the mother queen into the forge was mere exaggeration."
"Why should it be?"
demanded Dunmore, his disgust plainly etched on his wooden features.
"If you would disobey Othia, you would do anything."
"We have no wish to harm her." Ottar's cold eyes showed no emotion as he answered the wood giant. "Nor do we wish her to harm our empire."
"Othia gave life to our races. What is an empire compared to that?" Dunmore retorted. "If the Mother Queen asked, I would tear my palace apart with my own hands."
"And I would burn it for you," scoffed Masud. "But does that mean I'm fool enough to do the same? I think not."
The fire giant's retort drew a few amused chuckles. Dunmore shook his head sadly, then glared up into the faces of his brothers.
"I will have no part of this."
The Thane stepped away from his brothers, then announced,
"Now will I drink from the well and take my leave."
"You may drink from the well of health," said Lenaxus. The sons of Anam customarily drank from the well of health before departing Bleak Palace, since the magical waters kept the mind clear and the body free of illness. "But you cannot depart. I fear you intend to tell Othia of our plans, so I insist that you remain here until we return. My servants will see to your comfort."
"Lenaxus, you are too kind."
The wood giant's voice was as bitter as sapwood. The Titan smiled, then looked toward the 3 cavernous archways leading into the interior of his palace. "Julian? Arno?" he yelled. "Come here. I have a task for you." As Lenaxus called for his servant, Dunmore spun and hurled himself at the magical ice orb, smashing into it with a tremendous crash. The sphere shattered into 100 pieces, releasing a howling tempest of wind and snow. Blinded by the raging blizzard, the sons of Anam bellowed in surprise and began to stumble about, filling the air with crashes and grunts as they collided with each other. Lenaxus dropped to all fours and crawled toward the center of the room, sweeping his hands back and forth through the accumulating snow. A heavy foot came down on his wrist, and when he jerked his hand free, a giant crashed to the floor beside him. The Titan ignored the fellow and continued to sweep his hand across the floor until he found a shard of the ice orb. Taking the fragment in hand, he spoke the sphere's command word, this time backward. The raging wind died away, and the snow began to settle on the floor in a thick blanket. As the confusion faded, a pair of legs kicked through the snow and stopped beside Lennox's. "You called?" asked Julian's smooth voice.
"We come, fast,"
added Arno. His voice was a stark contrast to Julian's, gravelly and harsh.
"What need?"
The Titan raised his eyes and found himself looking at the contrasting faces of his 2-headed servant, the Etin. Julian's features were swarthy and handsome, with curly dark hair and a cleft chin. Arno was a pale-skinned brute, with a pug nose and double chin encrusted with reminders of his last several meals. Their necks descended to a single point, joining atop a broad-shouldered body that, at Julian's insistence, they kept reasonably clean. Lenaxus rose, looking around the veranda for the Thane. The only sign he found of the wood giant was a set of half-buried footprints leading to one entrance of Bleak Palace. "It seems Dunmore has left," observed Nicias. "No doubt, as you feared, and tell Othia of our intent." The giants were silent, for they all knew how great the Mother Queen's anger would be when she heard of their plan.
"I'll go,"
said Massoud. The Khan started for the archway.
"It won't take me long to stop that runt."
Nicias caught the smaller giant's shoulder. "The sons of Anam do not fight each other."
"Nor do they betray the confidences of their brothers."
Massoud raised his fiery eyes to seek support from Lenaxus.
"For that, I say we throw him in the smelter."
"There's no need to incinerate him," replied the Titan. "Just bring him back, and the Etin will hold him here."
"No."
"There will be a struggle when Massoud captures him." Nicias continued to clutch the shoulder of the fire giant. "Dunmore will be injured, perhaps killed."
"Better that than let him go," boomed Lenaxus.
"If Dunmore tells Othia of our plans, none of us will ever set foot on the great glacier, and Ostoria will be lost. If we attack our own brother, or even hold him prisoner, we have lost it already," said Nicias. "I will not stand for that.
And I will not let the glacier scour our empire from the world."
Lenaxus fixed an angry glare on Nicias. The cloud giant returned the stare. In Nicias's eyes there was no anger or fear, only determination, and Lenaxus knew his foe would never concede the argument. The Titan's anger grew hotter than Massoud's forges, and his fists burned with the urge to strike, but he locked his arms at his sides and kept them there. Many other giants held Nicias in high esteem, and to strike the dynast would be to cast Ostoria into a carnage that would destroy it as surely as the great glacier. Vilmos laid his hand on Lenaxus's shoulder. "I am sorry, my brother," rumbled the storm giant. "Perhaps Nicias is right. To move against Dunmore is to destroy Ostoria's spirit, and I'm sure none of us wants any part of that." With that, Vilmos turned to leave the veranda, as did Nicias. The other giants moved to follow. for they all knew that without the help of the Cloud Giant and Storm Giant, even Lenaxus was not powerful enough to reach Ulutiu's body. Nor did anyone suggest open defiance of Othia. So great was the Mother Queen's power that only a fool would dare such a thing. Still, Lenaxus could not bear to watch them go, for with them went the future of his beloved empire. "Wait!" The giants stopped and looked toward the Titan. "Accept our fate," advised Nicias. "Let Ostoria die in peace." "I'm not asking you to move against Dunmore," said Lenaxus, "only to give me time. Stay until morning. Perhaps I can think of a way to convince Othia to let us save Ostoria." Nicias and Vilmos exchanged glances. Then Nicias asked, "You will raise no hand against our brother Dunmore?" "I will leave the Thane alone," the Titan promised. "All I want is time. If Ostoria has hope, I will find it tonight." The Cloud Giant nodded. "Then we will all try to think of something." He looked to the other giants. "We meet beside the Well of Health tomorrow at dawn." With that, Nicias and the other guests entered Bleak Palace. Once they were gone, Lenaxus turned to glare at the mountainous glacier that loomed over his empire. "Traitors!" Though Lenaxus had only whispered the word, it echoed across the plain as though he had screamed it from the highest mountain. "What do they care for Ostoria?" "Them cowards," offered Arno. "They 'fraid to." "Quiet," hissed Julian. "Can't you see Lenaxus is thinking?" "No, Arno's right," said Lenaxus. "They are cowards, as am I," quivering in Othia's shadow. The Titan smashed his fist down, so consumed by his growing rage he did not notice when the blow broke an entire section from the veranda railing. Julian raised a brow. "It's merely prudent to be cautious. After all, Othia is a goddess." "A demi-goddess," Lenaxus corrected, "and I am done venerating her. She is my enemy. I will treat her as such." "What?" gasped Arno. "Attack Othia? She butcher us." Lenaxus heard the objection only as a distant echo, for the heinous task ahead had already caught his thoughts in its dark web. The Titan stood staring at the distant glacier for many minutes, then suddenly spun around and stepped toward one of the archways leading into Bleak Palace. "Fetch me an empty vial, and bring it to my chambers, and be quick. We have much to do before dawn," he said. "Say nothing to my brothers. Let tomorrow's events surprise them." At dawn, the morning sun hovered just above the snowy horizon, a crimson disk that filled the open end of the colonnade. The orb's rosy rays coursed down the length of the arcade, running almost parallel to the floor, so they just skimmed the Well of Health's bubbling waters and set the pool aglow with scarlet light. Despite the fiery colors, to Lenaxus the colonnade felt as cold as the great glacier. The Titan's brothers had already gathered, and none of them raised their eyes to meet his as he stepped out of Bleak Palace. Without asking, the Titan knew the giants had thought of no way to save Ostoria. They had left that task to him, and now they would have no excuse for shirking the price. Lenaxus stepped over to the well. The Etin followed close behind, bearing a tray of silver chalices, each sized for a particular giant. "My brothers, I bid you drink." Nicias and the others finally met the eyes of their host. "Then you have reached the same conclusion we have," said the Cloud Giant. "Ostoria cannot be saved." Lenaxus did not answer. Instead, he took the two largest chalices from the tray and offered them to Nicias and Vilmos. "Have your fill from the Well of Health." The Titan smiled, taking care that his guests saw that it was bravely forced. "By now, Dunmore has found our mother. She will come quickly." Nicias did not accept his chalice. "We were all willing to deceive our mother, We should bear the consequences. Lenaxus's smile remained frozen on his face. He had not expected to endure such pretensions of nobility. Exhausted as he was from his long night of labors, it took him a moment to think of a suitable response. At last he said, "It would be foolish for all of us to suffer." Inside his mind, an angry voice was screaming for his cowardly brothers to drink and leave. He had to prepare the well before Othia arrived. Besides, the blame lies with me. Lenaxus was about to continue when the floor trembled beneath his feet. A series of distant rumbles sounded from the other side of Bleak Palace, each one growing progressively louder. Othia was coming. "My brothers, I'm sorry," said the weary Titan, "but it appears there is no time for you to drink from the well of health today. Julian and Arno will show you out." The Etin set the tray of chalices on a bench, then started down the arcade. Masud and most of the other giants followed at once, but Nicias and Vilmos lingered behind. "We will not let you bear Othia's wrath alone." The cloud giant's voice was as soft as breath. "We shall stay." "I have asked you to leave Bleak Palace," Lenaxus said, struggling to remain patient. "Will you not honor my wishes?" "If you ask that way, we have no choice," Nicias said. "But we are not happy." "I don't care." Lenaxus pointed down the arcade. "Go." Nicias's mouth dropped open, and he was too astonished to move. Lenaxus grabbed Vilmos's hand and guided it to the cloud giant's arm. The Titan shoved them both after the other giants who had already reached the end of the arcade. "Take him away!" Lenaxus yelled. The Mother Queen was so close that he could feel the floor buck with each of her steps. Vilmos nodded, his admiring eyes fixed on Lenaxus's face. "As you wish." The storm giant turned away, dragging the astounding cloud giant along. "But we will not forget what you have done today, my brother." "I know you won't." The Titan slipped his hand into his robe pocket. He grasped the vial he had spent all night preparing, then whispered, "No one will." Lenaxus waited only until Nicias and Vilmos had turned away before taking the tiny bottle from his pocket. The colonnade's columns now shook constantly from the power of Othia's footfalls. If not for the massive bulk of Bleak Palace interposed between them, the Titan suspected she would already be looking down on him. Lenaxus pulled the cork from the vial and dumped a stream of tiny blue crystals into the bubbling waters. A few wisps of turquoise vapor rose from the pool. Then the steam returned to its normal color, and the Titan knew his poison had dissolved. The colonnade began to shake so hard that the water sloshed from the well. Lenaxus saw a great bulk step from behind the corner of Bleak Palace and moved swiftly toward the end of the arcade. "Stop, cowards!" boomed Othia's voice. "Come back and stand with your brother." Nicias and Vilmos, who had just reached the last column of the arcade, stopped and knelt near the Etin. Farther out on the frozen plain, Lenaxus saw his other brothers turn and reluctantly begin retracing their steps. A purple, dusk-like shadow crept down the arcade as Othia's mountainous shape trundled into full view, eclipsing the red disk of the sun. Though the Mother Queen remained as large as ever, her long abstinence from food had rendered her features jagged and sheer, and even the draughts she drank from the Well of Health had not stopped her skin from turning as gray as slate. Lenaxus called to the Etin, "Fetch Othia's cup. She must be thirsty after her journey." The Etin bowed to the Mother Queen, then scrambled down the length of the arcade to do as Lenaxus commanded. Othia studied Lenaxus with her black eyes. She said nothing, waiting for the Titan's brothers to return and kneel at her side. Even the runt, Dunmore, appeared, though he took care to stay well away from his brothers. Masud was the last to return. "My brothers and I are not cowards," the fire giant sputtered. He cast an accusatory eye at the Titan. "Lenaxus sent us away because we don't deserve your wrath. We have done nothing wrong, save hear him out." "That's not what Dunmore told me," the Mother Queen replied, Her rumbling voice seemed to reverberate from the colonnade's stone pillars and granite floor. "He said you all intended journey onto the great glacier. He said you all hoped to uncover Ulutio's burial place."
"Dunmore left early," said Otar.
The frost giant avoided looking toward Lenaxus. "He was not there to hear us later." Othea turned her black eyes upon Lenaxus. "Is this true?" "It's true enough." As the Titan spoke, Julian and Arno returned with Othea's enormous chalice and knelt at the edge of the well to fill it. Lenaxus continued, "It was my idea to deceive you. All the others did was listen." The Titan locked gazes with the Mother Queen and remained silent. An icy tranquility had settled over him. He felt nothing, no fear, no anger, not even impatience. It did not matter what punishment Othea chose for him. Soon she would drink, and then Ostoria would be saved. The corners of Othea's craggy mouth twitched as though she were about to smile. Then, as the Etin rose and carried her chalice down the arcade, she looked down at the Titan's brothers. "Lenaxus shall bear the punishment for you all." Many of the giants sighed in relief, and Masud asked, "Are we free to leave, then?" "You are," Othea replied. She reached down and took her goblet from the Etin's hands. "But it may be some time before Lenaxus can invite you to drink from the Well of Health again. Perhaps my son Julian and Arno should fill your chalices before you leave." As the Etin turned to fetch their cups, Lenaxus's mind filled with a white haze, his thoughts sailing through his head like wind-driven snow. He could not let his brothers drink, and yet could not stop them without revealing his plan. The Titan looked at Othea's goblet. She had not raised it. Did she know it was poisoned? Was she waiting to see if he let his brothers drink? Lenaxus fought to regain control of his mind, to clear the blizzard of doubts clouding his thoughts. To save Ostoria, he had to play the game to the end, regardless of the consequences. He could not be like his brothers, afraid of sacrifices or risk. If Othea emptied her cup before the sons of Anam, the Titan would stop them. If not, he would rule Ostoria alone, without foolish and cowardly monarchs between him and his subjects. Julian caught Lenaxus's eye and, as he and Arno carried the tray of chalices to the well, raised an inquiring eyebrow. Lenaxus took the largest cup off the tray. "I'll fill the chalice for my brothers," he said, dipping the mug in the bubbling waters. As the Titan filled each goblet, icy beads of sweat ran down his face and his flanks beneath his robes. He ignored this discomfort and kept a polite smile frozen on his lips, nodding to each giant as he filled the appropriate chalice. Once the Titan finished, he looked back to the Etin. "You may serve the sons of Anam." Arno's face went pale, but Julian managed to retain his composure and carry the tray to the other end of the arcade. The Etin walked among the giants, allowing them to take their cups off the tray. The sons of Anam quaffed the poison down, each anxious to leave Bleak Palace as quickly as possible. They did not gag or make sour faces or show any sign of tasting the venom. The Titan was the only one who exhibited illness. Othea still had not raised her chalice, and the fear that he was killing his brothers for naught had crept into his mind. His legs trembled, an icy nausea filled his stomach, and his face felt as cool as snow. As each giant emptied his chalice, the Titan grew weaker. By the time Dunmore finally lifted the last chalice off the tray, Lenaxus was swaying. Dunmore poured the contents of his chalice upon the ground. Lenaxus's knees nearly buckled with shock. He stumbled to a pillar to brace himself. "Dunmore, why do you waste the water of the well?" The Titan feared he already knew the answer. Othea had told the Thane not to drink, just as she had not drunk herself. "You insult your host." The wood giant shook his head. "My intent is quite the opposite. I am the one who brought Othea's punishment upon you. It is not fitting that I drink from your well." You were honest in your opposition. For that I thank you, Lenaxus said. Julian, Arno, fetch him another chalice. Dunmore shook his head. No, all the sons of Anam must suffer with you, he said. For my part, I will not drink of the well of health until you are free to invite me. The Titan's feet and hands grew clammy, and a cold ache seeped into his limbs. He did not believe Dunmore for an instant. The Thane would not drink because the Mother Queen had told him about the poison. Othea shifted her gaze from Lenaxus to his brothers. Now you may leave, my children, she said. It seems Lenaxus is growing ill in anticipation of his punishment. If we make him wait any longer, I fear he'll collapse. The giants filed out of the colonnade, disappearing one after the other behind the Mother Queen's bulk. Othea paid them no attention and raised her goblet to her cavernous mouth. She poured the contents down in one gulp. A craggy smile of contentment crossed her lips, and she belched, as she always did when she drank from the well of health. To his surprise, Lenaxus experienced no joy. It seemed to him there was a lump of ice where his heart should have been, and it was not pumping blood through his veins, but half-frozen slush. He began to shiver uncontrollably, his skin growing icy and numb, and the tears rolling down his cheeks stung like wind-blown sleet. He had saved Ostoria. Othea stooped over to return her goblet to the Etin. The morning sun shone over her back, casting a rosy wash over Lenaxus's pale skin. The rays felt surprisingly warm and comforting, and the Titan began to hope the horrible decision he had made that morning would not bring the death of all that was warm and good in him. You don't have to share Lenaxus's punishment, Othea said to the Etin. You can stay with Vilmos or Nicias. Make own kingdom, Arno answered. Tired of being servant. That cannot be, Othea said. You're too hideous. Even on Toril, there is no place for an entire race of your kind. Then we will stay, said Julian. The head cast a wistful glance after Dunmore, the last of the departing giants, before he and Arno started back toward the Titan. Lenaxus has always been good to us. As you wish, Othea said. The Mother Queen drew herself up to her full height. Once again her immensity eclipsed the sun's rays, plunging the well of health into cold dusk. Now will I tell Lenaxus his punishment. The Titan stood, strengthened by his brief exposure to the sun, and by knowing he had saved Ostoria. I am ready, he said. But first, may I speak? Lenaxus knew he could not influence the Mother Queen's decision. He was stalling to let his poison take effect before Othea punished him. By now his brothers were dying, and it would not be long before the Mother Queen followed. You may speak, Othea said, but it will do no good. Already I have laid my curse upon you. What do you mean? Can you not feel my shadow? Asked Othea. When I leave here, it shall remain behind. As long as you stay within it, you will be as you are now, cold and sick with regret for speaking against me. You are free to leave at any time, but when you do, you will no longer be eternal monarch of Titans. You will become mortal, growing old and infirm, and dying. The choice is yours. To wait in the cold twilight, hoping I will take mercy and release you one day, or to leave and— Othea ended her sentence with a gasp. The Mother Queen clutched at the buttress that was her breast and dropped to the ground. The impact shook the entire colonnade. Half the water in the well of health sloshed out of the pool and spread, still bubbling, over the arcade floor. What have you done? Othea gasped. She slumped forward, her head hanging over the colonnade like some immense boulder that had been ready to fall for centuries. He's murdered you, said Dunmore. The wood giant stepped into the small gap between her hip and the first pillar of the colonnade. And all of his brothers as well. Othea's face paled to the color of milky quartz, and ashen clouds began to gather about her head.
Dead?
Save for me, yes, Dunmore replied, glaring into the colonnade. The sons of Anam lie scattered on the snowy plain, as still and lifeless as Ulutiu upon his death raft. The Mother Queen moaned in agony. Whether from Dunmore's news or the pain of dying, Lenaxus did not know. Then she looked down with hazy eyes as gray as the snow clouds whirling around her head. To the Titan's surprise, she looked more sad than angry. Why? To save Ostoria, Lenaxus answered. With the little strength remaining to her, Othea shook her head. Foolish child. Ostoria could never be what you, or Anam, wished. She spoke with the voice of sloughing snow, gentle and rumbling, so soft that Lenaxus heard her words more with his chest than with his ears. An empire of giants would dominate the world, and that is not Toril's destiny. Othea's eyes went as white as snow. Then she sat bolt upright and threw her head back. A deep, booming cry broke from her lips and roared into the sky with such fury that it tore the clouds asunder and silenced the wind. The Mother Queen pitched over backward, crashing so hard that the foundations buckled beneath Bleak Palace. Fissures shot through the colonnade, swallowing the spilled waters of the Well of Health, and the pillars began to topple. Come, All-Father, Arno pleaded, yelling at the sky. Othea is dead, added Julian. Help us, save Ostoria.
Fools, the All-Father will not come for you.
It was Dunmore's voice, ringing down from far above.
Without the sons of Anam, Ostoria is already lost, and so are the races of giant kind. Without their immortal kings, they will fall into eternal chaos and savagery as surely as you will sink into the everlasting darkness of your own cold hearts.
The floor crumbled beneath Lenaxus's feet, and dark walls of sheer stone rose around him. He felt himself sinking and realized he was descending into the frozen plain, pulling Bleak Palace and all of Ostoria down after him. Soon nothing would remain of the empire of the giants except the toppled columns and scattered buttresses of their ancient palaces, and for causing that, it seemed to Lenaxus that even the eternal cold of Othea's shadow would never be punishment enough. Snow began to fall. The flakes were large and heavy, almost like sleet. In the sky, Lenaxus saw, as Dunmore had promised, nothing but cold twilight. The Walls of Midnight by Mark Anthony. And with a single spell, Kai Elkan forged a tower of shadow from the cold bones of the mountain. He named it Gurthang, which in the old tongue is midnight, and within its onyx walls he hid away his greatest relic of power, the finger of Kai Elkan. It is written in prophecy that he who tries to climb the walls of Gurthang and fails will lose his life, but that he who tries and succeeds will lose his soul. From Talferian Eddas, circa 342 D.R. The warrior stood before a dark fortress, her indigo gaze calculating, her fine hands resting with easy strength against her hips. Sunlight glanced off her short, pale hair and soaked into the close-fitting black leather she wore. After a time she swore, her breath conjuring ghosts on the autumn high country air. The dark fortress soared above the granite walls of the remote mountain basin, a jagged onyx knife biting into a cold, wind-swept sky. Its outer wall looked as slick as glass. This was not going to be as simple as she had believed. Yet she had her mission, and she intended to complete it. The warrior's name was Ravendus, and long ago she had vowed to do whatever it took to be strong. 10 days ago she had pounded a fist against the gates of Darkhold, the western keep of the Zentarum, seeking to become an agent of the Black Network. The dark confederation of power-hungry wizards, cruel warriors, and priests dedicated to wicked gods was constantly scheming to extend its dominion over the Heartlands. Thus, the Zentarum were always seeking likely new recruits eager to advance their lots in life. Deadly-looking guards had taken her inside, and she had been granted an audience with Semimon, the Lord of Darkhold.
To be accepted into the Zentarum, you must first prove your worth.
Semimon had spoken from the gloom of his subterranean council chamber. He had given her a task: journey deep into the Sunset Mountains to a tower called Gurthang, and return with a magical object imprisoned there, the finger of Kai El Khan. Now Ravendus reached out to touch the cold black stone of the fortress. It felt strangely smooth against her fingers, almost oily, though it left no residue on her skin. The wall's surface was flawless, without cracks or wind-worn pockmarks. Gurthang itself was starkly simple in design. A circular curtain wall 100 feet high surrounded the central tower, a sharp, jagged splinter of obsidian that seemed to pierce the sky. Ravendus bit her lip in a frown. The absence of any handholds was going to make this difficult. However, she had come prepared. Shrugging her pack from her broad shoulders, she pulled out rope, pitons, and gloves. She held one of the steel spikes against the wall, then hefted a small sledge, striking the spike hard to drive it into the stone. "Malar's balls!" she swore loudly, dropping the hammer and piton to clutch her stinging hand. By all the bloodiest gods, that had hurt. She examined the wall. Her blow had not left so much as a scratch. Laughter rang out like a bell tolling on the cold mountain air. With feral grace, Ravendus drew her sword. The sun had slipped behind the western rimrock of the basin, and she gazed into the gathering gloom. How had someone come upon her unaware? "You'll have no need of that sword," a voice called out, echoing off the boulders all around. Ravendus did not lower the blade. The deep blue shadows swirled beside a granite outcrop. A man walked toward her, clad in a purple cloak, holding a gnarled walking staff. By the pouches, feathers, and animal claws dangling from his belt, she could see he styled himself some sort of mage. However, given his obvious youth, she doubted he was a wizard of much worth. "You might not want to make a habit of spying on people," she snapped, "unless you're curious to learn what a sword sliding through your guts feels like." He bowed gracefully in apology. "And you might not want to make a habit of battling stone walls," he replied. His voice reminded her of a lute. "Unless, of course, you believe your head to be harder than the rock." Ravendus scowled. Suspicion left a metallic taste on her tongue. "So, apprentice, have you stolen your master's spellbook and slipped away from his tower before your 7 years were up?" The mage's clear green eyes danced with mirth. "On the contrary, my 7 years are long past and well served." The two stared at each other. Wind whistled forlornly over jagged stone. "So," he said finally, "they sent you here too?" Her eyes narrowed. "What do you mean?" He shook his head in lieu of an answer. "I have a camp nearby. There's a fire waiting to be lit." Ravendus gazed at him critically, then shrugged. Night was falling. Already she could see a few pinpricks of starlight in the slate-blue sky. A fire would be welcome. Besides, she knew she could simply kill him if he tried anything she did not like. She sheathed her sword and slung her pack over her shoulder. "Lead on, mage." It was full dark by the time they reached a small hollow protected by a granite overhang. The mage spoke a word of magic, and a neatly laid fire burst into crimson flame. At least he could do that much, Ravendus thought grudgingly. In the golden light she could see that he was handsomer than she had thought, his nose long and straight, his jaw prominent beneath a few days' growth of coppery beard. As she watched, he began fashioning a stew of jerked venison, raisins, and sun-dried tomatoes. Neither spoke as they ate, huddled close to the fire. A thin, sharp crescent of moon rose above the far peaks. When they finished, the mage took her bowl and put away the remaining food. He sat down across the fire from her. "They sent you here, didn't they?" he asked. "They gave you a mission to prove your worth just like they did me." Gold flecks danced in his green eyes. "The Zentarum." She wondered right then if she should kill him. Perhaps the Zentarum had sent them both here to see who was the stronger. If so, she intended to win. Her hand strayed toward the eating knife at her belt. A half-smile touched his lips. "Feel free to kill me, warrior. Of course, know that if you do, you will never discover the way to climb the walls of Gurthang yourself." Ravendus could only laugh. The mage was young, yes, but he was clever. "And I suppose you would tell me if you knew." "Only fate can say," he said mysteriously, drawing a deck of cards from a leather pouch at his belt. He shuffled them deftly with uncalloused hands. "Draw 3. He fanned the cards out before her. "Set them face down before you." "I'm a little old for card games," she noted acidly, but did as he asked. "This is your past," he said, turning the first card. "The Empress of Swords." A spark of magical blue light shimmered about the outline of a stern woman standing before a dark, broken landscape, a red-tinged sword in her grip. "A woman of ambition wields death to gain what she desires." Ravendus nodded. The card suited her well enough. When she was 17, she had left home and journeyed to Baldur's Gate, where she joined the city's elite guard, the Flaming Fist. Within 5 years she had risen high in the fist. But Baldur's Gate was just one city. The Black Network wove its dark webs across all the Heartlands. That was why Ravendus sought to join the Zentarim. One day she intended to stand mighty among them. The mage continued. "This is the path you now tread." He turned the second card. The Scepter. Again blue light flickered over the drawing. The mage's eyes met hers. "You seek great power for yourself, at any cost." She simply shrugged. She did not need a wizard's trick to tell her something she already knew. "And this is your fate," the mage said, turning the third card. She reached out and snatched it from him before he could look at it. She'd had enough of this game. "I make my own fate," she said, flatly, shoving the card into a pocket of her leather jerkin. He nodded, but she could see a strange curiosity in his expression. "All right, apprentice. You've had your fun," she growled. "Now tell me what you know about Gurthang." He stood to retrieve a book from his pack. It was bound in time-worn leather, its pages yellowed and cracked with age. "This tome contains fragments of a lost cycle of epic poems, the Talfirian Eddas," he explained. "The Eddas tell many legends of these mountains, and of the now-vanished people who once dwelt here, the Talfiric. Unfortunately, Talfir, the language this was penned in long ago, is a forgotten tongue. I've been translating it as I journeyed, but it has been tedious work. Only today did I reach a passage that concerned the sorcerer Kai El Khan." Ravendus leaned forward eagerly. "What does it say?" The mage opened the ancient tome to a place marked with a black ribbon. "It tells many things, but perhaps most importantly, it tells that we are not the first to attempt to gain entrance to Gurthang." "What do you mean?" The mage's expression was grim. "The last fragment I translated tells how, in the centuries after the fortress was razed, many tried to climb Gurthang's walls." He bent his head to read the strange, spidery script on the page before him. "To the sorcerer's keep they journeyed, the walls of midnight to climb, Cadel the ancient, Sindara of the golden eyes, and Lorodoc, who slew the great worm of Orsil. One by one they came, and one by one they perished. For thus speaks the prophecy of Kai el Khan, that no one hero will ever be great enough to scale the walls of Gurthang. Slowly the mage shut the book. No one has ever climbed Gurthang, not in 1,000 years. Ravendus could not suppress a shiver. Then it's impossible, she whispered. The mage nodded. Apparently. She swore vehemently and stood, pacing about the fire. Then why would the Zentarum send 2 prospective agents here to prove their worth by attempting a task that mythical wizards couldn't accomplish? It makes no sense. No, it doesn't, the mage said quietly. Unless they considered these prospective agents a mere nuisance, of no great ability or use. Unless they never had any real intention of allowing them to join the Zentarum. Instantly Ravendus knew it was true. The Zentarum had simply wished to be rid of her, just like the mage. A nuisance of no great ability. We are fools, she spat. The mage shrugged at this. Perhaps, but then the game has not been played to its end. He rose and banked the fire. It's late. We should sleep. Ravendus let out a deep breath. She locked away her fury, saving it for the morning light when it might serve some purpose. She pulled her blanket from her pack and spread it on top of the mage's bedroll. He regarded her in surprise. Yes, she thought, he was indeed handsome. It's going to be cold tonight, she explained with a crooked grin. She burrowed beneath the woolen blankets. The mage laughed, the bells again low and soft, and moved to join her. The warrior and the mage rose early the next morning to begin the impossible, the scaling of Gurthang. His name was Marnock, and he came from the city of Ilfarn, far to the north. That much he told her as they broke camp in the steely pre-dawn light. I am curious, warrior, he said as they gathered their things. What makes you think we can accomplish something no other has in 1,000 years? Sometimes a rat can find a way into a castle barred against wolves, she replied mysteriously, shrugging her pack onto strong shoulders. Besides, I'm not willing to let the Zentarum defeat me, at least, not yet. This isn't the first time I've done something others had said was impossible. She fixed him with her night-blue gaze. Why? What makes you think we can do it? You shall see, was his only answer. She frowned at this, then set off across the barren, rocky basin, heading toward the beckoning finger of the fortress. The mage followed behind. So, am I to know your name or not? He asked as they scrambled over a jumble of boulders. Ravendus. He paused to look up at her, the cold wind tangling his long copper-colored hair. That's not your real name. She froze without looking at him, then continued on. It is my real name, now. But when I was a child I was called Kayla. Why did you take another name? He asked as they reached the top of the boulder heap. They sat for a moment catching their breath. The tops of the peaks surrounding the basin looked molten with the first touch of sun fire. I'll tell you a story, Marnock. My father was a mercenary, one of the proudest warriors between the Sword Coast and the caravan cities. Then a woman caught his eye. He married her, and to please her he put down his sword to take up farming. They had 2 daughters, and I suppose they were happy. She ran a hand through her short white gold hair. Until one day when 3 brigands rode onto the farm. My father wanted to kill them, but my mother begged him not to resort to violence. So he strode outside to tell the highwaymen to leave. They just laughed, and while my sister Kara and I watched, they gutted him where he stood. Marnock regarded her sadly. I'm sorry. She laughed, a harsh sound. Don't be. It taught me something I will never forget. Love shackled my father, made him forget his strength, and he paid for it with his life. That day I vowed I would never be weak like him. So when I was finally free of that house, I took a new name, a strong one. Kayla was a child's name. It is not my name. With that she started down the slope, leaving the mage to scramble after her. The sun had just crested the eastern escarpment of the basin when they reached the fortress. Despite the new morning light, Gurthang was utterly black, an ancient sentinel keeping watch over the valley. "All right, Marnock, how do we accomplish the impossible?" she asked. From one of the myriad pouches at his belt he drew out a small clay jar marked by strange runes. With this, he broke the jar's lead seal. She could see some sort of emerald green salve inside. "Give me your hands." She held them out, and he carefully spread a thin layer of salve over them. "Now, try to grip the wall." She glared at him. Did he take her for an idiot? "Grip the wall, Ravendus," he urged again. She supposed she might as well discover what game he was playing. Walking to the wall, she reached out and attempted to grasp the smooth black surface. Her fingers sank into the stone. She recoiled in shock, staring at her hands. Gradually, realization dawned over her. "Where did you get this, Marnock?" His expression was unreadable. "I have my sources." She turned back toward the wall and dug her fingers once more into the rock. It was a strange sensation, like plunging her hands into thick, cold mud. She began pulling herself upward. Why should she wait for the mage now that she had the means to reach the top herself? "I wouldn't recommend climbing any higher." Something in the mage's voice made her halt. She glared down at him. "Why?" "Come down and I'll show you." She paused, thinking. True, there must be some reason Marnock had not simply used the salve himself to climb the wall. She let go and dropped lithely to the ground. The mage was peering into crevices and under rocks, searching for something. "This will do," he said after a minute. She approached and squatted down to see what he had found. It was a small, unidentifiable animal, long dead. Its flesh was gone, but dried sinews bound its bones together. She could see by the worn, flat stubs of teeth in its skull that it had died an old animal. A few ragged tufts of fur still clung to the small carcass. "If you're hungry, you might want to find something a little fresher," she noted caustically. Ignoring her, he carried the little skeleton to the ground before the dark wall. After dabbing a small amount of the emerald salve on the dead creature's paws, he chanted a dissonant incantation in a low voice. The skeleton began to move. Ravendus raised a curious eyebrow. Perhaps the mage was more powerful than she had guessed. "Climb," he whispered. The animal skeleton lurched toward the wall, then began to scrabble upward, the magical salve allowing it to sink its claws into the smooth, dark stone. The skeleton was perhaps 20 feet above Ravendus when she noticed something strange. The stone some distance to the creature's right was undulating, almost as if it had turned to liquid. Suddenly she swore. As if emerging from dark water, a shape rose from the smooth surface of the wall, long and sinuous, with horns like curved scimitars and teeth like daggers. It was the head of a dragon, as perfectly black as the stone from which it sprang. 2 glowing crimson slits appeared above its snout. It was opening its eyes. "Look there," Marnock said softly, pointing to a section of wall off to the undead animal's left. Ravendus followed his gaze to see another dragon emerge from the stone. Each of the dark, serpentine heads turned toward the skeletal creature that climbed between them. Without warning, a beam of hot crimson light shot from the fiery eyes of the first dragon. The beam arced around the curved wall of the fortress. It struck the animal skeleton, but the reanimated creature kept climbing. The dragon's gaze didn't harm it, Ravendus uttered in amazement. Keep watching, the mage instructed. Moments later the eyes of the other dragon flared. A second beam shot from its eyes, arcing around the wall from the opposite direction to strike the undead animal. As the two beams connected, their color changed from violent red to searing white. In a brilliant flash of light, the skeleton of the undead animal exploded. Smoking splinters of bone rained down on Ravendus and Marnock. The two dragon heads shut their glowing eyes and sank silently back into the smooth surface of the wall. Now you see why I was not so eager to begin climbing, Marnock said softly. How does it work? Ravendus asked in dread fascination. I'm not entirely certain, the mage said, but I have conducted a few other experiments like the one you just witnessed. She listened then as he explained his discoveries. It seemed that within the circular wall of the fortress there resided 4 columns of magical energy, one situated at each point of the compass. When something, or someone, climbed the wall, a dragon's head would rise from each of the 2 columns that bordered the quadrant where the intruder climbed. The eye beams of one of the dragons didn't appear to cause harm, but when the eye beams of both dragons met, the arc of magical energy was completed, and the climber was, as they had so graphically witnessed, destroyed. Why don't you simply wave your staff, mage, and make wings sprout from our backs? Ravendus said caustically. Then we could just fly over the wall. And we would die just as quickly, Marnock replied evenly. I have watched birds that flew too close to the keep. The dragons found them with their gazes easily enough. Ravendus swore in frustration. So why don't we smear that salve of yours over our entire bodies? Then we could just walk right through the wall. Yes, the mage said calmly, and then we could just as promptly suffocate with our lungs full of rock. The salve does not make our flesh incorporeal, Ravendus. It only causes stone to flow around it. She threw her hands up in disgust. I suppose you have some other solution in mind that will absolutely dazzle me with its cleverness. A smile danced in his eyes. No, not yet, anyway. However, at least I have learned how the tower's defenses work. That is some help. Perhaps, Ravendus replied skeptically. But then, I've found that sometimes knowledge only gets in the way. Sometimes knowing the truth can make one give up in despair. She clenched a fist, and I am not about to give up yet. The mage answered only with silence. As the morning wore on, Ravendus prowled around Gurthang, searching for something that could help them. On the west side of the fortress she discovered a tarn, a mirror to the cold blue sky. The pool lapped up against the outer wall of the fortress, and she half wondered if there might be some secret portal beneath its surface. But instinct told her that the way into the tower was upward, over the wall. She returned to find the mage sitting on a sun-warmed stone, poring over the old book he had shown her the night before. I've just translated the final passage about Kai El Khan, he said. The wind tugged at his purple cloak. And? Marnock ran a finger over the ancient parchment. Know that should the finger of Kai El Khan ever be lifted from its resting place, Gurthang shall fall, destroying all within. There is but a single path for one who would live. He must face the sunset and give himself to darkness. Slowly he shut the book. I'm afraid that's it. Ravendus was unimpressed. Forgive me for saying so, but that was hardly helpful. The mage only shrugged in silence. So what do you think it is? She asked thoughtfully then, gazing at the dark spire of the tower. The relic, I mean. A magical wand, maybe, or a staff of great power. But if we're ever going to find out, we'll have to do something different than all those heroes who died here one by one. Suddenly it was so clear. Ravendus took a step toward the fortress. But that's it, Marnock, don't you see? By his perplexed expression, he apparently did not. "One by one they came, and one by one they perished. You read it yourself in that damned book of yours. In the past, the arrogant bastards who tried to climb Gurthang did it alone." She fixed him with her indigo gaze. "But there are two of us." "What are we to do?" Marnock asked in astonishment. She began rummaging through her pack. "Rope," was all she said. "We need rope." Shaking his head in confusion, Marnock moved to help her. By afternoon, they were ready. The two stood before the northeast quadrant of Gurthang, Ravendus close to the north column of invisible defensive magic, Marnock close to the east. A coil of rope hung from Ravendus's belt, its end staked to the ground. The rope was knotted at intervals a fathom in length, approximated by the span of her arms. Marnock had a similar coil. The mage had already coated their hands with the magical salve. "Remember, Marnock, do it just like we practiced on that outcrop earlier. We have to be certain we're always at the same height." Ravendus could not see the mage to her left. The curve of the fortress blocked her line of sight. "If one of us makes a mistake, we're both finished." "I understand," she heard him call out. "Then let's do it." Ravendus sank her fingers deep into the age-old stone. She began hauling herself up. The rope at her belt uncoiled itself beneath her as she ascended. "2 fathoms," she called out. "2," Marnock's voice echoed back. Good. He was keeping pace. But the real test of her plan was yet to come. "I'm at 4 fathoms," she heard Marnock shout. Quickly she checked her rope. The 4th knot had just uncoiled. Perfect. "4 fathoms," she shouted back. Then it began. "The stone to my left is moving," Marnock cried. There was an edge of panic in his voice. "Hold steady," she called back. She watched as the wall just to her right began roiling like an angry sea. Sleek and glistening, an obsidian-scaled dragonhead rose from the wall and turned toward her, its ruby eyes opening. "Don't move, Marnock." She dug her fingers as deeply into the wall as she could stretch them. The dragon fixed its gaze upon her, and a crimson shaft struck her in the chest. A feeling washed through her like warm pinpricks. She waited, holding her breath. But a second beam did not come from her left, from Marnock's direction, to complete the deadly arc of magic. "It's working!" She heard Marnock's jubilant shout. "I'm blocking the dragon's gaze!" Moments later the dragon shut its eyes and sank back into the stone. Ravendus let out a cry of victory. Her hunch had proved right. As awesome as Gurthang's defenses were, they were designed to destroy an intruder who climbed the tower alone, as a bold adventurer might. But the tower's magic was not crafted to stop 2 who climbed stealthily in the same quadrant of the wall, always remaining at the exact same height. Though it meant they could not see each other, by keeping close to the columns of magic, each could block the gaze of one of the dragons. The arc of crimson magic was never completed, and never erupted into terrible fire. It was going to work. 5 fathoms, she called out as she climbed on. 6, the mage's voice echoed her. 3 times more as they climbed. The stone to Ravendus's right undulated, and a dark, sinuous dragonhead rose out to lock its eyes upon her. But each time, the mage blocked the gaze from the dragon of the eastern column of magic. The deadly arc of magic was never completed. The 2 climbers continued on. A dozen fathoms up, and the top of the wall was in sight. Then Ravendus heard the mage scream in terror. "Marnock!" she shouted desperately. There was an agonizing silence. Finally she heard the mage's voice, faint and quivering. I slipped, but I managed to catch myself." Ravendus swore. Damn him, he had gotten careless. Suddenly a coldness gripped her gut. The stone to her right was moving, molding itself into a saurian shape. The dragon's head, and this time the mage was not there to break the arc. "What level are you at, Marnak?" she shouted. "I'm not sure. My rope is tangled." "Then untangle it, now!" The dragon turned toward her. Its eyelids lifted, revealing 2 thin, blood-red slits. "I'm at 10 fathoms. No, 9. There was no time to make certain he was right. Swiftly, holding onto the wall with one hand, Ravendus hauled her rope up to the 9th knot and lashed it around her waist. Grabbing the end, she plunged her hand deep into the wall. She let go of the rope and withdrew her hand. The rope remained embedded in the stone. She could only hope it would hold. The dragon's eyes opened, and she felt a prickling against her chest. There was no more time. She let go of the wall. A second crimson beam raced around the wall from the east to complete the arc of magic, inches above her head. A sunburst of blazing fire singed her hair as she fell. Then the rope pulled taut, jerking her viciously. "Ravendus!" she heard Marnuk's panicked cry. "There's a dragon to my left. It's turning toward me." "It's all right," she started to shout. But then she realized that was not so. The rope had slipped around her waist in the fall. She was too low. She could see another dragon head rising from the wall a dozen feet above her, turning to send its fiery gaze in Marnuk's direction. Ravendus threw her body up the wall, her salve-covered fingers digging furrows into the ancient stone. She couldn't let the foolish mage die. She needed him to reach the top. Just as the dragon opened its eyes, she gripped the wall with one hand and thrust the other upward to block the monster's gaze. She clenched her teeth in effort. Then, after what seemed a lifetime, the dragon shut its eyes and melted back into the stone. With a gasp, Ravendus dug a second hand into the wall, clinging tightly. "Marnak!" she called out. The wind whistled as it whipped past the fortress. Finally, she heard his voice. I'm all right." Ravendus squeezed her eyes shut. "You better be, you bastard," she whispered. "After that, you'd better be." The sun was just setting as warrior and mage trod where no other had in 1,000 years. Like the spokes of a great wheel, 8 bridges led from the top of the wall to Gurthang's central tower, arching over the murky abyss below. Despite their grueling climb, Ravendus and Marnak moved swiftly across the northeast span. They reached a portal hewn of dark, gold-flecked marble. Quickly they discovered it was locked. However, there was a small scraping of magical salve left at the bottom of Marnak's jar. He spread the last of it on his hand. Then, with a grunt, he plunged his entire fist into the door. His brow furrowed in concentration as he moved his fingers inside the thick stone. Ravendus heard a faint click. Marnak grinned at her, pulling out his hand. "I think that should do it." She leaned hard against the marble slab. There was a hiss of cold, dry air, and the door swung inward. The two stepped inside. An acrid tinge stung her nose, the smell of old magic. Marnak conjured a purple sphere of mage light in his hand. After a few dozen paces, Ravendus realized the passage was tracing a spiral, leading them gradually toward the center of the tower. "The spiral is a symbol of power," Marnak said softly as they went. "How so?" Ravendus whispered back. "The labyrinthine shape of the spiral attracts magic, even as it entraps it," the mage explained. "Entraps it?" She did not like the sound of that. Marnak nodded. "Yes, and the stronger the magic, the stronger the spiral's bonds become." His eyes glowed strangely in the eerie light. "Power can be a prison, Ravendus." "You're wrong, mage," she countered harshly. "Power is what sets one free." Marnak gave her a curious, almost sorrowful look, but said nothing. Abruptly, the corridor ended. The two found themselves standing on the edge of a circular shaft. The staircase hovered in the middle of the shaft without any apparent means of support, spiraling up into the shadows above. The intruders paused, sitting for a moment to gather their strength before the final ascent. "So, mage, why the Zentarum?" Ravendus asked then. He looked at her in surprise. "What do you mean? Isn't it obvious? We're both going to a great deal of trouble to join the Zentarum. You know my reasons, but it occurred to me that I don't know yours, and I think you owe me that by now." He licked his lips slowly. "Power," he said quickly, almost too quickly. "What other reason is there?" Ravendus frowned. "Somehow that isn't the answer I would have expected from you, mage. I would have thought that you—" Abruptly she halted. She could see it clearly in his green eyes. He was lying. "Bloody abyss," she swore. "You don't want to join the Zentarum. That's not it. That's not it at all." He hung his head, his shoulders slumping. "Tell me," she whispered harshly. Slowly he drew something from one of his pouches, the deck of cards. "Yours isn't the first destiny I've read," he said quietly. "You see, for the last year, I've been following the cards, trying to find my own destiny. First, the cards led me to the ruins of a wizard's tower, where I discovered the jar of salve, and then to the library where I found the history of these mountains. After that, the cards led me to Darkhold. Always they led me on, as if I were caught in some great spiral myself. And now—" He pulled a single card from the deck. "What is it?" Ravendus asked intently. "You didn't want to see your fate." He handed her the card. "Well, this is mine." She turned it over. Blue magic sparked along the outlines of a dark, knife-edged spire. The tower. "I came here hoping to find my fate, Ravendus." He reached out and gently touched her hand. "And perhaps I have." Before she could say anything, he stood and moved toward the spiral staircase. Shivering, she followed. For a heartbeat, the card glimmered on the floor where she had left it. Then it lay dark. "Let's finish this," Marnock said. He leapt off the edge of the shaft, his cloak billowing behind him, and landed on the staircase. Lithely, Ravendus did the same. She drew her sword as they ascended, but nothing assailed them from the surrounding darkness. The stairway ended, and the two stepped into a circular chamber. Silver moonlight spilled from crystalline windows high in the domed ceiling above. A basalt pedestal stood in the center of the chamber. On it lay a small, pale object. Eagerly Ravendus moved forward, but the mage grabbed her arm. "Careful," he hissed. "There is magic here." She nodded, halting a half-dozen paces from the pedestal. Leaning forward, she peered more closely at the object that rested upon it. "That's it?" she said in disgust, her voice reverberating off cold stone. "That's the wondrous finger of Kai El-Khan?" "It can't be." Marnock shook his head in disbelief. Rage blossomed hotly in Ravendus's chest. Was this to be the final joke, then? "By all the blackest gods," she spatted furiously. "It's nothing but an old knuckle-bone." "No, it is much more than that," a voice spoke in their minds. Ravendus and Marnock looked up in shock. A man stood. No, he hovered. Behind the pedestal. His long crimson robes drifted slowly on the air, as if feeling the touch of a distant wind. A gold skullcap covered his head, and his yellow eyes glowed eerily in the angular landscape of his face. "Kai El-Khan," Ravendus whispered in dread. "No, I am but an image he conjured in his likeness long ago, when he raised this fortress to protect his most precious relic." "Precious?" Ravendus snarled, braver now that she knew she was not facing the ancient sorcerer himself. "What's so precious about an old bone?" "Ah, but it is not any bone," the image said. "You see,
As great as Kai El Khan's magic was, all his sorcery could not reveal to him the time or place he would meet his demise. So he forged this tower, and here within he cut off his littlest finger and laid it on the pedestal. But why? Ravendus demanded in confusion. I think I understand, Monarch whispered. He was trembling. The book told how Kai El Khan was obsessed with living forever, so he must have left a finger here, knowing that one day the bone could be used in a spell that would forge a new body for him and bring his spirit back from the realm of the dead. Ravendus stared at Marnock in amazement. The image of the sorcerer nodded serenely. That is so. He created this fortress so that only one who was strong and powerful and clever enough to see him return from the dead could gain the relic. Climbing the walls was the first test, the test of strength. Now begins the second. The ghostly wizard gestured toward the relic. Take it, but know that only one who has magic to match that of Kai El Khan's may attempt to leave once he has done so. What? What if he does not? Marnock asked tentatively. Then he will be imprisoned forever. The image of the ancient sorcerer bowed. Fate be with you. Like mist before a wind, the image was gone. Marnock drew a handful of glistening powder from a pouch and threw it toward the relic. A crimson sphere appeared, surrounding the pedestal. His magic had revealed the ancient trap. They could go no farther. So close, Ravendus clutched her hands into fists. We can almost reach it. Almost. She knew now that the relic was indeed priceless. Certainly the Zentarum would have the power to resurrect Kai El Khan, and to bind the legendary sorcerer as their slave in the process. For that opportunity, the Zentarum would pay dearly, if only— Let's go, Ravendus, Marnock said gently, reaching for her hand. It's no use. But that wasn't true. Suddenly she knew it. There was a way, after all. Time turned to ice. For a crystalline moment, Ravendus could see a future. Not the future, but one future, one of many. She and Marnock stood in the doorway of a country house, his arms encircling her. Golden sunlight spilled through the windows, and small children laughed as they ran on the green grass outside. Marnock whispered something gently in her ear. She could almost hear his words. But then the thread of that future unraveled, and another, darker tapestry was woven to take its place. She had made her choice. Time melted to flow once more. She drew Marnock close to her. He did not resist. She brushed her lips softly against his. I'm sorry, she whispered. His clear green eyes widened in surprise, but before he could react, she shoved him with all her strength. He careened backward, falling hard against the pedestal. Ruby magic flared brilliantly as the basalt cylinder crashed to the floor. A small white object rolled away. Quickly Ravendus moved to snatch it up. The finger of Kai El Khan. She stood in victory, but when she turned around, her heart caught in her throat. Marnock floated above the fallen pedestal, imprisoned in a sphere of crimson fire. His limbs were contorted in frozen agony, as if he were dead, but his eyes were alive. They watched her with a strange look that was part anguish, part understanding. She could not look away. Without warning, the floor lurched violently beneath her feet, and thunder cleaved the air. The crystal windows high above shattered, shards falling like glittering rain. The floor shook again, sending her to her knees. Just as the mage's book had foretold, the tower was collapsing. You must go, a voice croaked. It was Marnock. His face was twisted with the terrible effort of speaking. Remember the book. Blood flecked the corners of his lips. The third test. Face the sunset. Give yourself to darkness."
The tower shook again in its death throes, but Ravendus could not seem to move. "Go!" Marnock gasped in agony. "Go! Kela!" It was like being freed from a spell. Ravendus turned away and dashed toward the stairway. She did not look back. Chunks of stone streaked wildly past her as she leapt off the stairway and sprinted down the spiral corridor. She bounded across the bridge to the top of the wall. A heartbeat later, the fortress shook again, and the bridge collapsed into the abyss. Ravendus did not stop to watch. Marnock's words echoed in her mind. Face the sunset. She picked her way precariously along the jagged top of the wall, clutching the stone each time Gurthang convulsed, until she reached the western edge. She peered down but could see nothing in the gloom. The moon had set behind the mountains. There was no hope in light. Give yourself to darkness. Yes, she thought. Wasn't that the choice she had made? Sounding a thunderous death knell, Gurthang's central tower began its slow, ponderous collapse behind her. Ravendus did not turn toward the grim spectacle. Closing her eyes, she drew in a deep breath and stepped off the wall. For a moment it seemed she was flying. Darkness encloaked her, cradling her gently with its soft velvet folds. She laughed aloud. It was glorious. Then she plunged into deep, icy water, and the moment was shattered. Ravendus huddled by a small fire in the scant protection of a wind-twisted cedar, wrapped in the woolen blanket she had retrieved from her pack. The finger of Kai El Khan lay on a stone beside her. She grinned, the glow of victory far warmer than the fire. She had done the impossible. The Zentarum could not refuse her now. Her path to power was clear before her. She spread her clothes by the fire, drying them of the tarn's cold water. As she did, she noticed something in the pocket of her leather jerkin. She pulled it out. A card. Though wet and torn, azure magic still shimmered on its surface, tracing an intricate outline, the outline of a spiral. Below it was written, "The Cage." Words echoed eerily in her mind. Power can be a prison. "No," Ravendus whispered fiercely. "I make my own fate." Shivering, she tossed the card onto the fire. And Wringing of Hands by Jane Cooper Hong. I hate my hands. The fingers are long, too long, and sickly thin. They look as if they'd splinter if someone applied the least bit of pressure between the knuckles, and the knuckles bulge like the knobby growths you sometimes see on trees. I've often thought I'd like to chop off my hands and grow new ones, replace the mealy things with the ruddy, powerful hands of a smith or a sword master. I've looked into the possibility, actually. A wizard in Thay, one of the Reds, said it could be done, but he wouldn't guarantee the results. Oh, I'd have working hands, but when I asked if I'd be able to perform the intricate work I do now, he hesitated before nodding and saying, "Sure, I think so." That wasn't good enough, so here they are. I feel as if I'm someone else, watching from a few feet away as I use my hands to fletch the veins in the correct pattern on the arrow shaft. You see, the master counts on me to get these right. It makes a difference, you know, where I put the feathers, how far apart they are, how tightly they are bound, whether or not they are exactly the right size and shape. The arrows and darts the master uses must fly true every time, without reliance on magic. The poisons he uses must be mixed to exact proportions in order to inflict death slowly or quickly, as the circumstances warrant. If they didn't, What reputation would he have? As it is, people come from the farthest reaches to find Rennick here in this God's-forsaken fleck on the Sembian plains. You'd think he might move to Waterdeep, or Suzail, or at least Tantris. Imagine how much business he might do then. People would call day and night seeking his services. Already, they pay the highest prices. His last job fetched 3 perfect 1-carat rubies and a gold medallion nearly as big as the palm of my hand. His mark, Han, was a top-ranking member of the Thieves' Guild, highly visible, and that, of course, drove up the cost. Still, the pay seemed outrageous to me. After all, using one of my darts, the master could hit a victim from a long way off with a movement almost as subtle as stifling a cough. In Han's case, the means of death was even less obvious. I question whether, considering all the help I'd provided, Han's murder or any of my master's assassinations have been worth the price people paid. For that matter, when you think about it, should anyone be paid for another man's misfortune? Another human being's demise? When I think of Rennick and his profession, I wonder how anyone becomes an expert, a noted expert, at killing. Is it something you decide to do? I mean, did Rennick wake up one morning and say to himself, "From this day forward, I'm going to devote my energies to murder. I will become a first-rate assassin"? I can understand wanting thugs and murderers, Rennick's typical victims, dead, but I find the idea of wanting to kill someone difficult to comprehend. I suppose some people might question my own involvement in Rennick's deeds, but my work has never required me to kill anyone. Really, I'm a craftsman, a researcher, and a craftsman. At least that is how I had always thought of myself. The first time I saw Ashana, I was working in my apothecary. That's what I call it. It's really just a glorified shed in which I keep the various components I use for my work. I hang branches and leaves to dry in the room, and I have grinding stones and shelving there. I bottle various components and catalogue them carefully, everything from octopus ink to zinc powder and a few gemstones. I was dicing the tender branches of a sweet brandy root plant into fine slivers for drying when I saw her through the open door. Her hair was dark auburn, and it glistened in the spring sun. She was tall like me, but with none of my ungainliness. Neither did she crouch as some tall women do. She walked quickly and surely toward me. "Tyne?" she inquired. I nodded. I should have been more polite, said something more, invited her in, but I stood mute, staring, admiring. She stepped toward me. I backed up against a long work table, taking in the elegance of her movement as she stepped past, and then turned to speak to me. "Boken, a cleric in the village suggested I come," she said. I nodded again. I remember thinking I should smile or say something, but I'm not sure if I did. "My father is ill. It's a growth the healers can't stop. I've talked to several of them, and I've read everything I can find in the library." Her words spilled out with a sense of urgency. "I've tried everything. He has this mucus." She put her fingers to her neck and moved them lightly up and down. "It builds up in his throat so thick he has trouble swallowing." She gulped hard, moving her chin down and up again with the effort, imitating his struggle. I was immediately taken with her intensity. She gazed at me, unblinking, and then spoke again. "Boken said you have many herbs, rare ones. He thought you might have this." She paused to unfold a paper that had been clutched in her left hand. She moved very close to me and smoothed the note flat on the table alongside us. As I turned to look at the paper, I found myself so near to her that I was overwhelmed by her fragrance, a whispering cleanness that made me want to close my eyes and inhale deeply. I forced myself to look at the note. The cleric's prescription was penned in large, fluid letters, "Sing Feng Kujen." "I have it," I said. "A small piece." She stood still, watching as I scanned through my catalogue and then the shelves of my apothecary, searching for the date-like root. She talked to me all the while, in the gentle, friendly tones of a neighbor or a close companion. That's when she told me her name and where she lived. I marveled at how easy it was for her to keep up a conversation. I groped for words to say in response. This is the herb. It's used by the Wa people. My notes say the name means bitter root of the fresh wind. Ashana was impressed and said so. I could see from her eyes that her interest was genuine. I am no healer, but many of the tools of my work can be used to positive effect if applied differently, and I am not ignorant of their other functions. I scraped shavings from the wrinkled root and then mixed the herb in a paste with an inert powder and water. I explained to Ashana as I gave her a vial of the sticky mixture that her father must coat the back of his tongue and throat with the paste and leave it there for several minutes before washing it down with water. It's exceedingly bitter. He'll think he's being poisoned, I explained, but mixed at this proportion, it should be harmful only to what ails him. Ashana gripped my hands in hers as she thanked me. My first reaction was to pull away, but I felt a warmth unlike anything in my experience. I have always felt dreadfully awkward around women, and few have shown any interest in me. I didn't take her touch as a sign of interest, but from that day on, I took every opportunity to ride to the neighboring town she lived in. I watched for her and tried to think of things I could offer to help her father, to make her notice me. And she did notice me. I know I said I think of myself as a researcher, as well as a craftsman. Part of my research is observing my master carefully in order to serve him better. I've always made a point of watching Rennick closely, knowing his physical strengths and weaknesses, the fluidity and power of his movements, the slight trembling of hand that overtakes him occasionally during the hunt. He calls it that. I suppose it makes it seem less like murder to think of a victim as prey, but it's also part of his belief that he is somehow superior, specially talented, somehow uniquely deserving of the rewards of his trade. He never seemed to realize the disadvantage, the complete unlikelihood of success he would face without me. The thief he most recently killed was a snake. That was Han. And because of Han's own vile nature, he knew about the wiles of others. If Rennick had tried to use ordinary means to kill Han, he probably would have wound up with his own entrails publicly displayed from the tower of the nearest thieves' guild hall. But I had watched Han for Rennick. I knew that he had few regular habits and fewer weaknesses. After several 10 days of watching, I alerted my master to his opening. The thief, for all his stature in the thieves' guild, paid tithes to the order of Timora. I saw no logic in a thief worshipping at the shrine of the goddess of good fortune. Maybe he'd made a habit of gambling, or more likely he was trying to appease the goddess on behalf of someone for whom he grieved. I could only guess his motive, but my master's good fortune rested in the fact that on the 6th day of nearly every 10-day, Han could be found casting the crescent moons of fate and drawing lots before paying his tithe to the cleric at the shrine. I pondered long over the method of death, and I chided myself for not seeing the possibility sooner. Like so many others seeking luck or blessing, Han would rub the wooden moons in his hands, then blow on them and kiss them before casting them to see which way they would land. Dressed as a traveling cleric in the faith, my master had easy access to the crescents. A part of Rennick's smoothness, his talent, resulted from his ability to blend unnoticed into even small groups of people. He is of ordinary human height and weight. His hair is a medium brown of medium length. His eyes are dark, but not unusually so. Even his nose, a telling feature for many, is unobtrusive and indistinctive. Truly, he hasn't a single physical characteristic that would draw attention or set him apart from anyone in a crowd. I wish I could say the same for myself. I'm tall, awkwardly so, and gaunt. My skin is pale enough that in my youth it was the subject of jokes and cruel comparisons to fish bellies and other pallid things. No amount of exposure to the sun has ever improved my pallor. In fact, when I was young and more concerned about such things, I would stay out on bright days, scalding myself to the color and crepe-like texture of red poppies. But within days my parched skin would peel off in gummy layers to reveal more of the same milky hue I started with. I also used to gorge myself repeatedly over many days, in hopes of filling out my tall frame. Always I would grow a rounded, ball-shaped paunch, but experienced no satisfying increase in overall bulk or brawn, and so I would return to my former eating habits. Rennick would not understand such measures. He's not handsome or even striking, but he'd never be the subject of stares or surreptitious snickers. That's why he could move unnoticed through the temple, as he did through every other assassination site. But anonymity alone would not have put Rennick in a position to kill Han. He had another important advantage going into this job. I had given him the perfect poison. Han felt, I'm sure, a faint tingling in his hands within seconds of rubbing the 2 crescent moons between his palms, and no doubt his lips had begun to tingle a moment after he'd kissed their smooth wooden surface. As Rennick told it to me later, Han had, as a matter of curiosity, sniffed his hands and the crescents themselves, inhaling the odorless poison. He shrugged and cast the crescents. My master told me they landed with their points at odds.
A bad omen,
Rennick had noted, chuckling. As Han walked to draw a lot from the bin indicated by the opposing crescents, he no doubt felt the tingling intensify to a mild burning, extending from his hands to his wrists, from his lips to his tongue and throat, and from his throat into his lungs. By then, of course, Rennick had exchanged the tainted moons for 2 harmless objects of worship. He told me how he feigned concern as Han staggered to the priest to have his lot read. And when Han began ranting in poison-induced lunacy, Rennick asked a brother of the order if he could help. But 2 other clerics waved him off as they carried Han to a trough and began splashing him with water. A kind but pointless act. Not long after, as Rennick disappeared into the shadows, they would have noticed grotesque and darkening blisters forming on Han's lips and hands. He probably started to heave then, blackened spittle and blood. Rennick told me he heard the screams of plague as he left the site. I accompanied Rennick when he collected his fee. I remember that I was staring at my hands on the saddle horn as he spoke giddily of how smoothly the task had gone. I was thinking about what the Red Wizard had said when I became conscious of Rennick's words.
You should have seen him, Tyne,
he said to me. He came in meek as a bug, the way he always does. I told him that, yet Rennick acted as though it was first-hand knowledge, and walked to the offering table. I've never seen him look so humble, pious almost. Can you imagine? He went on like that, providing each detail as if he had observed it first, and describing the action of the poison as if he understood it. At one point I asked him, "Do you suppose you should have used an even slower-acting solution?"
No,
he answered. I had just the right combination, and plenty of time to make the exchange, get out of there, and know I'd accomplished what I set out to. His words and his pompous, thankless attitude jarred me more than the rough gait of the horse I rode. He had just the right combination, not "you provided" or "because of you." He actually credited himself with the success. When he took his pay for the task, I felt sure he would offer me a share. In my 2 years of service for Rennick, he'd never been overwhelmingly generous, but he had occasionally rewarded me when, as in this case, the craftsmanship was of exceptional caliber. When my master mounted his horse and reined it around to where I sat, waiting astride the old bay, he handed me my wage and a paltry amount extra, hardly more than a barmaid might expect to earn in tips for half a night's work. I tried to take some consolation simply in the fact that Han was dead. Unlike most thieves, who take great pride in doing their work with stealth and cunning, Han based his pride on and earned his status from the sheer volume of his plunder. I'm sure he had far more murders to his credit than my master, but he had none of Rennick's reputation for finesse. He'd left a trail of gore and mutilation that buzzards and monsters of the twilight appreciated. Strangely, though, proof of his crimes was elusive. Gnomes in the Arch Wood had tried him for killing one of their princesses in conjunction with the amazing robbery of an entire royal treasury. Even in places where lynching is the common form of justice, Han had escaped punishment. Most recently, Han had publicly threatened the entire town council of Gendalarm. Rumor had it that he had dragged a councilwoman's son behind a wagon till he was maimed beyond recovery. The woman said that, with his last breath, her son repeated a death threat from Han. Ironically, Han's assassination was not commissioned by the councilwoman, her family, or anyone on the council. Instead, a fellow thief, seeking to elevate his own position in the guild, had contracted for Rennick's services. I suppose I shouldn't concern myself with the reasoning behind my master's work. Rennick doesn't, but it always feels better when justification can be found in higher principles. Such was not the case with Rennick's next kill. His prey was not a criminal like Han, or an undesirable like others he had killed. Always before, I had understood my own role and seen some good in assisting Rennick. Until recently, I also thought I understood how others viewed my role. But I learned otherwise from Ashana. After the assassination of Han, I continued to pass near her home in hopes of seeing her. As her father's illness progressed, she spent more and more time at his bedside, but occasionally when she did come out, she would visit with me. I could see how the burden of caring for her father weighed on her. Weariness had taken its toll on her posture. Likewise, her hair. The first few times I had seen her, it was carefully brushed and restrained with combs, but as she spent more time caring for her father, she spent less time attending to her looks. Wild cascades of loose curls covered her shoulders and back and occasionally fell into her eyes. When we visited, always standing in the street, I would find myself wanting desperately to reach out and touch her hair, gently brush it out of her eyes. But always I hesitated. What if she were to shrink from the touch of my hands? I couldn't risk it. I enjoyed our conversations far too much. Ashana spoke easily to me of many things: the weather, her father, her childhood, her love of stargazing. Her voice was warm with a clear, rich timbre. I loved to listen to her talk. More than that, though, I found her outlook on life fascinating. She was more than optimistic. She truly saw some good in everything around her. As much pain as she felt watching her father suffer, for instance, she pointed out how much worse his condition would be if she hadn't gotten the Wa herb from me. Perhaps this was just a polite observance on her part, but I certainly enjoyed hearing it. She told me her father was a merchant, a successful man who, in better times, had traveled far and returned home with outrageous tales of hunts for griffin scales and dragon eggs. Apparently, though, the family was now of more modest means. Ashana's brother, Menge, had squandered much of the family's wealth. I should point out that this is my interpretation, not Ashana's. In my curiosity about her, I had tried to learn more about her and her family. I found that Menge was best known at local taverns and brothels. By all accounts, he was his sister's opposite. A despicable parasite, incapable of work or accomplishment of any sort. Yet in the confidences Ashana shared with me, she never spoke bitterly of him. Sometimes I thought I saw a flash of sadness or a hint of resentment cross her face, but she never said anything negative. In fact, she didn't call Menge any of the things others did. Privately, I wondered if she and her brother had been born of the same mother. I'd learned that her father was a widower, but I didn't know how many times, and I certainly would never ask. I was starting an assignment for Rennick, preparing to research his next kill, when Ashana came to my apothecary a second time. It had been at least 10 days since I'd seen her last. She was visibly weary, her eyes sunken from time without sleep. I waited for her to speak. She locked eyes with me for several long, silent seconds. Finally, she licked her lips and began. Sometimes Daddy hallucinates, she said, and he's in pain. The cleric has given me a prayer balm, and a healer gave me something to help him with the pain. But if it gets much worse, he'll need something stronger. I was startled by her words. At every other encounter she had seemed so positive, as if she would never give up hope. And then I wondered if I had understood her intent. How could she know of my poisons? It's not something I talk about, and I always assumed Boken thought of me merely as an amateur herbalist. Certainly, even if anyone knew Rennick's occupation, they would not think me his accomplice, but rather his personal valet. I hesitated, hoping she would clarify her meaning. She pressed again. Daddy and we still have some good moments, but I'm not sure how much longer that will last. I want to be sure that when the time comes, when there are no spaces between the pain, that I can help him cope. One last time. She grabbed my hands again. Please? She meant it. I couldn't envision what pain her father must be in that she would come to me with such a request. Can he still swallow? I asked. She nodded. I found it difficult to imagine Ashana killing her father, even as a matter of mercy. I actually felt queasy thinking about it, but I tried to offer a solution. There is a poison you can mix with tea, I suggested. He'll feel nothing. He might not be able to swallow for much longer. Do you have something else? Of course I knew of dozens of poisons and even more methods of administering death, but I couldn't help wondering what she must think of me to ask such a thing. I tried to come up with something simple and humane. Finally, I prepared a poisoned lancet she could administer herself. This will be fast, I assured her, but be careful, it could harm you or someone else as easily as it will help your father. She took my hands in hers, then pulled me toward her and kissed my cheek. Like the touch of her hands, her kiss felt amazingly warm. I suppose it was a simple gesture of gratitude, but I wanted very much for it to be more. While I stood reveling in the sensation, she grabbed the packet I'd prepared and dashed off. I worked numbly after she left, packing, trying to get my mind back on Rennick's next victim. Rennick had explained that Syl was a mage's apprentice whose death was sought by a senior apprentice. Syl had been watching when the older apprentice's spell went awry, and he threatened to tell the Sorcerer's Council. For that, the senior apprentice had hired an assassin to kill Syl. As usual, I was to watch the victim, learn his habits, and look for an opening for Rennick. I went to Scardale alone. I found it a seedy, chaotic place, cluttered with brothels and second-rate taverns. Even the most typical-looking pubs catered to black marketers, Zentish soldiers, thugs, and smugglers. My master had said he would arrive in a fortnight, ostensibly after he pursued the terms of another hunt. I've often wondered what Rennick does when I am researching the kill. Occasionally he claims to complete an assassination himself, but I have my doubts. He never provides details. At any rate, in this case I was able to make my way close to the intended victim quite easily by hawking some of the herbs and special materials I use for my work in the town's makeshift wizard's market. When the apprentice, Syl, chanced near, I tipped a cerulean crystal so that it glistened in the sunlight. The brilliant blue flash caught the attention of several people nearby, including the apprentice. He came my way, and I struck up a conversation. Syl was young, even for an apprentice. 15, maybe. His voice still cracked at times, and I'm sure shaving once a 10-day was more than adequate to keep his face free of stubble. He was quick to chatter and show off. Like most young mages, he was constantly trying his magic, casting spells to fetch things when carrying them would be easier. Yet he had a certain aura about him. He could be powerful some day. Already he appeared to have an unusual capacity to command animals. A full-grown opossum clung with the stubbornness of a burr to the shoulder of his loosely fit tunic, its queer pink eyes seeming to review anyone passing near the boy. Syl spoke to it, not as one speaks to a pet, but as to an equal, and clearly it responded. I could see the animation of its features. The rat-like animal gestured with a free paw and seemed to scratch a rear foot occasionally for emphasis. It certainly looked as if the creature was born of stronger magic than the cowboy could possibly possess. It was because of the opossum that I felt sure Rennick would want to be extra cautious with this one. I found myself liking the boy, yet it was easy to see why others might not. He was not shy about his intelligence, and he exuded the kind of grating self-righteousness that only the truly naive can muster. No doubt the tale he wished to share with the Sorcerer's Council would be told in a tone of awe, as if he could not imagine how his fellow apprentice could possibly have strayed so far from the teachings of his master. "A young man like yourself could use a stone like this," I said, flashing the gemstone again in the bright sunshine of early summer. Syl was tall, nearly my equal in height, and he met my eyes. He tipped his head, waiting for me to say more, but before I could, a gnome, gnarled by decades or likely even centuries of harsh living, pushed his way in front of Syl.
"You flashing that thing to get attention, or you planning to sell it?"
"Both," I said, trying to keep a casual eye on Syl as I spoke with the old one. The gnome extended a deformed hand with two hook-like reptilian fingers.
"May I see it?"
he asked. I must have hesitated. He thrust his stumpy hand up toward me.
"I know how to handle it,"
he insisted. I leaned down and held the stone out on the flat of my palm. I tried not to shudder when he touched me. "Ah," he sighed, clearly relishing the cool feel of the cerulean in his fingers.
"This will work well, yes?"
I nodded. Syl moved even closer, looking down at the gnome's contorted fingers and at the smooth, perfect stone. The opossum looked on with the same intensity. "What do you use it for?" Syl asked.
"Ice magic."
The gnome and I responded in unison. Clearly the boy wanted to ask something more, but the gnome plunked the gemstone back on my small stand and spit a question of his own.
"How much?"
I ignored him and attempted to finish my response to Syl. "Surely a young man like yourself has considered making snow fall out of season?" "I've tried, but I haven't mastered the spell," said the boy.
"How much?"
The gnome asked again, pulling his shoulders back and speaking loudly to make himself more visible between the two of us. "Your choker should settle it," I said, pointing to the wide gold band around the gnome's thick neck. I expected him to scoff, but he reached his stunted hands under his wild gray beard to unclip the choker. "Wait, will you take this?" The apprentice pulled a large midnight blue cloth from his belt. He fluttered it gently over the crystal, and where the lump should have been, the surface was smooth.
A parlor trick, or thievery.
The gnome yanked the cloth off the table, but the crystal was where he had set it. "Rest your hand on the table," said Syl. He motioned to the gnome, who eyed him skeptically but thrust an arm forward. The boy laid the cloth lightly over the gnome's reptilian hand, and again the plush blue material lay smooth on the small table. The gnome's arm appeared to end at the table's edge. "Only works on a flat surface," Syl said, almost apologetically, "but it's handy and quite valuable." The gnome jerked his arm out from under the cloth. Syl looked at me expectantly. "How about it?"
A parlor trick,
the gnome repeated.
"This is valuable,"
he said, flopping his gold choker down on the cloth. "But it's a parlor trick I haven't seen," I countered quickly. I had the choice of angering the gnome or doing what I had intended, which was to use the crystal to learn more about the boy, and I've seen a good deal of magic in my time.
"Humans,"
the gnome harumphed in disgust.
"Your time's so short, you don't know the difference between a child's toy and real magic. What'll a boy like him be doing with a stone like that?"
I shrugged. "Making snowstorms?"
"A waste, a bloody waste."
The gnome flailed a twisted arm toward the apprentice. The opossum hissed, and its fur bristled. I've no idea what sort of sound an opossum generally makes, if any, but this sound was almost human, and filled with malice. The gnome recoiled and seemed instantly shorter.
"Keep it away."
The boy put a calming hand on the animal, and it immediately quieted. "She'll do you no harm if you do me none," he said matter-of-factly.
"She'll do me no harm on any account."
The gnome gave the animal a hateful gaze. "Touch her, and you'll die," the apprentice hissed back with an edge I found startling. I didn't think he had that kind of venom in him. The gnome remained withdrawn, seeming especially small, but rage stirred in his gray eyes. He turned as if he would leave, and then he lunged my way. I reached, but he seized the crystal and thrust it toward the opossum. He sputtered hasty words, arcane and guttural. Instantly, white light shot from the crystal and connected with the animal. The opossum leapt, jolted. It landed clutching the gnome's face, clawing and scrabbling for purchase. The gnome flailed at his own head, trying to dislodge the opossum, but his arms were too short. People pressed in, drawn to the spectacle. But those closest pressed back, perhaps sensing the fury in the young apprentice's eyes. Brilliant light refracted from the crystal still in the gnome's crude hand. The gnome screamed. The opossum screamed. The stone fell from the gnome's hand, and the gnome stood, stiff as a statue, dusted with hoarfrost. The apprentice gathered up the opossum. In fact, I was quite sure he whispered "thank you" to it. I expect my mouth was still gaping when the boy picked up the crystal and turned back toward me. "Will you take the cloth for it?" "How did you do that?" I asked. "Parlor trick," he said. A hint of a bashful smile flickered across his face, but then he was serious again. He set the stone on the cloth. "Well?" "But you're so young. I assumed you were an apprentice," I ventured. "I am. But Pocket here's had a lot of practice." He patted the rat-like animal affectionately. "That? Possum." He filled in for me. "My father gave her to me before he died. He was a pretty impressive wizard, I guess. I never saw much of him. When he died, I got all his trappings, but not much of his talent." "Really? Isn't he—" I nodded toward the frost-covered gnome. "Dead? Most likely. You heard me warn him not to touch her, so I'm not at all concerned about what the local garrison might say." His actions belied his bold words. He prattled on about the frozen gnome in the market, trying to make it sound like an ordinary event in his young life. And that's when he volunteered more information. "I didn't kill the gnome. It was Pocket." Casting a spell on her is like shining light on a mirror. It reflects back on the caster. I'd heard tales of such magic, but this seemed unusual in its force. Syl apparently thought so, too. But I've never seen it come out so powerful, he said. I mean, it's a reflection, not the real thing. Do you think maybe it's because of the crystal or something? He didn't wait for an answer. Gosh, that old one would have killed me with the same spell for sure, he continued. I wondered myself at the force of the reflected magic. More than that, I worried about what other unexpected powers the opossum might possess. I mentioned the way it gestured when Syl spoke to it. I was relieved when he blubbered on, as I've seen other pet owners do, about the special qualities of the animal. None were out of the ordinary. The opossum was smart the way a monkey is smart, or a rat. Despite his earlier suggestion to the contrary, Syl's crime, or his pet's crime, bothered him so that he enlisted my help to carry the gnome's body to the nearest garrison post for identification and burial, an uncommon and strikingly civilized gesture in these parts. As we struggled together through the market with the gnome's then thawing body, Syl talked with innocent awe and appreciation about his studies. He spoke of a dream his father had passed on, of providing limited magical arts to husbandmen to help them grow bigger, healthier plants. I thought at first he was joking. I had never encountered a wizard from whom I would expect philanthropy. But Syl was quite serious, and he planned to carry the torch of his father's dream. He was pursuing special studies of his own, experimenting with weather control spells to encourage plant growth. He told me that was why he wanted the crystal, to study its weather conductivity qualities. The more I learned about Syl, the more disturbed I was by my assignment. Always before, Rennick had been hired to kill people like Han, thugs of high level who add little or no value to the world around them. I had taken pride, in fact, in using my talents to aid my master in taking the lives of scum and vermin whose wealth and success were built on the daily squalor of underground slave trading and other seamy businesses. But Syl was party to no such evils. I couldn't help thinking the apprentice who hired Rennick was out of line seeking the death of this student. I wanted to call Rennick before me and insist that he drop the assignment. But of course, it was not my position to do so. And so instead, when Rennick at last arrived, I suggested a plan of assassination that would be clean, quick, and dignified. I certainly didn't want the boy to suffer as Han had. I offered to teach Syl all I could about the cerulean crystal, so I would have further opportunities to spend time with him. We met in the market. The opossum, it seemed, was permanently attached to Syl's shoulder. I decided I must do my best to always appear friendly to it, despite the revulsion I actually felt for the creature. I assumed that, like most animals, it would sense my discomfort, so I expressed to Syl the fact that I was very curious about the opossum, but somewhat timid about animals in general. He said he would use Pocket to help me learn to be more comfortable around all beasts. He spoke as though that was some kind of exchange payment for the training I was imparting to him about the cerulean. Such gross naivete. At any rate, I endured the lessons, smiling even when he would deign to let me hold his pet. Unfortunately, I always felt tempted to run to a well and wash after handling the animal, unlike the fur of cats and rabbits, which is soft and pleasant to touch. The opossum's fur was coarse and oily. Worse, I could sometimes see fleas where its wrinkled flesh showed between the hairs on its sparsely furred ears and tail. I also did not care for the way the animal stared at me with its eerie, bulging eyes. After the fourth such exchange, Syl invited me to his home. He lived alone in his parents' estate, a large, auspicious dwelling of a dozen rooms at least, though I never saw them all. I knew the location of the house, of course, and had passed by it shortly after I arrived in Scardale as part of my research. I realized almost too late that I needed to remember to let Syl lead me there. He showed me his father's work area, now his. The library alone was bigger than my quarters at Rennick's, and the adjacent storage area for spell components was equally large. Both opened to a huge, vaulted room filled with plants, which Syl said he used for practicing his magic. I had never seen a room like that. The glass that went into the ceiling must have taken the most skilled craftsman years to complete. I was still marveling at the sight when Syl handed me the opossum and said he would advise his cook to prepare lunch. I grinned, this time in earnest, as he exited the room and left me holding the animal. I patted the opossum and spoke to it much the way he did, and then, when I heard Syl returning, I pricked a needle into the calloused pad of one of its small, ugly feet. The slow-acting poison took effect much later, after we sat down to our meal. To my disgust, Syl had a perch for the opossum on the table. It was a carefully hewn, tree-like structure. The animal climbed it, wound its tail around one of the branches, and hung upside down. The opossum itself was vile enough to look at, dangling there like a gaudy centerpiece, but immediately underneath it, cupped in the lowest branch of the perch, was a silver dish filled with a mixture of bug larvae and spoiled fruit. My stomach heaved. Fortunately, the opossum lost its grip and tumbled down headfirst from the perch, and then the spasms began. Syl was horrified. He grabbed the animal and began screaming its name. He looked at me, accusingly for a moment, I thought, but then distraught. "I know a healer," I said, "an animal healer," and I led him to Rennick, who was waiting, according to our plan, in a dingy flat nearby. On the way, the animal jerked so violently in the boy's arms, I was afraid it might die too soon, but when we reached Rennick's office, the opossum's paws were still twitching. I could see the slight hesitation in the boy's eyes as we entered, and I was glad I had suggested to Rennick that he outfit the room with several animals in cages and at least a few of the trappings of animal medicine, so Syl would not be suspicious. It worked. He rushed to Rennick with the opossum, blurting the sudden onslaught of symptoms. As sorry as I was that Syl was to be Rennick's victim, I felt a certain pride in how smoothly everything was going. The boy had arrived as planned. Rennick was to ask for his assistance in holding the animal while he performed the examination. A simple slip of the hand, and the poisoned lancet, attached to a tool for bloodletting, would pierce the boy's hand. In moments, it would be over. But my master did not follow the plan. Syl had barely started talking when Rennick lunged toward the boy. Syl jumped back and sheltered his pet from the apparent madman. But Rennick charged Syl, flailing at him with the lance. Syl pressed back. Too late, he turned to run. Rennick jammed the lancet into Syl's shoulder. The boy shuddered and dropped to his knees in front of me. His body shook in one huge convulsion. Another spasm, and he squeezed the opossum so hard that its eyes bulged even more than normal. And then Syl looked at me, and I saw in his eyes the recognition of betrayal. I had given Rennick a perfect means of execution. The professional assassin had botched it, and I would live with the memory.
"That was a good one, wasn't it, Tyne?" Rennick asked. "The poison you whipped up was fast for sure, but I really moved in on him in a hurry."
When Rennick gloated over his role in Han's death, I was annoyed. When he gloated over his role in murdering Syl, I wanted to take the contents of Pocket's food dish and force them down his throat. I wanted to scream at him to shut the gaping hole in his face. But I rode along beside him, silent for almost the entire journey back to our home on the plains. In my mind, though, I raged at him. I called him names and epithets I had never said aloud in my life. The voices of several gods chimed in, yelling alternately at him and then at me for our actions. It was then, amidst the ranting voices in my head, that my master began describing our next assignment. Ashana, I heard him say. The woman's name is Ashana. I willed the voices to stop, and I listened. Her father is dying. The brother can't stand the idea of his sister receiving their full inheritance, and he says that's what will happen if she lives. I guess the father's made special arrangements of some kind. No wonder that. But now I knew for certain he was talking about my Ashana. He's investigated local laws and says that if his sister is dead, he'll be rightful heir to his family's property. Rightful heir? The words stung with their inappropriateness. How could he refer to Menge as the rightful heir to anything? The slug was lucky the family hadn't turned him out long ago. Every neighbor knew well enough that he dragged disease-ridden women in with him every night after he'd had his fill of ale and spirits. I'd heard that when his father had been well, he'd beseeched the clod to show more respect for their home. But apparently Ashana's father was too good a man to throw his own son out. The irony was that Ashana undoubtedly would continue to support her brother regardless of the terms of an inheritance. How could Menge not recognize his own sister's radiant spirit? How could Rennick be talking seriously about killing Ashana, this splendid young woman who had shown an interest in me? She was no thug, no murderer. She wasn't even a self-righteous apprentice. I didn't know what to think or do or say. As Rennick continued his description of the assignment, I was suddenly aware that the only emotion in his voice was that sick bit of excitement he always displays before a hunt. I felt I had to do something, but I was at a loss. Rennick was, after all, my master. I was indentured to him for a lengthy term of service, and it was not my place to challenge his business doings. But I remembered the way that Syl had looked at me, and I finally blurted the only business question I could think of. The brother, I didn't say his name, has a terrible reputation. How can you be sure you'll be paid? Rennick reined his horse to slow it and glanced at me. He paid in advance. I was trying to imagine how he could have, but Rennick completed the thought. Apparently, a long time before the father got sick, he had set aside his wife's jewelry. She's dead, I guess. Anyhow, he'd put the jewelry away for his daughter's dowry. Menge, that's the client, told me he staged a robbery to take the stuff. Steals his sister's dowry and then has her killed? A really nice fellow, don't you think? Rennick laughed at his little joke. My stomach twisted. Then Rennick started explaining how he would handle the case. I wanted somehow to find just the right words to make him stop, to get rid of this whole ridiculous notion and go on with his business elsewhere. I could think of nothing appropriate given my status, but I spoke again anyhow. I actually interrupted him. "Aren't you kind of worried about assassinating someone so close to home?" I asked. "Tyne, I didn't think you concerned yourself with such matters." His tone said he didn't think I should concern myself with such matters. He waved me to silence. "Really, Tyne, you don't need to worry for me. This isn't the usual high-visibility political killing with some notorious person wanting to take credit for the assassination. No one will even know I'm involved." He stopped his horse and turned to face me. "If you'd seen the dowry, you'd know why I'm doing this. It's no ordinary sampling of jewelry. I don't think many men make that kind of a haul when they get married anymore. Greed. Simple greed. That's why so close to home. That's why Ashana." My stomach twisted again. I don't know if he could sense any of my dismay, but he spurred the horse and started on again. I couldn't do this. Couldn't be involved. Couldn't let it happen. But what could I do? Voices started in my mind again. I kept seeing the look Syl gave me before he died.
"Liar, murderer, you betrayed me." I could hear his voice cracking, frantic. How could I keep those words from being Ashana's?
Strangle her.
Rennick's words jarred the questions from my head. What? I asked, too loudly.
It will look as if a common thug broke into the home. I'll strangle her, take a few things, and leave.
He planned to kill her with his bare hands.
You're not even going to need to get involved in this one, he said.
His voice rose with excitement as he continued.
Menge doesn't have the stomach to do it himself, or he would. He'll make sure the door is unlocked.
Rennick was an assassin, a professional. He used arrows, darts, tools for his work. I couldn't fathom how he could think of killing someone with his bare hands. To grasp someone around the throat and hold the neck, squeezing while the person flailed, watching while the eyes bulged. The voices started again. I knew I needed a clear head. I needed to think, figure out what to do. Their father, I stalled. Will he live much longer? Is Menge anxious for his death too?
Men suggested that if I strangled Ashana in front of their dad, the old man might keel early from the shock. I don't know, though. That's kind of creepy. I wouldn't want his ghost rising up and coming after me.
Now, there was a sense of perspective. He found that idea creepy. The voices in my head cheered his sensibilities. I forced myself to ask routine questions. When? Where? What would he have to bring? I wanted to warn Ashana, but I knew she'd never leave her father's side. Not now. I was sure she hadn't left the house since she took the poison from me. And then it came to me. I could go with Rennick. I'd go just in case. Somehow I'd figure out a way to stop him. What if the father wakes? I asked. You might need me there.
He's bedridden,
he chided. Well, what if he shouts a warning? Or what if the woman puts up more of a fight than you're anticipating? I could tell he thought it strange, my insisting on participating, but I got the impression that perhaps he believed I had a morbid fascination with the idea of seeing him strangle someone. I didn't care what he thought. I had to be there to find a way to stop him. When we reached home, Rennick showed me the dowry. It was an awe-inspiring collection, for sure. There was gold aplenty, and more. An entire necklace of dragon scales shimmered in blue and purple hues. There was an arm bracelet, hewn in detail so fine it could only be from a master dwarven crafter. Emeralds glittered from the intricate bevels on its surface. I wondered at the cash. I had heard Ashana's stories of her father's business, but his wife must have come from royalty to stock a dowry chest like that. And the son truly was a drunken fool to part with those riches to gain claim to a business and house that were probably worth less. Lights were on only in the front of the large manor. We entered in the back where it was dark. The door was unlocked as Menge had said it would be. Rennick said Menge had promised to go out for the night and get too drunk to remember anything. I was sure we could trust him at that. As soon as we got inside, I scanned the darkness for a tray of glasses, a suit of armor, anything that would clatter when it fell. I thought perhaps I could startle Ashana so she would cry out and alert neighbors or passers-by before we could get near. The house was silent. I was thinking Ashana might hear us even before we got much closer. Then she started to sing. It was an ancient hymn of Merkel, god of death. My grandmother had sung it when my grandfather died. Ashana's voice lilted through the vast house, clear, and so mournful it felt as if someone were physically pressing on my heart. Rennick started to tiptoe forward, but I put a hand on his shoulder to stop him. I froze, mortified. I had put a hand on my master. I don't know what I thought he would do about such insolence, but to my surprise he just motioned impatiently for me to follow him toward the lighted room. For a moment I did so, dumbly. Then it hit me. The woman's father had just died. She was doing her duty and sending his spirit to rest. And none of this fazed Rennick. He was still going to kill her. I stepped forward, 3 long, quick steps, and I grabbed him. I caught his head fast in the crook of my elbow. If he tried to yell, it was muffled by my arm. I pulled him back and down hard. I tripped him to the floor. I straddled him, pushed his shoulders hard to the ground, and then I put both my hands around his throat. In the dim light, his eyes reminded me of the opossums as I pressed against his throat. I watched my hands as they squeezed more tightly. The knuckles bulged. So did Rennick's Adam's apple. There was a slight gurgling sound as he died. I thought for a moment of Rennick, lunging prematurely at Syl. Perhaps, even for a professional, there is something impetuous about murder. Ashana was still singing in the other room. Carry, carry, O dark soldier, carry, carry, o'er and away. I stood and walked quietly to the doorway. Tall candles formed a circle around the bed in the center of the room. Ashana was draping a cloth over her father's body. I felt more an intruder now than I had a moment ago, sneaking in with Rennick. Ashana must have sensed I was there, though. She turned and motioned for me to enter the room. Benj wanted this? She knew. I nodded. I could see tears forming in her eyes. She looked beyond me at first and then straight at me. I saw him with Rennick one day, after Menj took my dowry. I know what Rennick does, what you do. I recognized the look in her eyes. I'd seen it before. You knew, she said. You were here with Rennick to kill me. No, I shook my head. Cold terror pierced through me. She couldn't think. Ashana, no, And then I saw a glimmer of her usual warmth. I understand, she said. She stepped close. You stopped him. Her voice trailed off. She brought her hands up to her head and ran her fingers back through her hair, pushing it off her face. But loose curls dropped back down over her eyes. This time, I reached out to brush her hair back. She flinched at my touch, and I quickly pulled back my hands. I hate my hands. I've always hated my hands. But now I'm not sure if it's the hands themselves or what I've done with them. I keep staring at them. I've even tried covering them up with that cloth I got from Syl. They appear to end where the cloth begins, just as the gnome's hand did. I try to imagine what new hands might look like, if they might make a difference with Ashana. I wonder if the gnome ever wished for new hands. I think it's time to go talk to that wizard in Thay. Thieves' Honor by Mary H. Herbert. Tessa inched forward another finger's width on the branch and strained her eyes to see through the leaves. There he was, coming slowly, almost wearily, along the forest path below. Tessa let her breath out in a soft, appreciative whistle. By the cloak of mask, what a stallion! Broad shoulders, muscular legs, powerful neck, large, intelligent eyes, and a tail that swept the ground like a black mantle. His hooves gleamed when he moved, and his coat was polished ebony. He was by far the most magnificent horse Tessa had ever seen, and she had seen many. She had a passion for other people's horses, and had made it her life's profession to trade and sell them whenever she could get her hands on one. But this one, such an animal would be worth his weight in gold pieces in any horse market in Faerun. All she had to do was catch him, and he would be hers. At the moment that task was looking easier and easier. Tessa had spotted the horse just after sunrise in the northern edge of the Ashen Woods near Rashiman's great city of Imilar. He had been alone and nervous, with a broken halter dangling from his ears. Teysa had not been able to believe her luck. This stallion was too tall to be one of the mountain ponies favored by the fangs of Rashomon, and too slight to be a draft horse, which meant he had probably escaped from some merchant caravan or a nobleman's stable. She had followed him through the morning, waiting for her chance while he wandered aimlessly along the rim of the woods. Then he had happened onto a trail familiar to Teysa and began to head toward an old oak well known by local road agents for its low-hanging branches and dense foliage. Teysa had decided to make use of that opportune tree. Silently she turned to look straight down between her bent knees. Her muscles bunched, her fingers tightened around the coil of rope in her hand. Already the stallion was only a few steps away from her perch, unaware of her presence. The morning breeze had died to a mere flutter, and the summer heat brought glistening sweat to Teysa's forehead. She ignored the heat and the growing discomfort in her legs, instead straining to see the open patch of ground below. Her heart suddenly jolted. There he was, his head, his neck, his broad black back. Like a panther, Teysa dropped onto the stallion's back. With a skillful flip, she tossed a loop of rope over the horse's muzzle and pulled it tight. She had him. The horse stopped in his tracks. His head came up, and for one brief moment, Teysa thought he was going to accept her and stand quietly. The hope died a-borning when the stallion's ears whipped flat on his head. Instead of a snort of surprise or a whinny of fear, his voice rang out in a stallion's scream of triumph. Before Teysa could move, he bolted forward into a dead run. Teysa's head snapped back. Frantically, she wrapped her hands in his mane and pulled herself low and forward over his neck. The pounding of his hooves echoed the frightened pounding of her heart as she stared wide-eyed at the woods flashing by her. The stallion was running berserk over an uneven wooded track. Not even her big, raw-boned weight hauling on the rope around his nose was slowing him down. She tried to soothe him with her voice, signal him with her legs, even grab for his broken halter. The horse only ran faster, his teeth bared and his head low like a striking snake. Teysa prided herself on being able to ride anything on four legs, but this mad, frenzied gallop terrified her. There seemed to be no way to control or calm this horse, and he was showing no signs of tiring. When he burst out of the woods and sped even faster over the open ground, Teysa groaned. She wondered for once in her life if it would be wiser to abandon a prize than find herself broken on the rocks or crushed under a fallen horse. It was only when she tried to move her legs that she realized she had no choice. Her thighs, her seat, and her knees were strangely stuck to the stallion's heaving sides. Panic rose to choke her. She yanked wildly at one leg and then the other, and all that happened was the stallion tossed his head and snorted in contempt. In that instant, Teysa knew she was in desperate trouble. Instead of a velvety brown, the stallion's eyes blazed with a cruel greenish fire, and his cold breath, carried on the wind, smelled of dank water and rotting vegetation. "Gods above," she railed to the sky. "An Augiski." The horse neighed again in agreement, his voice so close to wild laughter it made her blood run cold. Teysa hunched over the Augiski's neck. Struggling was getting her nowhere. She had to think of something else, and fast. She could see they were running east toward the Ashane, the long, deep lake of tears where the Augiski lived in its silty depths. Also known as a water horse, the Augiski was rare and wily, seldom seen by humans, but its reputation was well known by anyone who lived within the environs of Lake Ashane. The creatures were predators and fed on unwary or greedy humans who tried to mount them. Held fast by the Augiski's power, the helpless victims were carried underwater, drowned, and completely devoured. Only the liver was left to wash up on the shores. Teysa shuddered at the memory of the tales. She beat the horse's head with her fists. "Stop, you ugly fish-eaten carp-bait!" The Augiski snorted and stretched his head even farther out of her grasp. Teysa caught a silvery glimpse of water framed between towering hills, the Lake of Tears. They were nearing the eastern shore, where high bluffs plunged down into the dark water, and Teysa was no closer to escape than when she dropped on the Augiski's back. She sat in shuddering dismay and stared at the water stallion's surging head. There was one more thing she could try. Her hands cold, she drew her dagger from its sheath. She'd been forced to use the blade many times in her life, mostly as a warning against overreaching men, but she had never turned it against a horse. She had to remind herself that this shining, magnificent creature was a beast of water and blood and ravening appetite. Gritting her teeth, Teysa clutched the dagger in her right hand, leaned forward over the horse's neck, and plunged the blade with all her strength into the Augiski's neck, just below his throat latch. Nothing happened. The water horse did not even slow. The woman yanked out her dagger and stabbed him again and again, but still he raced toward the water. Teysa saw no sign of blood or any liquid leaking from his wounds. The Augiski neighed a cruel cry of glee. He galloped past a copse of trees, through an opening between two high rock walls, and burst out onto a cliff overlooking Lake Ashane. He stopped so abruptly, Teysa was flung against his neck. Her dagger fell out of her fingers. She felt his hold on her legs give way. Before she could regain her balance, the horse lifted his heels and threw her over his head. Her hands scrabbled for a hold, but he snaked his black head out of her grasp, and all she caught was his broken halter dangling by his ears. The old leather straps stopped her fall just long enough for her to look downward. Her eyes opened wide in terror. There was nothing but air between her and the rock-studded edge of the lake far below. In a crazy, slow-motion horror, she watched her dagger spin down, bounce off a half-submerged rock, and sink out of sight in the lake. Then the halter snapped off the Augiski's head, and she began to drop. Teysa screamed. Suddenly something snatched the back of Teysa's wide leather belt. It yanked her painfully to a stop and held her dangling over the precipice. She felt the Augiski's cold breath chill her back. "Oh, please, you gorgeous creature, don't drop me," Teysa pleaded in a very soft, deliberate tone. Her eyes pinned on the black rocks below her hanging feet, she hung as still as she could. The Augiski, knowing her fear, snorted gleefully and gave her a little shake. "No!" Teysa almost shrieked. "No!" She choked on her words and quickly forced down the hysterical note in her voice. "No! Please, put me down on the ledge. I can't swim. I hate water, but I love horses, especially magnificent animals like you." Teysa realized she was beginning to babble, but she didn't care. "That's why I wanted you. You're the most beautiful stallion I've ever seen. Please, just put me down on that solid rock and I will do anything for you. Do you hear me?" she shouted into the empty air. "Anything."
"Do I have your word that you will do anything to regain your freedom?" a voice said behind Teysa.
Teysa flinched in surprise. Augiski couldn't speak, even when their mouths weren't full of belt. So who else could be on this cliff ledge? She could not see behind her from her precarious position, and the voice, cool and modulated, gave nothing away about its owner. Teysa's suspicion belatedly raised its prickly head. "Who are you?"
"You are not in a position to ask questions," the voice replied reasonably. "All I want is your word."
Teysa swallowed hard. "Yes," she said as clearly as she could manage. "My honor." The Augiski snorted in obvious disappointment. He took one step back and turned, keeping Teysa hanging by her belt. The ledge the Augiski had brought her to was a wide shelf jutting out from the middle of a towering cliff wall. Teysa had to crane her neck to see the rock face that soared above their heads to the top of the bluffs. As far as she could see, the ledge and the cliff wall were empty. Grass, weeds, and a few hardy shrubs grew among the rocks, and shadows streaked the walls, but there were no other living creatures and no real hiding places. Then something moved against the stone face of the cliff. a shifting among the long dark shadows. A black figure stepped away from the stone wall, and its masked form became clear to Teysa. She sucked in her breath and tried to quell her panic as the figure strode toward her, black robes swaying around her graceful feminine body. The being carried no weapons, and Teysa knew she needed none. The impassive grey masks worn by the witches at Rashomon were warning enough of the vast and deadly powers wielded by the mysterious women. "Put her down," the witch ordered. The Augiski obeyed by simply opening his mouth. Teysa fell heavily at his hooves. Immediately she scrambled out from under him and away from his teeth. The water-horse made a move to stop her, but the witch lifted a hand. "No, she will not leave us. Teysa's word has honor even among thieves." The woman from Imilar rose slowly to her full height, threw back her shoulders, and stared at the expressionless mask with her own habitual arrogant facade, a facade that hid her nervousness and fear. Teysa, through her profession, had learned to be very observant. She drew on that skill now, hoping to divert her apprehension with some bit of knowledge that could be to her advantage. She quickly noticed several things that interested her. The witch's hands were smooth and supple, like those of a young woman, and her voice, while strong with authority, was still rich with youth. This was a younger witch, not one of the old cronies who had tested Teysa those years ago, and somehow she had learned to control an Augiski. That fact fascinated Teysa almost more than anything else. "You brought me here deliberately," Teysa said evenly. It was not an accusation, just an observation. "I have need of your particular talents," replied the witch. Teysa made a sound of disbelief and hid the shaking of her hands by brushing off her pants. "Why not just ask? I can hardly refuse one of your number. It was faster this way. You left Imilar so quickly I had to send the Augiski to find you." "Yes, well, I was tired of the city, particularly after the Hurong found one of his prize white stallions dyed brown and for sale in the horse market." The witch's voice was so full of humor, Teysa easily imagined a smile behind that enigmatic mask. She responded with a smile of her own. "He always did have a good eye for horseflesh." Her voice dropped and she crossed her arms. "So, what do you want?" "I want you to do what you do best. I want you to steal something for me." Teysa did not allow herself to react. "A horse?" "A man." Teysa was so startled her mouth fell open. "A man? I'm a horse thief, not a kidnapper," she cried, throwing up her hands. "What do you want with a man?" "I need him," the witch replied simply. "Why don't you get him yourself?" "Let's just say it will be easier for you to fetch him and bring him here." The witch fell silent, her gray mask nearly lost in the hood's shadow. Without offering another word or explanation, she moved closer to the Augiski and waited. Teysa sighed, a breath of exasperation. She had given her word to do anything, and even without that, to obey a witch's command was suicide. Yet somewhere there had to be something in this for herself. "What do I do?" she asked. The witch lifted a slender hand. There was a rush of noise, and a pillar of red light formed directly beside Teysa. The thief leapt sideways just as a richly dressed man rode out of the red light and brought his horse to a stop. He nodded pleasantly to the witch. Teysa's eyebrows rose. She recognized the man immediately, for she had seen his long, dark features several times in the past 10 days. "Prince Larrick," she said, bowing to the mounted man. "What are you doing here?" The man's pleasant smile suddenly twisted into a sneer. The witch's laugh held a subtle hum of triumph. "He does look exactly like the real Grand Prince of Telflam, but this is a duplicate who has graciously consented to stand in for Prince Larrick while the prince comes to visit me." The witch's voice lowered to a throaty purr. "Larrick, you see, is my lover." Dusk was falling when Teysa rode the Augiski on the road back to Imilar. this time at a more relaxed pace and with the Grand Prince, or whatever he was, riding by her side. For the 100th time she glanced at the man. He was certainly handsome in a noble, polished sort of way, and he did look exactly like the prince. Tall, slender build, long face. But who was he, really? The witch wanted Taisa to switch him for the real prince for a few days so Larach could meet her for a tryst. Taisa knew the witches sometimes sought men outside the realm for matters of procreation, and discretion was certainly necessary when dealing with married noblemen from an allied city. But why set up such an elaborate switch, and why trick a common horse thief into performing this task? Taisa couldn't help thinking that the members of the powerful Sisterhood of Witches rarely did anything for simple, purely selfish reasons. They were the real power behind Rashaman's continued existence, and any plot or spell they devised usually had several layers or motives behind it. Taisa shook her head. She had 1,000 questions, no answers, and a totally silent companion. The Orgiski was no help either. She was sure the witch had sent him along to keep an eye on her, yet she didn't mind his company. When the Orgiski was not trying to drown her, he was a joy to ride. His stride flowed like silk, and his coat was velvet beneath her hands. The urge to possess him swelled within her until even the plans to switch the prince dimmed in her mind. She had to have this fabulous horse, cold breath and all. There had to be some way to control the beast without ending up as a liver floating on the shores of Lake Ashane. She mulled over that possibility all the way back to the edge of the Ashen Woods. There she stopped and sought out the hollow log where she had stashed her gear earlier that morning. While the false prince and the Orgiski waited, Taisa sorted through her packs and picked out exactly what she would need. At the same time, she tried to remember everything she knew about the Grand Prince's camp. The real Prince Larach and his entourage had been ensconced on the outskirts of Imilar for 10 days while the Grand Prince attended meetings with the Hurong and his advisors. No one in the city knew what the talks were about, but knowing Prince Larach's limited influence and power even within his own city of Telflam, Taisa doubted the talks amounted to much. Not that she really cared. She had been too interested in visiting the Telflam's delegation. Larach's huge camp had proven to be a delightful change from her normal haunts in Imilar, teeming with bulging purses and more horses than the grooms could keep watch on. She had learned the layout of the camp and even had a few guards she could count on for a favor or two. Getting near Prince Larach's commodious lodgings was not going to be difficult. The challenge would be avoiding the Fang honor guards stationed around the borders of the camp. They knew her too well. Fortunately, she had a few disguises they hadn't seen yet. Stepping behind the Orgiski, she stripped off the tunic she had worn out of the city and untied the special undervest she often wore when she dressed as a man. A long flowing red skirt was pulled over her pants, and a white low-cut blouse was added that barely hid the ample evidence of Taisa's true sex. She took out a few pins, and her thick brown hair came tumbling down her shoulders. When she came around the water horse, the impostor lifted an elegant eyebrow. "My dear, you hid a butterfly beneath those rags," he observed. Taisa grinned wickedly. "So, the false prince can speak when there is reason," he said. He waved a long, manicured hand to the setting sun. "Will you be ready soon?" In reply, Taisa fastened her small carry-bag to her belt, packed another bag with her discarded clothes, and slipped a new dagger into a decorative sheath at her waist. Soon they were riding again toward Imilar in the deepening twilight. "It's generous of you to give up a few days of your time to play this charade for your friend," Taisa commented idly. A faint smile twisted the lips of the man beside her. "Yes," he agreed, his voice low. "A friend. But tell me the truth," she went on in the same half-bored, half-wheedling tone. "Who are you, really?" The smile deepened to a self-satisfied sneer that made the impostor's handsome face look cruel. "It matters not." Taisa nodded. "I suppose it doesn't, but my curiosity is piqued. since I must deliver you no matter what harm will it do to tell me your true nature?"
"Perhaps you're right," the man chuckled.
Something in his voice brought her head around, and she saw the prince's form begin to blur. His tall frame dwindled to half the proper size. His limbs turned to gnarled, misshapen sticks. The chiseled features of the nobleman became lumps set on a bald, distorted head. Taisa took one horrified look at the grotesque creature with skin like a knubby old fungus, and even her experienced stomach lurched.
"A boggin,"
she whispered.
They were one of the particularly loathsome forms of goblins that inhabited the underworld beneath Faerun. They were vicious, cunning shape-shifters who could change their appearance at will.
Taisa had no notion the witches ever dealt with them. Of course, after meeting the Augiski, she shouldn't have been surprised. This particular witch seemed to have a liking for nasty creatures. With another chuckle, the boggin resumed his princely guise.
"You asked," he smirked.
Taisa bit her lip, her curiosity more than satisfied. All she wanted to do now was get this boggin to the prince's camp and make the switch. Then the prince's retainers could deal with it. Taisa and her charge rode silently after that. They soon completed the short ride to Imilar and arrived at a ridge that commanded a full view of the Grand Prince's camp. Tents, supply wagons, and strings of picketed horses crowded to the foot of the high ridge and spread out like a makeshift village. To the north, the city of Imilar, and the Hurong's hulking palace sat like a black bulwark against the night sky. To the west lay the vast, whispering depths of Lake Ashane. "Don't wander off," Taisa told the Augiski as she slid off his back. The black water horse turned his head toward the lake and stamped his hoof irritably. The boggin sneered. "He won't go far, not as long as she holds the hippomane." It took every ounce of self-control for Taisa not to react to that statement or to show any sign of the excitement that burst in her. A hippomane! Is that what it took to master an Augiski? Her hand surreptitiously slid to her carry-bag and the little cache of treasure she always carried with her. In there was a crystal vial containing a dark brown lump of dried flesh snatched from the forehead of a newborn foal. She had stolen the hippomane and carried it for years in the hope that an opportunity to use its powerful attraction charm would come her way. Maybe this was her chance. Perhaps the Augiski could be lured away with her own little bit of magic. Taisa shot a quick look at the boggin, who was studying the camp below. As silently as she could, she drew the vial out of her bag and pulled the cap off. The small, dried lump fell into her hand. The hippomane had a dull but distinctively spicy smell. The Augiski's nostrils flared. His eyes glowed green in the darkness. Taisa rubbed the hippomane across her palm, then offered her hand to the water horse to smell. He took a step toward her. "That's right," she whispered. "Remember that smell, my friend. If the opportunity comes, will you follow me?" The Augiski bobbed his head. Taisa couldn't be sure the water horse understood her words or would obey the power of her hippomane, but the charm seemed to have some effect on the beast. To make the spell permanent, she had to swallow the hippomane in the Augiski's presence, and even then she didn't know if the magic would be enough to break the witch's own charm. If the opportunity came to test her hippomane, Taisa could only hope it would work. Sighing, she slipped the hippomane back into the vial and tucked it into her bag. When she looked up, she saw the boggin grinning at her. "You covet the beast, don't you?" he said. Taisa shrugged. How could she explain her desire to own this horse? He was deadly, but he was rare and fantastically beautiful. "He could kill you if you are careless," the boggin observed. "I know. So could the witch if she caught me stealing her Augiski." The false prince smirked. "That is true, but I like you. You are cunning, greedy, and as interesting as that beast. I will give you something to think about. The witch has other useful pets. One more or less may not disturb her." Teysa looked from the man to the horse and back again. It was stupid to risk her life on the mere supposition of a boggin, and yet, if he was right, she had a chance to gain an augiski, a prize of a lifetime. Teysa tucked his words away with her hopes and set her mind on the task at hand. The moon was rising above the eastern hills, and the witch was waiting for her lover. With the boggin close on her heels, Teysa worked her way down the slope of the ridge to the southern edge of the Telflam camp. Large piles of boxes, bags and supplies, lines of wagons, and the tents of the servants and camp followers marked the beginning of an impromptu community that had sprung up during the Grand Prince's visit to Imilar. Every evening men-at-arms, mercenaries, merchants, thieves, prostitutes, and townsfolk gathered in this part of the camp for pleasure and business. Teysa knew from experience that it would be easy to mingle in. First, however, she had to get past the 2 Fang guardsmen who stood, hands on sword hilts, beside the path into the camp. If they recognized her, they would certainly try to detain her over that little matter of the Iron Lord's stolen horse. It would be best if they didn't see the false prince either. She turned to the boggin and came face to face with a strange man. Her hand flew to her dagger, but before she drew it, the man leered at her. The boggin had already anticipated their problem and altered his features. "Chase me," she snapped to the boggin. She pulled her bodice down her shoulders until her cleavage gleamed in the moonlight. Then she sprang out onto the trail and ran, laughing, toward the guardsmen. She did not slow down or hesitate, but darted past the startled warriors, giggling and waving her bag to the man running behind her. The Rashomon guards saw only the flash of her white blouse and the Telflam emblem on the nobleman's velvet robes before Teysa and her charge were past and moving into the crowded camp. The guardsmen merely shrugged and resumed their watchful stance. Once among the tents, Teysa quickly obtained a flagon of jeweled Imilar fire wine and thrust it into the boggin's hands. "You are drunk and having a wonderful time," she whispered to him, and he was quick to follow her suggestion. Soon they were wending a haphazard way among bright paths and merry people, heading toward the center of the camp and the Grand Prince's tent. Along the way, Teysa acquired another flagon of fire wine, a big wedge of her favorite Shorel cheese, and the purse of an Imilar merchant, which she tucked out of sight in her wide, woven belt. As soon as they reached the Grand Prince's inner circle, the boggin stepped into a deep shadow and changed his features back to match Larrick's. Teysa took his arm, and they walked toward the ring of Telflam honor guards who stood watch on the prince's lodging. One guard saw them and snapped to attention. "Your Highness," he gasped, "I didn't know you were out." "I had a hunger," the boggin said cheerfully before Teysa could speak. He slipped an arm around her waist and gave the shoulder a broad wink. The guard grinned at Teysa and bowed, and the false prince hurried them past. "Over there, the big gold tent with the banners," Teysa hissed. Her heart was drumming as it always did when a big job was nearing its completion. She felt excitement and nervousness thrill through her in an exhilarating rush. The tent was dark and still as they approached. They were almost to the entrance when Teysa spotted a royal guardsman just outside the doorway. His dark gray surcoat and mail blended into the night shadows. She doubted he could see them very well either, and her suspicion was confirmed when his harsh voice snapped, "Halt! The prince may not be disturbed." "Oh, let's disturb him anyway," the boggin snarled. His hand whipped around the guard's throat. Without missing a step, the boggin strode into the spacious gold tent, carrying the soldier by the neck. Teysa saw the Telflam's eyes bulge and heard the cracking of bones. Then the man went limp. The boggin threw the corpse carelessly into a dark corner. Exasperated, Teysa said, "Now how are you going to explain that?" The boggin's lips pulled back in a vile expression of pleasure and anticipation. "I won't have to. I'll eat him." Teysa rolled her eyes in disgust. Just then, a man in long robes walked in from the sleeping quarters in the rear of the tent. "What is this? Who are you?" he demanded. Teysa turned and faced the real Grand Prince of Telflam. Before he could call for his guards, Teysa handed him a small scroll. "Everything is in there, Your Highness." When he unrolled the scroll, a silver rune at the top of the parchment began to glow with a soft, starry light. "Ah," he sighed, and a gleam of anticipation lit his face. He read the scroll, then tucked it into the pocket of his robe. "I shall be ready in a moment," he said eagerly to Teysa, and rushed into his quarters. The woman cocked an eyebrow. No hesitation? No questions? No doubts about leaving his retinue and business in the hands of an identical stranger? What kind of besotted idiot was this prince? He certainly put a great deal of trust in a witch whom Teysa wouldn't trust as far as she could throw the Hurong's palace. The woman shook her head. No matter. She would deliver the prince, fulfill her duty, and get out with whatever she could take. The prince could handle his own problems. While the Boggin finished his fire wine, Teysa stepped behind a screen to change her disguise again. The guards had seen the prince go into his tent with a woman. They had to believe both of them were still in there so the prince would be left alone until daylight. That should give her enough time to slip the real prince out of camp and be well on her way to the witch. Hurriedly she peeled off her skirt, put her undervest and tunic back on, and refastened her hair on top of her head. The dead guard had an embroidered surcoat, a fine pair of boots that just fit, a felt tricornered hat, and several jeweled rings to add to her costume. Last of all, she buckled his short sword to her waist. "I'm ready. Let's—" The prince broke off speaking as he walked in. "Where is the woman?" Teysa made a flourishing brow. "Here, Your Highness." The prince started, then lifted his lip in distaste. "Of course. A big woman. Blue eyes, dark hair, dresses like a man. You must be that Teysa woman. I have heard much about you. There is a reward posted for you, my dear." A reward? That was a nasty surprise. But Teysa's grin only grew wider. "So, what do you want to do? Collect the reward? Or visit your lady love?" He gestured to his clothes. Dark pants, shirt, and a hooded cloak fit for traveling. "I will follow you, horse thief, at my lady's bidding. But don't ever let me catch you in my camp again." "Oh, you won't," the Boggin hissed softly. Teysa did not bother to respond to either of them. Turning her back on the Boggin, she led the prince to the rear of the tent and slipped out of a smaller back entrance. From there it was easy to amble through the camp, pretending to be deep in conversation with her companion. The Fang guards gave them only a glance when they sauntered by. As soon as Teysa and her companion were out of sight of the guards, she turned south and took the prince by a roundabout path, back to the high ridge overlooking the camp. The Augiski was there waiting beside the brown gelding, but Teysa noticed immediately he had been up to something. His coat was drenched, and his muzzle dripped with blood. She stifled a shudder, knowing that her blood might have stained his dark nose. To hide her discomfort, she wiped his nostrils clean with the guard's surcoat and tossed it into the bushes. "You could have cleaned off when you were finished," she said, patting his satin cheek. She felt for her bag and was reassured by the hard lump of the vial and its contents. With a quick grin, she hopped on the horse's back. Teysa and the prince rode rapidly through the night back to the high bluffs between the Lake of Tears and the Ashen Woods. Shortly after sunrise, they came to the faint trail leading up to the ledge overlooking the lake. Teysa slipped off the Augiski and tied the two horses in the shade of the copse of trees while the prince hurried lustily up the trail to find his love. She hesitated to follow. This was an excellent time to disappear before the witch thought of something else for her to do. Then her curiosity got the better of her. Teysa could not resist the temptation to witness the witch's meeting with the prince. Maybe she could find out if there was more to this tryst than love. She walked quietly up the rocky trail, between the stone walls, and out onto the ledge overlooking the lake. The witch, her back to Teysa, was standing perilously close to the edge of the drop-off. Prince Lyric held tightly in her arms. The prince had his hands on both sides of her face and was kissing her passionately. The gray mask dangled in the witch's left hand. Teysa caught a brief glimpse of an exquisitely beautiful face when all at once the witch broke the embrace. She stepped away from Larrick, raised her right hand, and pointed a finger directly at his chest. Larrick's expression of desire faltered. He moved toward the witch, but she laughed a hard, cold sound of ridicule that chilled Teysa and stopped the prince in dismay. An emerald-green ball of energy burst from the witch's finger. The power slammed into Larrick's stomach and sent him reeling backward. "No!" Teysa shouted before she could stop herself. The prince teetered on the edge and cried in terror, but it was too late. His feet slipped, and he fell over the cliff. His agonized wail echoed off the stone walls before the cry was suddenly cut off. Teysa stared open-mouthed at the black-robed figure standing so calmly on the brink of the rock. The morning was very still, no wind or cry of birds to hear. The heat was already wilting the last cool shadows of dawn, and the sun poured its light onto the cold, dark waters of the lake. The quiet around the cliff ledge intensified until it became almost palpable. 1,000 questions tumbled into Teysa's mind until she could no longer bear to be still. "Did you love him at all?" she demanded, angrily. The witch had already readjusted her mask. When she turned, the beautiful face was hidden behind the featureless gray cloth. "Yes," she replied, "and I will bear his child." Teysa was stunned. "Then why?" she yelled. "Why send me on this ridiculous fool's hunt? Why put a boggin in Larrick's place?" The witch regarded her, still as cold and motionless as the rock around her. Then she threw back her head and laughed a warm, rich sound of delight. "Poor Teysa, I have played a terrible trick on you. First dragging you here on an Orgiski's back, then involving you in kidnapping and murder. I suppose I could give you an explanation." Teysa might have laughed, too, if she hadn't been chilled by the words kidnapping and murder. Thievery was one thing, but those crimes were punishable in Rashomon by several revolting kinds of death. Even if anyone believed her tale about a boggin playing a prince and a witch who threw royalty over cliffs, no one would consider her side of the story. She was only a common thief. Teysa swallowed hard and tried to listen. Prince Larrick was an idiot. A handsome, virile male who ruled a port city that controlled the Golden Way, one of the richest trade routes in Faerun, but an idiot nonetheless. She gestured to the lake waters where Larrick's body now floated. He and his father before him let Telflam's power and authority slip away into the hands of the merchant council and guilds, who spend their time dipping into each other's profits and squabbling with the cities of Thesk. As a result of their incompetence and the past invasion of the Twigan horde, the whole eastern coast of the Inner Sea is a shambles. The area needed someone to take a firm hand and bring city-states like Telflam back under control. Someone who could also be trusted to further the interests of Rashomon and the witches, Teysa observed caustically. Her eyes narrowed. This plan did not sound like the usual methods of the masked sisterhood. The witches had some morals and a sense of honor. This young witch behaved more like an unprincipled rogue. "Naturally," the witch replied. "The boggin is cunning, merciless, and under my complete control. Before long he will bring Telflam's merchants to heel, and Rashomon will expand its influence along the Golden Way and the Inner Sea. And I suppose you even had the Iron Lord invite Larrick to Immalar just so you had an excuse to get close to him." The witch nodded once more. "The Hurong had no more respect for Prince Larrick than I did." "Nice." Teysa paused. "Where does that leave me?" "Free to go. Your help has been greatly appreciated." "I'll bet," Teysa muttered to herself. She knew an obvious dismissal when she heard one, and she also knew there was little she could do about it. She had been used, abused, and tossed aside, and for her own safety, she could never tell anyone. If this witch was a renegade, she would not hesitate to hunt Teysa down and destroy her. Her hand on her small bag and the vial within, Teysa stalked away down the trail toward the copse of trees. The witch's laughter followed her out of sight. The witch took one last long look at the lake far below, at the body still bobbing in the water. She would have to have the Augiski dispose of that. No use leaving obvious clues to murder. She whistled for the water-horse. There was no response. She whistled again, louder and sharper, with irritation. The path remained empty. There was no sign of the beast. The witch finally picked up the hem of her robes and strode angrily down the trail to the copse of trees. Only one horse stood tied to a branch. The brown gelding the boggin had ridden to Larrick's camp. Something small glittered in the thin grass near the witch's foot. She bent over, picked it up, and stared in surprise at the empty crystal vial in her hand. A faint yet distinctive odor rose to her nostrils. Hippomane. Her eyes widened behind her mask. Then her voice broke into an amused chuckle. Teysa had stolen her Augiski. Let her go, the witch said to herself, and she flung the vial away. The thief of Imilar had earned her reward. Laughter in the Flames by James Lauder. Ask any member of the Society of Stalwart Adventurers about his home, not the place where he hangs his helmet between expeditions, but the address at which he feels most relaxed, and his answer will always be the same: the library at the Society's headquarters in Suzail. In that cavernous room 1,000 years of stalwart history stood on display, reminding the trailblazers who belonged to the club of their heady contributions to civilization. Bookshelves towered high overhead, their dark wood cradled journals bound in every type of leather imaginable, tomes scribed in every language spoken across the wide world, and more than a few lost to men and elves and dwarves. Winged monkeys retrieved these books for readers not inclined to scale the tall, narrow ladders. As they went about their aerial portage, these rare apes set the library's massive chandelier to swaying with the soft flutter of their wings. At their passing, the chandelier's magical, ever-burning Halruan candles winked like so many mirth-brightened eyes. Trophies filled the remaining wall space. Riven shields and blood-stained swords recovered from distant battlefields hung beside the regimental colors of a dozen victorious armies. Medals and plaques shone gold or silver from glass-fronted teak cases. The awards bore the mark of each monarch to hold Cormyr's throne, and more than 24 foreign potentates. In a corner, not too distant from the largest hoard of medals, a stuffed yeti snarled menacingly. Around the shaggy white beast hung the horns of peritons and minotaurs, gorgons and quasits. The stalwart's most spectacular trophy, the head of an ancient red dragon, stared from its place of honor over the library's entrance. Even death could not dim the malevolence in the worm's eyes. What the dragon glared down upon was an ever-changing collection of men and women ardently pursuing relaxation. Barons and generals, explorers and high-born patrons of adventure made up the club's majority, but a few erudite souls could also be found in the library's confines. These avid scholars huddled over ancient histories in hopes of gleaning some bit of trivia that would lead them to whatever long-lost relic or magical blade served as their grail. Their solemn study habits sometimes darkened the club's air of cultured quiescence. Bookworts was the name Sir Hamnet Hawklin gave to such fellows, though he himself had authored many of the journals over which the eager young savants pored. They should be out creating their own maps, that same revered adventurer now muttered, lifting his port glass with one age-spotted but steady hand. As a cartographer and explorer, he had captured huge parts of the world on paper. The books he'd penned and maps he'd created filled 2 entire shelves in the library. "That's the trouble with the snot-nosed blighters," Sir Hamnet continued. "So much time spent looking through books for short-cuts when they should be plunging into the thick of it and finding their own way." The distinguished young soldier occupying the adjoining, overstuffed armchair sounded his agreement. "Just so," said Captain Gareth Truesilver. The words balanced expertly between enthusiasm and cultured restraint. "They're no more likely to discover something new than they are to catch a weasel asleep." "Yes," Sir Hamnet muttered, "wretched little beggars." The epithet was meant to rain shame upon both bookworts and weasels alike. Sir Hamnet had despised the latter ever since his expedition to the Hill of Lost Souls. The weasel that had brought about this undying hatred was a particularly huge and mean-spirited example of its kind. According to Sir Hamnet's 23rd journal, the beast devoured the camp's rations and the exquisitely detailed maps the nobleman had made of the hill and its environs. And in trying to skewer the monster, Hawkland's companions created enough of a racket to alert the local goblin tribe to their presence. Only Sir Hamnet survived the battle that followed. It was neither the first nor the last time he would report how his expert swordsmanship had preserved his life. Captain Truesilver knew this tale, being quite familiar with all his mentor's writings. His mention of the most hated of animals had been intentional, a kind-hearted ploy to fire the nobleman's spirits. A funk had settled over Sir Hamnet in the past 10 days. More and more frequently the accounts written by younger adventurers eclipsed his works. Sometimes, as with Artis Cimber's recent collected writings on Chult, the upstart tomes even usurped his books as a primary reference. "Even if the whole pack of them ran out of the library this instant, their explorations would still depend upon your maps, Sir Hamnet," Captain Truesilver offered generously. He struck a noble pose, an easy thing with his athletic good looks, and gazed with open admiration upon the aged nobleman. Hawkland gulped the remainder of his wine. "The real romance lies in mapping lands untrodden by civilized men," he said, cheeks flushed from both the topic and the port. "Only rabble follow maps." "Or tourists," the soldier added. The word was a curse on his lips. "Exploration brings glory, not cataloguing street names in Calamshan or counting the number of words the Bedine have to describe sand." The nobleman paused and held his empty glass out at his side. "Uther?" The butler appeared at Sir Hamnet's side before his name was free of the explorer's tongue. Befitting his service in this unusual adventurers' club, Uther himself was arrestingly exotic. A misfired spell during the time of troubles had cursed him with a remarkable resemblance to a denizen of Hades. Tall and brutishly muscled, with skin a sooty, corrupt shade of crimson seen only in a burning church. The magnificent set of twisted horns atop his head rivaled any trophy hung upon the library's walls. "Yes, Sir Hamnet," Uther said smoothly. He raised the cut crystal decanter with gnarled, black-clawed fingers. "Would you care for another glass of port?" "No. I'm holding my glass this way to catch the drool when a doddering peer shuffles by," Sir Hamnet said coldly. Uther bowed his horned head. "My question was needless," he noted, his fiendish face impassive. "I had forgotten how your lordship prefers not to waste words upon the staff." Deferentially he filled the nobleman's glass. "Where was I?" Sir Hamnet drummed his fingers on the chair's padded arm. "Ah, yes. The Bedine. The sun makes them wild, unreliable. Not surprising the way they wander for days on end across the Anarok." Sir Hamnet paused to sip his port as if uttering the name of the great desert had parched his throat, but a pained look twisted his features before he'd even lowered the glass. With a groan of disgust, Hawkland spat out the wine. "Uther, you subhuman! What is this swill?" All heads turned at Sir Hamnet's outburst, and a susurrus of murmured speculation slithered through the room. Uther bristled at the undesired attention, but kept his thoughts hidden behind a mask of unearthly calm. "I refilled your glass with the same Tetherian vintage you've been drinking all afternoon, my lord," the butler replied truthfully. "If you wish something else—" "Dolt," snarled the nobleman. "I know good Tetherian port from chamber pot lees like this." He spat a blob of crimson spittle into the shoe carpet at his feet. "You've switched the good port with the servants' dregs, haven't you?" Uther scowled, the tip of one fang protruding over his lower lip. "This is a grave accusation, my lord. I assure you I would never do such a thing. I value my position here too highly to even consider it." Sir Hamnet leapt from his chair and came face to chest with the monstrous butler. "If I say you did it, you did. How dare you challenge my word?" He grabbed for the rapier that hung at his hip during expeditions, but his fingers closed on empty air. "You're fortunate I left my blade at my quarters, you impertinent behemoth, or I'd have flayed a layer or two of leather from you, just as a reminder." "I'll need no reminder, Sir Hamnet," Uther said, voice as dead as the stuffed yeti in the corner. "You've impressed your point quite forcefully on me. In fact, if you look around, I think you'll find that you've made it clear to everyone that I've overstepped my position." Sir Hamnet Hawkland surveyed the now silent library. He was not surprised to find more than one head nodding in support of him. With a swiftness not unlike that of the treacherous animals he so despised, the nobleman turned and triumphantly shattered his port glass in the fireplace. For an instant the fragments flashed, star-like, against the sooty backdrop of the chimney. Then the wine-wet shards rained down on the blazing logs. The fire hissed angrily with a sound, like a sword-tip sliding across stone. "I'll see to it you're out of this club and begging along the promenade by morning," Sir Hamnet announced. He met the butler's unblinking gaze and paused, silently daring Uther to reply. A tense, unpleasant hush settled over the library, broken only by the hissing fire. It was Gareth Truesilver who finally ended the confrontation. Some little part of him pitied Uther, but mostly he feared that prolonging the menial's degradation might cast Sir Hamnet as cruel. The captain took the nobleman by the arm and guided him back to his chair. "You've made your case against Uther so well that even the gods agree," Truesilver noted loudly. "When a fire hisses like that, it's supposed to be an echo of Lyra's laughter. Our Lady of Joy finds great mirth in a fool being exposed, and you've certainly revealed Uther as a fool. You'll find no debate about that here." The clubmen took their cue from the captain and voiced soft support for Sir Hamnet before going back to their drinks or their books or their chessboards. But the nobleman would not be placated so easily. He pulled away from Truesilver and said contentiously, "That story's wrong. It's faint-hearted nonsense meant to help peasants sleep easier at night. The world's a much nastier place than that." "Each time a fire cracks," Hamnet began as he settled into the comfortable confines of his armchair, "it's the sound of a man's spirit breaking. The hiss is Cyric's amused and satisfied sigh as he drags a condemned soul down to Bone Castle in Hades. That's not in your journals," Captain Truesilver noted as he perched, casually, on the arm of his chair. "You should set it down on paper. perhaps as an addendum to your essay on known magical gates to the realm of the dead."
"I never pen what I cannot prove," Sir Hamnet said grandly. "Though I have every reason to believe the tale's veracity, I would have to speak with Cyric himself to confirm it." Eyeing Truesilver frostily, the nobleman added, "That would be a suitable quest for you to undertake, Gareth. The Battle of the Golden Way was a long time ago. You can't live on past triumphs forever." From where he knelt, working the port stains out of the shoe carpet, Uther cleared his throat. "If I might have your permission to speak, my lord." Sir Hamnet looked down upon the butler, on hands and knees before him. The utter lack of defiance in his inhuman eyes gladdened the stalwart's heart. "Yes, go on." "Should you decide to undertake that journey to Cyric's realm, I might be able to provide details of a safe route, one unrecorded in the Society's journals." Astonishment blew across Truesilver's handsome features like a cloud scudding across the sun. "If this is a jest, Uther, it's a rather sorry one. After the little exchange earlier, I would think—" "Oh, I'm not having you on, my lords." The butler glanced from left to right, making certain no one else was listening. "You see, from time to time denizens from Hades travel in the mortal realms disguised as men. A few have mistaken me for one of their own, a fellow minion of Cyric, trapped here by some wizard's power." He indicated his nightmarish visage. "The mistake is a natural one, and it prompts the denizens to offer me friendship and solace. Even now I shudder at the things they've revealed in their awful sociability." Sir Hamnet shifted uncomfortably in his chair, but Uther's words brought Captain Truesilver to his feet. "And you can help us reach Hades safely," the soldier gasped. "I offer this knowledge hesitantly, my lords. The way leads directly to Cyric himself." "Someone's gulled you, Uther," Sir Hamnet interrupted. "I've catalogued all the known paths by which mortals may travel to the City of Strife. They are too well guarded by denizens for any but the most foolhardy to travel." "The denizens told me this path is travelled not by heroes but by common folk," Uther replied. "So it is no surprise its presence remains unknown to great men like yourself." Sir Hamnet dismissed the notion with a wave of one hand. "Were the story true, I would walk this hidden road to Hades myself, but it has no ring of truth about it. When he ascended to godhood, Cyric promised that any living soul who braved the trek to Hades would be granted an audience and safe passage back to the daylight world when that audience was done. It's been a deadly temptation, that promise, drawing many a foolish adventure-seeker to his doom." The nobleman snorted derisively. "Cyric posted denizens a dozen thick along the known roads to his kingdom, and no one has been able to bypass them. It hardly seems likely he would leave a way unguarded, especially one open to common folk." "But what if Uther is correct?" Truesilver said breathlessly. "We wouldn't have to face the denizens and the traps and the endless slog across the fugue plain. And by his own pact, Cyric would have to grant us an audience. No bookwart's scribbling would ever challenge the account you'd write of that meeting." "It's a waste of time," Sir Hamnet snapped. "If you think my story false, then I apologize for wasting your valuable time." Uther hurriedly gathered up his rags and cleaning brushes. "I mentioned this path only as an apology for my earlier impertinence. I merely hoped the information would help you secure the respect you deserve from your peers and soften your desire to have me fired." The monstrous butler rose, towering over both the nobleman and the soldier. "However, if you hesitate solely because you think me insincere, I will make this offer. If you search out this path and find it a false trail, then you may have me beaten in just measure to the effort you expend searching." If the road proves true, but guarded by any of Cyric's unearthly minions, you may have me beaten in just measure to your peril. An easy promise if we never return, Sir Hamnet noted. If either of you fail to return, I will confess to premeditated murder and accept the king's punishment. Beheading, if I'm not mistaken, without challenge, Uther said. We can set that to paper before you leave. There, Captain Truesilver said, grinning. Surely Uther wouldn't offer up his life if he thought there'd be the least bit of danger. And if this road to Hades does prove a hoax, you can have him beaten, then fired. The club will be rid of him for good. Sir Hamnet hunched in his chair, struggling to form some suitable reply, scrabbling to discover some way out of this unwelcome challenge. After a moment, Truesilver leaned close. The handsome young soldier spoke softly, choosing each word with care. From the strain in his voice, it was clear that what he said pained him greatly. I would understand if you didn't feel yourself, healthy enough to come along. You aren't as young. I mean, perhaps the club physician could— The disappointment in Truesilver's eyes was a dagger, and the barely concealed accusations of cowardice in his stuttering speech a poison to coat the blade. Together they bit into Sir Hamnet's pride and sent an anguished jolt to the core of his being. The explorer felt his cheeks flush with anger. A statue of Sir Hamnet Hawklin has been long overdue in the Hall of Worthies, the nobleman said, eyes flashing defiance. I'll send a man for my blade and travelling cloak. We leave for Hades tonight. Captain Truesilver hadn't expected a trip to the City of Strife to begin this way, crammed in Sir Hamnet's plush carriage, with the nobleman and Uther rattling through the fog-shrouded back streets of Suzail at midnight. When he pondered the incongruity of their destination and their mundane mode of travel, he could only shake his head. He'd witnessed some amazing things on the battlefields during the Tweegan campaign, and many of them had sprung unexpectedly from just such unlikely beginnings. The tavern's name is the Shattered Mirror, Uther said from where he sat on the floor. Sir Hamnet had insisted the butler take that uncomfortable position to prevent his horns from shredding the carriage's padded ceiling. The sign in front of it depicts a shattered mirror. You've gone over this twice, Uther. Sir Hamnet stifled a theatrical yawn. It's not that complicated. We go into the tavern and ask to see the other side of the mirror. A scowl twisted the butler's leathery lips. They may not be denizens guarding this place, but there are other perils. I just wish to ensure your safety. Your own safety, the nobleman corrected. I couldn't care less if he thinks blathering on will save his own head, Captain Truesilver noted as he turned his scabbarded blade over in his hands. It's his motherly warnings about footpads and drunken brawls that I find annoying. I've chased off a thief or two in my day. You don't travel with an army on campaign without seeing the world's darker side, and Suzail's twice as civilized as the holes where we billeted during the Tweegan campaign. What you'll find in the Shattered Mirror has nothing to do with civilization, Uther said ominously as the carriage rumbled to a halt. Taking a deep, steadying breath, the butler opened the door and slipped outside. The carriage stood at the crossing of a street and an unpaved alley. The only light came from lanterns hung in the windows of the squalid shanties nearby. Silk scarves had been draped over them to color their light red. The crimson glow lent the swirling fog, thicker so close to the docks, a ghastly hue. It swirled in dense sheets, bodiless souls bleeding in the lantern light. From time to time a gull shrieking overhead gave those phantom forms a voice. Sir Hamnet stepped from the carriage as one of those mournful cries echoed through the night. Dis-ease is the real danger here,
He noted effetely, sniffing the fetid air. "Suzail has a sewer system. Don't those ruffians know how to use it?" Captain Truesilver chuckled. "The regiment's horses keep their stalls sweeter-smelling. Perhaps they could lecture the locals on hygiene. You know, public service work." Uther laid one gnarled hand on the soldier's shoulder. "Please," he said softly. "When you first joined the society, you could see clearly enough to treat me as more than a menial, as a friend, even. Keep your eyes open tonight, and you'll see. My eyes are open enough to see you're overstepping your place again," Truesilver growled. He hated to be reminded of the generosity he'd shown the servants during his first months as a stalwart. He'd buried that part of his past, severed that part of himself, when he became Sir Hamnet's protégé. Truesilver brushed the butler's hand away, then straightened his cloak. "This alley leads to the mirror," he stated, icily. "Correct?" "Yes," Uther replied. He nodded to the driver and stepped back into the carriage. "I'm certain you'll have no trouble finding it." The stalwarts listened more than watched as the carriage vanished into the fog. The staccato clomp of the horse's hooves and the creak of tackle faded, then silenced altogether. The gulls had quieted, too, leaving the men to stand in the cemetery stillness that had settled over the crossroads. "Stay near the center of the alley as we walk," Truesilver cautioned quietly as they started down the narrow, stinking lane. "You watch the doorways. I'll watch the upper floors." The buildings seemed empty, but both men knew better. The darkened entryways led to rooms where anything might be bought or sold, places dedicated to every corrupt desire known to mortal kind. The hovels lacked doors, and the thick mud coating the alley spread right inside, a universal carpet of filth. Rats moved boldly from building to building, slogging through the mud or swimming through the wide potholes filled with black, oily water. "Watch your footing here," Sir Hamnet said as he leapt over a particularly large and noxious mire. "There are things floating in this soup you'd never get off your boots." Captain Truesilver nodded and drew his scrutinizing gaze away from the second-floor windows and rickety balconies long enough to guide himself past the pothole. As he stepped lightly over the mire with his right foot, he glanced down. Ripples spread across the water, then something floated to the surface. Truesilver gasped. It was a disembodied face, small and pale, and grinning like a fiend. A thin arm burst from the muck, a stiletto gripped in its scabrous fingers. "Ambush!" the captain shouted as the blade pierced the sole of his boot. He toppled forward into the mud. As he did, he freed his sword from its peace strings and its scabbard. But before he could bring the blade to bear, his foe sat up, scrabbled from the muddy pool, and dashed away. A child no more than 5. The filth smearing its face and the sodden rags clinging to its cadaverous body suggested that the little cutpurse had been lying on its back, enveloped in the mire, for quite some time. "Clever little monster. After your silver, no doubt," Sir Hamnet muttered as he reached a helping hand down to the young soldier. "Good thing you were quick with your steel, or—" The rest of the sentence died in Sir Hamnet's throat. The captain did not reach up for the proffered hand, did not move at all. His handsome countenance was frozen in an expression of angry shock. He held his sword threateningly toward the now empty pothole. With his other hand he clutched at his injured foot. "Be a bright swell and step away from him now," someone said in a rattling whisper. The voice was unmistakably feminine. Sir Hamnet spun around to see a tall, gaunt shadow detach itself from a doorway and move into the alley. "You'll hang for this," the nobleman blustered, reaching for his sword.
"I wouldn't draw your steel if I were you, me lord,"
the fog-cloaked silhouette hissed. The warning was followed by a groan of rotting wood from a second-story perch. There, another shadowy figure crouched. It flicked one wrist and the unmistakable twang of a plucked bowstring hummed over the lane. Sir Hamnet stiffened, braced for the impact of the arrow.
"Just a warning,"
noted the whispering woman.
"Before your blade cleared the leather you'd be sprouting feathers, if you know what I mean. Shouting will get you the same fate."
She whistled twice, short and sharp, and a hulking figure wrapped from head to toe in black cloth lumbered out of a doorway. "Your mate's not dead. I don't do the out-and-out no more, but he will be if you don't let us lag him to a wizard friend of ours. I'm afraid my boy gave him a dose of trouble with that chief of his." "You mean your brats poisoned him?" A scowl darkened Sir Hamnet's features. "I see your game now. You want us to pay this mage to provide the antidote." "'Scuse me," the brute said politely. When Sir Hamnet remained stupidly still, the man straight-armed him. The brute didn't exert himself, but the shove sent the old man staggering back a half-dozen steps. "Sorry, gent. I've got to move him now, and we can't have you grabbing at the body. You might scratch some particular part the wizard wants real bad." Some part? The true horror of their situation finally burned itself into Sir Hamnet's consciousness.
"Body snatchers,"
he gasped.
"The polite term is resurrection men,"
the whisperer corrected.
"and it's fortunate for you we're that and not more desperate sorts. See, we only need your mate. Nothing personal, but your withered old parts aren't worth a copper thumb to the wizard we work for."
"I don't know," the brute drawled to himself. "I kinda like body snatchers." He twisted the sword from Captain Truesilver's fingers and heaved it onto a rooftop. Without even a grunt of effort, he lifted the soldier from the mud.
"Money,"
Sir Hamnet said. He fumbled with his purse. "I have 25 gold loins and a few silver falcons. You can have it all if you leave us alone." The body snatchers laughed as one, a chorus of wheezing, guttural mirth.
"We'll get more than that for one of his legs,"
the whispering shadow said.
"But if you drop the purse at your feet, it'll buy you a dozen steps down the alley."
"A dozen steps?" Sir Hamnet repeated numbly.
"You get a dozen steps before our friend with the bow tries to bury a cloth-yard shaft or two in your back," came the softly spoken reply. "Your wrinkled arse might not be worth selling, but it'll make for suitable target practice."
"Wait till I'm out of the way," the brute said. But the warning proved unnecessary. Before the black-clad thug had jogged 3 steps toward safety, Sir Hamnet dropped his coin purse and ran. Mocking laughter, not arrows, followed the nobleman down the narrow lane, but his panic-ridden mind found horrors to keep his legs pumping anyway. The fog clutched at his arms with phantasmal fingers, and the thick mud closed on his boots with wet, greedy maws. And when Hawkland's imagination cooled for even an instant, a memory of Captain Truesilver's face flared to life in his thoughts. Cradled in the brute's arms, the handsome young soldier had stared helplessly, pleadingly at Sir Hamnet. The terror in Truesilver's eyes had made it clear that he was well aware of his fate as the thug carried him off. Sir Hamnet fell more than once, smearing himself with filth. It didn't matter. He pushed himself to his feet and dashed onward, frantically searching the darkened hovels for a likely safe haven. A triumphant cheer drew him around the next corner to the doorstep of a tavern. The building was no less a ruin than its neighbors, but its facade was brightly lit. Torches burned on either side of the wide doorway, chasing away the fog, casting broad shadows into the street. Sprightly music spilled from the interior along with the sour scent of spilled ale and overcooked meat. Sir Hamnet staggered over the stoop just as another cheer went up. He blinked, thinking his vision blurred by the frantic run, but realized the room was hazed with acrid smoke. Clusters of languid, slack-limbed men and women lounged around a dozen or so hookahs. A few turned to regard him with vague, disinterested eyes. Most seemed completely unaware of his presence, so caught up were they in their ardent pursuit of oblivion. The real center of attention, and the source of the cheering, was a large square cut into the taproom's floor. A mob of rowdy toughs lined the miniature arena, noisily wagering on a bloody fight between a terrier and a small, slim creature, all slick-furred and sinuous. The nobleman stared for an instant, uncomprehending, as the thing locked its jaws on the terrier's throat and tore away a gory, fatal chunk of flesh. Then the victorious gladiator reared up on its hind legs, and Sir Hamnet finally recognized the beast. A weasel, a large gray-furred weasel, and its beady eyes were fixed firmly on Hawkland's face. "Welcome," a smooth, not quite melodious voice said in the noble's ear. A shabbily dressed man stepped before Sir Hamnet. His face was narrow, with a hawkish nose and high cheekbones beneath the grime and the scars. He was thin to emaciation, clad in tattered clothes, and suffused with the stink of cheap gin. Like everyone else in the place, he wore his weapon without peace strings. From its obvious value, the short sword hanging at his hip had certainly been stolen. "You look a little ragged, old gent." The stranger's broad smile seemed to radiate welcome despite the rotting gums and missing teeth. "Best get you a seat, eh?" Sir Hamnet was too stunned to object as the hawk-nosed man slipped a hand under his elbow and guided him to a chair at the back of the room. He was sitting before he finally gathered wits enough to speak. "I need to find a watchman," he said. "There's been a—" "Shh!" The stranger interrupted, holding up his left hand to silence the nobleman. His fourth and fifth fingers were little more than discolored stubs of scarred flesh. "The locals don't like the king's men much. You best keep your voice down. Look, I'll be right back. There's somebody here wants to talk to you. Maybe he can help." Sir Hamnet watched the hawk-nosed man weave his way to the bar. It was only then that the nobleman took in the details of his surroundings. The place was a cesspit in every sense of the word. Fist-sized roaches picked through the spilled ale, chunks of age-petrified bread, and unconscious revelers strewn on the floor, while centipedes as long as a man's forearm pulsed up the walls. They ducked under and around the trophies tacked there. Crude sketches of women in various stages of undress surrounded the crumbling hearth. Nearby hung a gallery of finger bones, the penalty exacted from careless pickpockets by the local watch. Parchment arrest warrants and wanted posters signed by King Azun and a half-dozen other sires of House Oberskar were displayed beside nooses cut from gallows all across Cormor. Many of the ropes still bore the fleshy marks left by the infamous footpads and highwaymen who dangled in their choking embrace. The most prized trophy hung over the door, a helmet once worn by a captain of the city watch. As Sir Hamnet stared at the helm, the wavering torchlight illuminated the eye slits. The captain's head was still housed within the rusted steel, its empty eye sockets staring down in defeat at the toughs crowding the taproom. The hawk-nosed man suddenly eclipsed the vile trophy. "I told you they don't like the city watch," he said as he placed a brimming mug before Sir Hamnet. With his right hand he presented the weasel from the arena. Blood darkened its muzzle, and bits of terrier fur still clung to its claws. "He's got a message for you." Sir Hamnet recoiled from the weasel and from the madman holding it, but his discomfort at the beast's proximity was nothing compared to the horror that gripped him when the animal opened its mouth and spoke. "You were the lone weasel at the Hill of Lost Souls," it rasped softly, so that only Sir Hamnet could hear. Heart thundering, blood roaring in his ears, Sir Hamnet exploded from his chair. The hawk-nosed man stepped aside as the aged explorer bolted past. "He usually prefers to chat with his own kind, so the message must have been important," he called to the retreating nobleman. "Say, old gent, does this mean you don't want to see the other side of the mirror?" Sir Hamnet had just crossed the threshold into the alley, but the shouted question stopped him cold, just as surely, as completely, as the poisoned dagger that had paralyzed Captain Truesilver. He forced himself to look up, as if following some unheard cue. The fog and shadows parted, allowing the torchlight to shine fully on the sign hanging overhead. The weather-beaten circle of wood was colored by wedges of silver paint, a crude attempt at depicting a broken window or a shattered mirror.
"Yes, Sir Hamnet," the hawk-nosed man said. "The shattered mirror. You came here for an audience. Now you have it."
The nobleman turned, slowly, knowing it would be futile to flee. He found the taproom and its patrons transformed. Bones and grinning skulls had replaced the wooden walls and offal-smeared floor. Instead of gin-soaked toughs, denizens and fiends filled the hall. They stood in silent array, the court of Hades in all its terrible splendor. Some gripped razor-edged halberds. Others had only their horns and fangs and claws for weapons, though they were surely enough to rend any man's soul from his flesh. And in the center of this ghastly host sat the hawk-nosed man. His myriad names flashed through Sir Hamnet's mind: the Lord of the Dead, the Dark Sun, Master of Strife, and Prince of Lies. Cyric. He was robbed in darkness, the kind that shrouds the hearts of liars and infidels. The weasel curled affectionately around his neck, a living collar to that shirt of shadow. Pages of other gods' holy books soled his boots, and the remains of false martyrs formed his throne. Free of grime, free of scars, Cyric's countenance glowed with hideous glee. Even as Sir Hamnet watched, fingers sprouted to replace the missing digits on his left hand. He flexed the restored hand and caressed the pommel of the rose-red short sword lying across his lap.
"Well, old gent," Cyric prompted, "do you have something to ask?"
Sir Hamnet cast his gaze down. "As a son of House Hawklin, and a member in good standing of the Society of Stalwart Adventurers, I claim the rights of safe conduct and—"
"Has anyone here raised a talon against you?"
"No."
"So you've obviously been granted safety."
The death god sighed with impatience.
"Aren't you going to return my courtesy?"
Courtesy?
"I've dropped my facade. Are you going to do the same?"
Cyric watched Sir Hamnet's face for some sign of recognition, but none came. There was only the typical pall of fear and awe.
"Shall I let the weasel explain it to you again? I thought he summed it up nicely before, but maybe he should have another go."
At Hawklin's stammering reply, Cyric pounded the arm of his throne.
"The facade of the great hero, the great explorer," he shrieked in a voice like an orchestra of untuned violins. "You didn't lift a blade in defense of your companions at the Hill of Lost Souls. You ran as the first goblins entered the camp, just as you've run from every danger you've ever faced. As my sinuous friend said earlier, you were the only weasel on the hill that day."
The Lord of the Dead closed his eyes and collected himself. "Now," he continued more calmly, "I don't brand you a coward. I'd label your actions—" He paused and looked up, as if the proper word floated just over his head.
"Self-preservation,"
the weasel on his shoulder rasped.
"Exactly,"
Cyric chimed. He stroked the beast's bloody muzzle affectionately before turning back to Sir Hamnet.
"I applaud someone smart enough to preserve his own life, but I take exception to your imperfect guise of resolute honesty and stout-hearted courage. You haven't convinced yourself that you're a hero, not deep down. So don't insult me by hiding behind a flawed mask and expecting me not to notice it's cracked."
"It's not a mask," Hawklin murmured dazedly. "My books, my maps.
The stalwarts respect all that I've done." His voice grew stronger, his words more certain. "They know the truth." Cyric clapped slowly, facetiously. "Not embarrassingly bad, but I've seen you do better cheating your way out of a bar bill at the club." "Seen me do better? You've been watching me?" "No more than any other liar." Hawkland's bushy white brows knit over his dark eyes. "This was a trap. You charged that monster Uther with luring me here, tempting me to search this place out." An amused murmur rippled through the assembled court of Hades. "I hardly need to employ imitation fiends like Uther when I have the endless hosts of the underworld at my beck and call," the Lord of Strife replied blandly. "And I leave this pathway to Hades open, and let my minions circulate stories of its existence to see who wanders in. It breaks up the monotony of listening to the dead drone on about their tedious past lives, to the damned scream in agony. I just happened to recognize you when you crossed the threshold." Cyric studied the nobleman for a moment, then shook his head. "I hope I haven't overestimated you, old gent. You forge lies well enough, but you've hidden your heart from them, shielded it with a wall of delusory respect built up by those boors at your club." The weasel perked up and added, "But the problem with walls is, you never know which way they're going to fall when they finally crumble. Maybe out, maybe in." Casually, Cyric gestured to two of the largest, most hideous fiends in his entourage. "Throw him out. But be careful you don't hurt him. He's under my protection until he reaches the mortal realms." A scream wrenched itself from Sir Hamnet's throat as the fiends closed on him. They gripped him with fingers liquid and putrefying, but strong as vices, and lifted him from the ground. Cold seeped into his flesh at their touch. It spread up his arms and across his chest, chilling his heart, making it thud against his ribs like a frantic, caged animal. Sir Hamnet was still screaming when the city watch found him at sunrise the next morning, kneeling in the mud before the burned-out shell of an abandoned building. They recognized him, of course, his fame having spread beyond the walls of the Stalwart Club long ago. That was fortunate, since the watchman would have been less patient, less gentle with a commoner so obviously insane with drink. "We'll take you to the Temple of Mystra, Sir Hamnet," the captain offered. "They'll look you over there. Then we'll take your report." "No, take me home." "Fine. We'll have you to your estate before the servants are done preparing breakfast," the captain replied. "I said home," Sir Hamnet croaked. "Home, damn you. The Stalwart Club." For 3 days, Sir Hamnet Hawkland immersed himself in the healing familiarity of the Society's library. He slept in his chair, his rapier never far from his hand. He spoke little, and when he did it was only in carefully worded snatches that obscured more than they illuminated. Still, he revealed enough for his fellow stalwarts to construct their own utterly distorted account of Gareth Truesilver's demise and Hawkland's own confrontation with Cyric. Their version cast Sir Hamnet as a valiant defender, overcome by a combined cadre of body-snatchers and fiends that grew in number with each telling. The nobleman did not object, and some time during the second day he almost came to believe that he had crossed steel, with a dozen assassins and denizens in his friend's defense. Soon after, plans were begun for Sir Hamnet's long-overdue statue. Hawkland had warmed by then to the familiar role of daring trailblazer and all-around stout fellow. In his own mind, he even managed to dismiss the most troubling events at the Shattered Mirror as toxin-induced hallucinations, brought on by a nick from a body-snatcher's poisoned blade. Only one topic rivaled Sir Hamnet's bravery in those 3 days: the whereabouts of Uther. The butler had been missing since the night of the disastrous expedition,
a sure sign of his involvement with Captain Truesilver's waylaying. Those clubmen who'd befriended the monstrous servant chose to believe he'd fled in fear upon hearing of the soldier's death. Kind-hearted though they were, these misguided folk found themselves shouted down more and more as the hours passed. No, the butler had clearly orchestrated the captain's murder, and it was only a matter of time before he was brought to justice. The last place any of the stalwarts expected the frightful servant to appear was in the library itself. Yet Uther strode into that cavernous trophy-lined room just as twilight settled upon Suzail that third night. He ignored the gasps of surprise and the angry shouted accusations. Anyone who got too close was warned away with a shake of his magnificently horned head or shoved away by a black-clawed hand. And the mages scattered about the room knew better than to attempt to restrain him through spellcraft. The same misfired magic that had warped the butler's form had made him immune to all further enchantment. Uther stalked to one particular bookshelf, a place of honor near the hearth, and paused there. With his usual efficiency, he began to withdraw the tomes and scrolls and maps housed there. Most of the stalwarts knew whose books they were. Those few who didn't could guess. "Outrage upon outrage!" Sir Hamnet cried, finally jolted out of his shocked silence by Uther's astounding impertinence. "Leave those volumes alone, you murderous brute!"
"These books have been shelved incorrectly," Uther noted without looking up from his task. "The cases nearest the hearth are reserved for histories, Sir Hamnet. Your works are fiction."
As he closed on the butler, the aged nobleman reached for his rapier and drew it with a flourish. "I'll run you through unless you put them back." "Coward!" The voice was labored, the word thick and ill-formed, but it was clear enough to draw everyone's attention to the figure framed by the library's massive doorway. Captain Truesilver glared balefully with the one eye left him and started into the room. The crutch braced under his right arm thudded like a coffin-maker's hammer with every other step. Without it, Gareth Truesilver couldn't have walked at all. His right leg was missing from the knee down. Nor was that the worst of his injuries. Angry red blotches patterned his arms where the skin had been flayed away. Incisions held closed with thick black stitches snaked across the back of his left hand. There, the body snatcher's patron had pilfered the muscles and sinews, leaving the hand nearly useless. Similar scars creased the captain's once handsome face. They traversed the angry purple bruises over his cheekbones, disappearing into both the gap that had once been his nose and the dark circle that had held his left eye. The butler turned, muscled arms cradling 2 shelves of displaced books.
"You should rest, Captain. The city guard will be here soon to take your statement."
Uther shifted his gaze for an instant to Sir Hamnet.
"I have spent the past 3 days aiding the watch in their search for the captain. If you told the truth the morning the guards found you screaming like a madman, we might have rescued him days ago, before the butchers had time to cut him up."
"Gareth," Sir Hamnet stammered, as if he hadn't heard the accusation. "We thought you lost." "Helm's fist, but I'm glad you're alive." "Liar," Truesilver managed in a slow, pained voice. From the way he mangled the word, it seemed likely a part of his tongue had gone to power some wizard's spell, too. Awkwardly, the captain hobbled to a stop in front of Uther. With his right hand, he lifted the largest book from atop the pile and pitched it into the fireplace. The flames danced along the spine. With a sharp pop, the tome flipped open, revealing a hand-colored map of the Hordlands. Fire hungrily devoured the page and set to work on the rest of the book. Truesilver tossed another volume into the fire, and another. Sir Hamnet raised a hand to stop him, but a low and rumbling growl from Uther warned him away. Helpless, he turned to the others in the library, his friends, his fellow explorers. But Sir Hamnet Hawkland found loathing in the faces of the stalwarts, and disgust, and anger. They stared at him with open contempt, silently cheering the destruction of his life's work. He tried to shrug off the contempt and shore up the barricades he built around his craven heart, but the walls were crumbling now. The Society's shared glories fled him, like deadfall leaves abandoning a winter oak. The myriad ceremonial blades and trophy shields hanging on the walls had been his to wield. The slaughtered monsters and conquered dragon had been his trophies, too, proof of valorous deeds beyond imagining. No longer. The stalwarts knew the truth, and each accusing eye reflected that truth back at the nobleman like a perfect mirror. Sir Hamnet Hawkland was a coward. The room began to spin, and the nobleman covered his face with trembling hands. He could block out the sights, but he couldn't deafen himself to the crackle and hiss of the fire as it destroyed his journals and turned his maps to ash. And in that instant, just before his heart was crushed by those toppled walls of borrowed honor, Sir Hamnet heard it, the low, sibilant laughter in the flames. He'd been right all along. It was the vicious chuckle of Cyric, the satisfied sigh of the Lord of Strife, as a man's spirit shattered, and his damned soul went shrieking down to Hades. Vision by Roger E. Moore. The summons brought me out of a meeting in an overcrowded den where the candles had eaten up the air. My clan head grumbled, but he released me and returned to bullying compensation from an opponent over an imagined slight of honor. Such wars of words, often punctuated by drawn knives and brief duels that left the cavern floors slick with blood, were far too frequent these days among my people. I was glad to go. I would have been happier for the freedom, but the warrior who called me out told me I was summoned by Skraelang, shaman of all our kind. My stomach grew tight at the thought of meeting the old goblin. I was no coward, but I was no fool. The warrior hurried off as I bound up my fears and set off myself through the long, narrow tunnels of the night below, our home under the dust walls. At 20 winters, I was a guard captain and assistant to my clan head, a young fist among the many hands of the goblins of the mountains. I had fought on the surface against human intruders on our lands since I was 12, and had been captured once, and held prisoner for a year until I had escaped. My captivity taught me to never let it happen again. I knew humans well and feared none of them, but Skraelang was not a human, and some said he was not a goblin either. The old shaman's door opened automatically when I reached it at the end of a black web-filled tunnel. Skraelang greeted me with a nod from his bed. He carelessly waved me to a chair at a table on which a lone candle flickered. I steeled myself and entered his den. I picked my way across the tiny litter-strewn room. My iron-shod boots crushed bits of bone, bread crusts, and other debris beneath them. Skraelang did not seem to care about the filth. The world meant less to him every day, it was said. How he could stand to live in such vile conditions was beyond me, but it was not my place, and not to my advantage, to say so. Who insults a mouthpiece of the gods? I sat and waited as the shaman took a small bottle and earthen cup from a box by his bed of rags. He carefully swung his feet off the ruined bed and got up, shuffling over to pull up a stool and take a seat by me. I stiffened and almost stood to salute, but he seemed not to care. His familiarity was astonishing. It was as if I were an old and trusted friend. Even more astonishing was Skraelang's appearance at close range in the candlelight. His robes stank of corruption, as if death were held back from him by the width of an eyelash. The skin was pulled tight over the bones of his face and hands. Open sores disfigured his arms and neck. Yet even with this, his pale yellow eyes were clear and steady. He gently poured another drink for himself, but did not take it right away. Instead, he sat back and regarded me with those cold, clear eyes. "You are bored, Captain Kyrgyz," he said. His voice was no more than a whisper. In the silence, it was like a shout. "Life here has no appeal for you. You long to be elsewhere." I almost denied it, but his eyes warned me off from lies. I nodded hesitantly. "You see all, Your Darkness," I said. I knew that with his magic, the old goblin probably did see all within the night below, even the hidden places of the heart and soul. The old one toyed with his cup. His spidery fingers trembled. "Has the security of our home begun to wear on you? Do the petty ravings of the clan heads lull your blood to sleep rather than stir it with fire? Or do you have plans of your own for advancing your rank and position, and your boredom is merely feigned to cover your intentions?" To be accused of treachery was not uncommon, but hearing it fall from the thin lips of our shaman was like hearing my death sentence pronounced. "I am loyal," I pleaded much louder than I wanted. "You wrong me, Your Darkness." I bit off my words. Skraeling wronged no one. He was the law, and there was no other. I sat frozen, half expecting that his response would be my execution. A swift death was better by far than a slow one, and I prayed for the former. Instead, Skraeling drank from his cup and sighed. "You are loyal, yes," he said, staring at the cup in his fingers. "You are neither coward nor traitor. You merely seem disenchanted, not impure in spirit. You do not carry yourself like a true goblin lately." He was silent for a moment, then looked up at me. "But then it sometimes seems to me that none of us do." I could not have been more amazed than if he had informed me that he was actually a halfling. I was at a loss for words for several moments. "I do not understand," I finally said. "We are all true goblins. We are not tainted like treacherous tongue." The words had no sooner left my mouth than I would have cut out my tongue to have them back. Skraeling flinched when he heard it, and his aged face became like steel. "We are not tainted like a certain one among us, you say?" The shaman's eyes were icy yellow orbs shining from the depths of his face. His fingers gripped his cup like a web grips prey. For one awful moment, his cup became me. Then, without warning, the old shaman's face softened and melted. He looked away as he set his cup on the table. "Tainted, you are right. No one has spoken that word to me since the birth of my grandson, but there is no hiding it. When I call him my kin, it is like swallowing daggers. He is tainted. Tainted with the blood of a human." The ancient visage looked my way again, but in sadness, not anger. "Everyone must talk about it. It is a disgrace, and there is no atonement for it, none but death." He sighed deeply and looked off into the darkness of the room. I knew better than to say anything more. Everyone knew of his half-human grandson, the child of his mutilated daughter and her human attacker. Both child and daughter had been hidden from all other eyes for over a decade, but we knew from rumor that they yet lived, and that we could not understand. Had the daughter belonged to any of the rest of us, we would have slain both her and her infant before birth, and thus removed the shame from our line. What had happened to prevent this? The shaman looked back at me as if he could read my every thought. "As the gods will,
"We do without question," he said, quoting the maxim in a tired voice. "They spoke to me as I held a knife over my daughter's belly, eager to cleanse our honor, and their words turned my knife aside. It was their will that Szeth be raised among us, in my daughter's den, though they would not say why. I had the girl and her bastard walled up, as the gods did not forbid that. I feed them once a day, give them a candle or two for light, but keep the taint away from the rest of our people. It was the gods' will, and I obeyed them, as would any of us." He rubbed his face with a skeletal hand. I did my best to hide my surprise at this revelation. The gods' will. He said so, but still lived, so it must be true. The sharp, clear eyes turned away again, and the old one refilled his cup and stared into it for a long moment, chewing his lower lip in perplexity. The old shaman drank again and set the cup down. The ghost of a smile came to his withered lips, but there was no humor behind it. "I am older than old for our people," he said softly. "If I see another midwinter's day, I will be 46. I ache ceaselessly. I pray for death before I sleep, yet the gods want me to live a little longer." His cold eyes looked across the table at me. "Can you guess why, Captain?" "Why what, your darkness?" I asked after hesitating. I had lost the way of the conversation entirely, and I now considered every word I spoke so I might live the longer. "Why the gods have kept me alive when I have strived so hard to die," he said patiently. "I rot from within, yet awaken every evening and draw breath into my bleeding lungs. Can you guess why the gods still want me to live a little longer?" "No, your darkness." A lesser person would have offered an opinion, a worthless way to risk one's soul. The shaman's lips pulled back as if he would laugh. "This last day the god spoke to me again," he said, as if the other topic were now forgotten. "They came to me in a dream. It was time, they said, to free my grandson and send him out from the caverns with a force of true goblins at his command." The old shaman drew in a deep breath through his nose, staring at me. "I've seen fit to end your disenchantment, Captain Kergus. I've already given orders for 3 sergeants to assemble their squads for a foray this evening. You will go with them, led by my grandson. Draw rations and equipment for a mission far from our night below, among the lands of humans." I believed for a moment that I had gone deaf, so incredible was the news. Goblin warriors led by a half-human bastard? "What is our mission, your darkness?" I managed. "Szeth will let you know," said Skraelang. "Obey his every word as you would mine. It is as the gods command." The wrinkled face suddenly leaned close to me, and I caught a whiff of the drink he had prepared for himself. It was ale, mixed with a pain deadener made from the blossoms of the corpse lily. I knew its scent from the battlefields, where warriors chewed such blossoms to subdue their pain. Sometimes, if badly wounded, the warriors chewed too much and fell into a sleep from which they never awoke. We left them for the dogs to eat. "The gods have ordained that Szeth must go out," said the shaman steadily. I shuddered at the smell of his breath. "They ordered nothing more. For my part, when he is gone, I am finally free to clear the taint from my family. I will cleanse my line with my daughter's blood. But there is the fear in me that even this will not bring me a long-deserved death. The gods want one thing more of me, and I cannot see into their plans." Skraelang sat back. "My other dreams have all been troubling of late. The gods are unhappy, I fear, with the way the lives of our people have fallen into quarrels and tedium. You are bored, Captain Kyrgyz, because you sense it, too. We have not gone out as we did in the old days to remind the surface world that we exist. We've gotten old in our heads, old and petty, and we hide in our caverns and complain about the dark. We are not the children of our fathers, not fit to be their lowest slaves. The old shaman's gaze fell and his face grew slack. I believe the gods are especially unhappy with me, their servant, for allowing such deterioration to come about. I have favored rest and ease over struggle against their teachings, and the rot of my words has spread and ruined us. He looked back at me, and his eyes gleamed. Did you ever wonder, in your private moments, Captain Kyrgyz, if the taint among us reflects a greater taint? If Szeth's coming, and the manner of it, was purposeful? The old goblin had long ago strayed into territory that not even the greatest fool among us would have tread. I wished now I were back in that stale cavern room, listening to my clan head shriek about his worthless honor. Never, I said truthfully. The shaman's smile deepened. You will. He dismissed me with a wave and drank again of his cup of poison, swallowing it without so much as a tremor at its bitterness. There was much that Skraeling had not told me. He hadn't said that Szeth's skin was the color of a dead toad's belly, white and dry like the face of the moon, or that Szeth wore no armor and carried no weapon, and knew nothing of how to use either, or that Szeth was blind. I shivered when I saw the shaman's grandson led out of the mouth of our night below into the evening air. He was big and long-limbed, no doubt from the human blood in him, but his muscles were slack. I could have thrown him down with only mild effort had I dared. And he had no eyes. His eye sockets were dark holes in his face, half covered by sagging skin, that made him appear sad-faced. He wore only a short, pale robe, belted with a thin rope. It was the sort of thing only a prisoner or slave would wear, and entirely the wrong color for a warrior at night. Skraeling brought Szeth to me as my warriors looked on with surprise and curiosity. In the failing sunlight, the withered shaman seemed to have deteriorated even more since I had seen him only hours before. Splotches of blackness dotted his face and arms, marks of a curse on him. I was terrified he would touch me. "Szeth," said the old shaman with a prompt at his grandson's elbow, "here are your warriors. Go forth, as the gods have commanded, and carry out their will." The big half-human stared over at me, his unseeing gaze level with the top of my head, then nodded dumbly. I saw that Szeth had no weaponry, and I started to pull an extra dagger from my waist scabbard. Skraeling stopped me with an upraised hand. "Not necessary," the old shaman said. "Szeth has no need of blades or armor. He has all he will need." With a last look at me, the shaman summoned his retinue of guards and servants, then retired inside the cavern. The great doors were pulled shut behind him and barred. Not even the usual guards were posted tonight. I swallowed as I stared up at the eyeless sockets of the white half-human. He merely looked off to the west, where the sun had vanished a while ago. "What is your wish?" I finally asked. If I were lucky, Szeth would prove to be mad as well as blind. I wondered if the prohibition against arms and armor was meant to speed his death in battle. It made sense to me. His quick death would release us from this mission, perhaps allowing brief foraging in the countryside to gain a few pigs or cattle before returning to the night below. The big half-human slowly turned his head to the south, as if he'd heard something in the gentle wind.
Southward lay the kingdom of Durpar, which we had once raided regularly. He nodded slightly, then set off toward that distant land. After 2 steps, he almost fell over a log that had been pulled up to the cave entrance as a bench. He stumbled, caught himself, and walked on. No one laughed or moved to help him. We merely watched. I nodded to myself. With luck, the mission would be a short one. "Single file. Scout fore and back. Standard march," I called. The warriors glanced at me, then fell into place. We set off into the coming night. We marched south for about 10 hours by the stars. That Szeth had some ability to sense his path became more evident as the night deepened. He would pause at times, then slowly make his way across a creek or through a rock field. At other times, he acted as blind as he appeared, running into low tree branches or dancing out of thistle. Perhaps his hearing gave him a little help, but I began to think perhaps his eyes were present, but merely small and deeply set. Dawn was coming on when I finally moved up alongside the stumbling half-human. I hesitated over proper forms of address, then ignored them all. I couldn't see that it mattered. "Dawn is near," I said, under my breath. "We must pitch camp soon." Szeth marched on in silence, his blind gaze fixed somewhere over the horizon. Abruptly he slowed and stopped. For a moment he stood, his chest heaving from exertion, then nodded quickly. "We will stop here," he gasped. It was more an animal moan than speech. The words wheezed out and half-mumbled. Was Szeth feeble-minded as well? What was Skraeling up to? I gave the proper orders anyway and had everyone in, hiding among the rocks and brush of a nearby hillside before sunup. Szeth wandered away in the meantime, but returned to camp as the meal was served. I thought it politic to sit near him for the first meal and see if I could learn a little more about his plans, if he had any, for this expedition. My concerns grew rapidly that he would lead us straight into a human city, or worse. A plate of beans and dried meat was prepared for Szeth, and another for myself. I glanced at him as we ate, and saw that indeed he had no eyes at all. The blind half-human and I sat for a while on the hilltop in silence. "If you wish any advice," I began, "I am at your service." Szeth chewed a bit of meat for several moments, rocking slowly forward and back. Abruptly, he spoke. "When I was no more than a babe," he said in a quiet, dry voice, "my grandfather dug out my eyes with a spoon." Empty sockets looked at me from an empty white face. "He loved me very much to do that. Did anyone ever love you like that?" I stared back, a forkful of beans halfway to my mouth. A cold finger ran down my spine. He was as mad could get. I took a bite of the beans and looked around. None of the goblins was close enough to have heard anything. "It was the only way he had to open my eyes," continued the half-human, looking toward the pre-dawn sky. "Had he not done so, I'd never have seen at all. I hardly remember it now. I was told that I fought him and the others like an ogre, that my screams caused the dead to cry out. I don't recall it." The blind half-human raised a thin hand and stroked his chin. "It had to be done. I didn't understand why then, but I learned." It was apparent that more than just Szeth's eyes had been dug out by Skraelang's spoon. His words, however, showed him to be smarter than he had first seemed. I could think of nothing to say, so I finished my cold meal. "It will be light soon," said Szeth. "We will rest. Then evening will come and we will march. We will find a village." He paused,
lifting his head slightly as if listening to something far away. "There will be halflings, farmers. There we will start." I swallowed the last bite slowly and chased errant bits of food across my teeth with my tongue. "Start what?" I asked, masking my concerns. I knew from past experience that Durpar's warriors were not to be taken lightly. If any gods were leading Szeth, they could not have been our gods. Szeth looked up. "There we will start our teaching," he said quietly. "Teaching?" I repeated. "Teaching, yes," said Szeth with an unmistakable note of enthusiasm. To my great concern, he then looked directly at me. "We will teach them." "What? Teach them what?" "Ah," said Szeth, his smile grew broader. "We will teach them what we have forgotten." Crickets chirped. A sparrow called down in the fields. What would the gods do to me if I were to kill you? I thought as I looked at the pale, smiling face. What is Skreylang expecting of me? Will I fail his unspoken desires by letting this abomination live? No. Skreyling had been clear. I was to obey his grandson. But he was mad, and he was leading us into destruction? "I should post guards," I said, and got to my feet. I needed to think. Perhaps it was unwise to risk the anger of the gods by acting directly. Nature could take its course with a minimum of help. The half-human would be easy to dispose of just by letting him lead until he walked into a ravine or a Durpar border camp. His grandfather would undoubtedly welcome the news. I turned to go, but got only 3 steps when Szeth called my name. I looked back. The blind half-human had a dagger in his right hand, holding it out to me by the blade. I felt at my belt and discovered a dagger missing. It must have slipped out when I sat down. "You must be more careful," he said. "We have much to do tonight." He handed the weapon to me, the handle aimed exactly at my stomach. I took back my dagger and left, looking back several times as I did. We were on our feet and moving before the sun had vanished behind the low western hills. The half-moon lighted our way. Szeth strode easily through the tall grass that paralleled a cart track a half-mile east of us, to our left. I posted a forward scout, and 2 scouts to the left and right. Yet another scout trailed Szeth by a dozen paces, and the rest of us followed after. As before, the big half-human avoided most obstacles in his path, winding his way around them with unusual care. If he stumbled, he caught his balance gracelessly but quickly. I wondered whether the gods had made Szeth insane, and his eyes simply invisible, or if it was all an elaborate trick, something Skreylang thought up to test me. I thought of Szeth's staring at me that morning, and a tightness grew in my stomach. I was growing used to the mindlessness of the situation, a company of goblins led by a blind madman, but I saw its dangers as well. The warriors grumbled among themselves, and some began to treat the outing as a farce. They walked with weapons sheathed, laughed at private jokes, pushed and shoved one another in line. I did not let this go on long. I dropped back among the file and located one of the worst offenders, who had fallen earlier and scraped his knees and hands. As he complained about the pain for the 3rd time, I pulled the lash from my belt and struck him. The lash caught him full across the face, just below the eyes. Before he could cry out, the lash came back and snapped across his back like a brand of fire. His cry was cut off by his intake of breath at the second hit, and he fell to his knees, hands covering his face. The column behind him stopped, but at a gesture from me continued on around him. I waited with the warrior as the column filed past. After a few moments he regained his feet and picked up his weapon. I watched as he stumbled on to catch up with the column. I followed, ensuring that the message had gotten through. It had. Silence was kept thereafter, and weapons were held at the ready.
We marched on for only 3 hours when Szeth abruptly slowed his pace, head turned to one side, and stopped. The scout behind him looked back at me questioningly. I came forward. "There they are," said Szeth, pointing ahead. "We must begin our teaching." I looked ahead and noticed a faint light. We were about 2 miles from a small community that sat astride the cart path to our left. I detected no sign of any military activity, but that meant little. Enemy warriors could be concealed anywhere and had time to prepare a bloody welcome. "We are safe," said Szeth, carelessly. He was smiling again and wasn't breathing as heavily as the night before. "They don't know we're here." "How would you know?" I asked under my breath. I gave a hand signal for the troops to stay low and keep silent. Before I could do more, Szeth turned to me and grabbed my shoulder, pulling me close to him. I was too surprised to resist. His breath was visible in the cool night air. "Gather the villagers together. They will not resist. I wish to begin teaching before the night has passed. Our people should gather around and learn wisdom, too." He released me and sat on the ground with a thump, not moving from that spot. I stared at him, then looked across the dark field. Gather the villagers up for Szeth to teach them. His grandfather had ordered me to obey the Mad One as if he were one of the gods. Perhaps the gods would spare me for my obedience if any disaster fell, but I no longer believed it. I obeyed, but felt I was as mad as Szeth to do it. I left the scout with Szeth while I went back and collected the rest of the troops. Moments later we moved on to the sleeping village. The attack was over almost as soon as it had begun. Many of the halflings were in their beds when we set fire to their barns. As they rushed out, half-dressed and clutching blankets and buckets, they were shot by our archers. Many were clubbed down and herded together on the road as others of us torched the houses. Some fought back with farm implements, pitchforks, shovels, hammers. Those we killed. The dogs were more trouble than the villagers. We forced the survivors, about 3 dozen males, females, and children, to strip and stand naked in the night wind. Warriors surrounded them and amused themselves by prodding bare skin with their spears, laughing and betting as to which of the little people would jump highest. Around us, orange flames roared through the halflings' homes and farms. I sent a runner for Szeth, but he was already on his way to the burning village with the scout at his side. As I watched him approach, I wondered what purpose there was in this miserable raid besides this nonsense about teaching. I had always fought armed humans before, guardsmen on caravans, or armored militia at fortified farmhouses on the borderlands. Assaulting such poorly armed and trained halflings was wasteful of our powers. I bit my lip with frustration and tasted blood. Szeth put out his hands toward a burning cottage as he passed it, his smile clearly visible. He warmed himself thus, then slowed and picked his way with care toward the warriors surrounding the crouching prisoners. The huddled halflings' eyes were like those of caged rabbits. Szeth looked them over, and I believed then that he had to have sight of some kind. Was it magic, then, that let him see? I would not allow myself to think that the gods had anything to do with it. It must be Skrelang's doing, though I could not imagine how or why. Satisfied, Szeth walked to the top of a low mound, then turned to face the troops. There was silence across the area, except for the crackling of dying flames. "In the beginning of all things," said Szeth, his voice growing stronger, "there was war between the gods and the rebellious earth, and the world was struck down and slain. Darkness covered its face, winds and sea lashed its corpse. Nothing grew on its naked rock or stirred beneath the cold moon.
as the world lay dead. Maggots were born from the blood shed by the gods in the battle, and the maggots burrowed into the flesh of the world and feasted upon it, celebrating the victory of the gods. Then came forces of light, and there arose a sun over the land. The light burned the eyes of the maggots and made them cry out. The old gods heard them and were moved to rage. One of the old gods put forth his hand and said, "A debt is owed our children as well as to us, and now our children shall claim it." He changed the maggots into goblins, and he gave them a commandment that the goblins would always remember the days of darkness when the old gods were victors, when nothing grew on the world, when there was night, eternal and deep. And the goblins would remember always to claim the debt owed them and their gods by the forces of light. Szeth swept a hand toward the flaming cottages beyond the gathering. Here we are, tonight, the spawn of the maggots, and we are still asked to remember what our God asked of us, but we have forgotten it all. His hand fell. At high sun tomorrow, a band of riders will come to this place, and they will see what we have done. They will taste the ash from the houses and feel the heat from the blackened fields. But will the riders fear us? Will the old debt have been repaid? The half-human paused expectantly, though none of us spoke. No. The riders will have seen burned villages before. They will have seen slain farmers. Why should they fear us? We, the firstborn, who are descended from the maggots who fed on the world? Several goblins stirred restlessly, their faces crossed with confusion. Even the prisoners had ceased whimpering to listen. "Would you fear us?" asked the half-human, pointing at a goblin in the crowd. "Or you? We have only burned a little town. Who is alive in the world who cannot do that? Little pixies could do that." Szeth's face cracked into a shallow grin. "Even humans could do that." There was a pause. Then he added, "I should know." He let the silence grow. I shivered. There was a change in the atmosphere when he said the word humans, and we looked at him and remembered what he was. "Even humans could do that," he repeated. "We've lived so long under the sunlight, away from the night and the truth, that we've forgotten who we really are. We've started to think," Szeth leered as if he would laugh, "that we're human." None of the goblins moved. Their tight faces were like stone. His words were a mortal insult, the basest slander. Yet they rolled off Szeth's lips as if they were a shabby truth at which the knowing world snickered. Only the warrior's knowledge that Skrailang was his grandfather kept Szeth from a speedy death. Szeth's thin fingers reached into the air. "Are we human now?" he called out. "Can we do only things that humans do?
Do we remember anything at all that our gods taught us? Has the sun burned it out of us, the memory of where we came from?" He then shouted, his face twisted with rage, "Do you want those riders who come here tomorrow to laugh at our night's work? Do you want them to ride here and see this and say, 'It looks like humans' work. Bandits, maybe. Just nasty old humans. Good thing they weren't goblins.'" The half-human raised a hand to the black heavens. "My father was a human. He cursed me with his taint. My eyes were not red like yours. They were blue. Blue like a human's. Blue like the day sky. Where are my eyes now?" He suddenly pointed at one goblin in the crowd, his white finger like a sword. "You tell me, where are my eyes now?" The goblin's lips trembled as he mouthed a word, silently. Zeth's face came alive with fury. "Tell me, dog, or may the gods burn you where you stand." "Your eyes are gone," screamed the goblin. He fell to his knees. "They are gone." "Yes," Zeth shouted at once. "They are gone. My eyes were human, and my grandfather gave them back. My grandfather gave back my eyes. These holes in my face are 1,000 times better than the taint of my blue eyes. What my father was, his human taint, was cut out of me. I am more goblin now than you are, because my soul is free, my soul is clean, yet yours writhed with the taint of humanity. The proof is among you. There, the farmers you have taken prisoner. You've treated them as humans would treat prisoners. They beg you for mercy, mistaking you for humans. How far have we fallen for them to think we, the children of maggots in the flesh of the dead earth, are capable of mercy?" The silence was absolute, save for the crackling of fire. Zeth trembled all over as if in the last stages of a fever. His face turned up, looking over the heads of us all. "I feel their eyes upon us. Can you feel it? Can you feel their eyes looking down upon us? In another moment they will turn away and we will be lost. Our people will be lost. Our night below will be lost. All that we once were will be gone. Will you show them, our very gods, that you remember that you are not human?" He looked down, his hand swept in the direction of the prisoners. "Prove it now," he said. "Let the gods see what I cannot." No one moved. Then one of the warriors silently pulled his long knife, turned, and lunged for the prisoners, seizing one by her hair. He dragged her, screaming, from the group. Warriors clubbed down 2 halflings who tried to pull the prisoner back. The goblin with the knife snarled his left hand in the little halfling's hair and yanked her head back. Her hands tried to ward off the blows as his knife came down once, twice, again and again and again and again, until her hands flopped down into the dust of the road. The other prisoners screamed with each blow. Abruptly flinging his dagger aside, the warrior seized the body, lifted it over his head as its limbs swung limp, and hurled it into the mass of prisoners, splashing them with gore. The halflings screamed anew, but it was a sound I had never heard before from the throat of any being. It was mindless with terror, a sound like that made by animals in a slaughtering pen. In that moment,
Something old inside me awoke and hungered for the taste of blood. I became a wolf in a pack that had seen its prey go down, prey that could not get up and escape, hot prey that would be salty and wet in my mouth. I stepped forward as the rest of the warriors surged in on the wailing prisoners. But the step was all I took. I held back, not knowing why, as the warriors who had been mine gave in to their hunger and tried to sate it. Blood-mad goblins murdered prisoner after prisoner in hideous fashion. Onlookers shook their spears and stamped their feet, shouting their approval more loudly and wildly with each death. I watched from the side as if I weren't really there. I was no stranger to cruelty, but what I watched were not the actions of warriors I had raised and trained. They were the deeds of fiends out of Hades. When the cries and struggles of the last prisoner had ceased, the warriors broke into ragged cheers. Flasks of ale and foul wine had appeared, and many of the warriors drank deeply from them. What had happened to them? I could not even find words to order them to stop, to turn themselves back into soldiers. "Leave the bodies out," called Szeth. "Let the sun look down on them tomorrow and review our night's work. Let the world see what the children of maggots do to have a debt repaid. Our work has only begun." He swayed, then turned, and headed off again to the south, away from the smoldering village. The goblins followed him easily, the warriors who had once been mine. Not one looked back at me as they went. When they were almost out of sight, I recovered sufficiently to make my own feet work. I followed their quick pace, my mind cold with shock. We half ran in this manner for several hours, until the air smelled of fresh grass without the touch of smoke and the tang of blood. The warriors chattered as they went, heedless of the need for quiet in enemy territory, as they passed their wineskins back and forth. I, who was once feared and respected by them all, could have been invisible. Dawn was almost upon us when Szeth slowed to a stop. As the warriors drew up to him, Szeth collapsed on the ground to rest. I looked down at the puffing half-breed. "Captain Kyrgyz," gasped Szeth, though I had made no sound as I had come up. "You do not understand, do you?" "No," I said, not even thinking of lying. "It is your will." "It is my will, you say. But I am empty," Szeth returned, still out of breath. "I am the cup that holds the drink, but not the drink itself. I am the mouth, but not the word." "I don't understand this," I said. "I don't understand any of this. We are warriors. We don't—" I broke off, trying to frame my thoughts. "We fight warriors, not worthless farmers. This is cowardice to kill the dregs and the helpless. We fight those who can fight back. It's the way to win wars." Szeth finally caught his breath and sighed as he lay back on the grass, resting on his elbows. He let his head fall back, staring up into the endless night. "Captain," he said softly, "you are more blind than I am." I knelt down on the grass a dozen paces from him. Strength seemed to flow out of me into the air. The warriors were drinking and laughing aloud in the distance. "You wish to kill me," said the half-breed. "I can feel it. Sometimes I can see things. When the gods borrow my head, and I see through their eyes for a few moments,
But other things I can hear and taste and feel for myself. You would be glad to see me dead." Seth cocked his head in my direction without looking directly at me. "It was the insult, you see, that drove me to this." When I did not respond, he nodded to himself. "You do not see, then? Not even the insult? The taint? My birth? You do not even see that?" "I see it," I said under my breath. I was thinking about killing him right then with my sword, the gods be damned. It would be easy. "You see only this body. You see that I am different. You see that you wish to kill me. I hear it in your voice. But you do not see the insult. You cannot learn what I am teaching." Seth turned his head away in the direction of the warriors. In a few moments he got to his feet and walked away. After a while I got up too. Goblins milled around the field, aimless and tired. I guessed from the sky that dawn was only 3 hours away. We had to be off to make camp. Someone would find the massacred village, and the word would be out. I looked back and saw in the moonlight that our trail would not be difficult for vengeful parties to follow. We had to move, or else die here. I found Szeth sitting on the ground, talking to himself in a low voice. He paused and turned his head as I came closer, my boots crunching sticks beneath them. "We must get out of here," I said flatly. "We have no time to delay." Szeth turned away again. He was still talking to himself, or to someone I couldn't see. "He does not understand," he whispered. "He cannot see where they are weak. It is the same place we are weak." He was motionless for a time, then got unsteadily to his feet. "Lead us on," said the blind half-breed. "South. We must hurry to our next teaching." The following night, about 12 miles south of the halfling village, we attacked an isolated farm. 2 of our number were wounded but stayed on their feet. We left the farm a few hours later, after Szeth spoke again about the maggots we came from and the gods who watched us. The dozen humans of the family that had lived there now hung by their feet from the ceiling rafters in the dining hall, butchered like deer. Those who had been my warriors took some of the meat with them. "Do you see more clearly, Captain?" I did not look away from the dark horizon as I marched. "No." Szeth hummed tunelessly to himself. "It is just as it was with me," he said at last. "They would ask, 'Do you see more clearly now?' And I would cry and say, 'No, give them back to me.' But that was not possible. They had thrown them out. Already. They were given back." "Your eyes?" I said after a pause. "My mother said she would put them back. But she had no hands. My father had cut her hands off after he had attacked her and planted the seed for me. He had cut off her hands and left her to die. He was a human, but it was not a human thing to do. He was a hunter," she said. "A hunter who had chosen her as his prey. She went out for water, and he caught her. He tried to be a goblin. Surely now you see it." I licked my lips. I had lost my warriors and did not care what happened to me any more. "No." Szeth sighed heavily. "The insult," he said slowly, as to a child. I didn't bother to answer. The next day, a scout shot a rider from his horse as the latter passed our camp at full gallop. It was a remarkable shot, given that the sun was full and we could barely see. The rider tried to crawl away, but was found. Szeth did not even need to make a speech. The goblins knew what to do. The rider was a human soldier from Durpar. Our doings had been discovered. Someone had sent for help against us. We can't go farther south, I told Zeth. The danger is great. We've got to head back, or at least go west, where they won't look for us right away. You do not understand, said Zeth. We went south. We caught a farmer on a hay wagon, then 2 field hands, 1 human and 1 halfling. We surrounded a cottage on the edge of a woodlot, but there was only an old woman inside. We are cowards, I said, looking at the old woman's body as it swung in the breeze. I did not say it loudly, as goblins were all around. I no longer felt like one of them. They had betrayed me. Death was better than this. We are goblins, said Zeth. He stood with his back to the tree from which the old woman hung. He looked high into the branches. We have been like humans for too long. We did not understand what the gods wanted of us. We forgot their lessons. We forgot the maggots. I've been listening to you talk about teachings and lessons and forgotten things, and I am sick of it, I said. Tell me what the lesson is, or I will kill you. The talking among the goblins stopped. Those who had been my warriors were now motionless, holding drinking flasks and cups and jugs pilfered from the old woman's cottage. The goblins were all around me, watching me. We have been like humans for too long, said Zeth. His voice was calm and peaceful. We forget that the gods made us from the lowest of all life, then gave us the burning inside to become the highest. They gave us the will to gain supremacy at all costs. Yet humans challenge us at every turn. Humans think they are better than we in every way. All know this. Goblins, orcs, giants, elves, dragons, all know this is true. Humans believe only in humans. None of the rest of the world matters to them. Soon we all come to believe that, and we lose the vision the gods gave us to see our way up. We lose our will, and then we are gone. Zeth pushed away from the tree and walked slowly over to the hanging corpse. He put out his hand and touched the body, causing it to slowly spin. It was only when my grandfather put out my eyes that I began to see for the first time, he said. The gods gave me the vision. Humans do not understand us and call us evil. They think we do terrible things just because we want to, because we are selfish. They call it evil what we do, and I will call it evil too, because the humans hate it so. Zeth looked directly at me. We do evil then, but we do this for the gods. Humans do not see that our evil is like love, in that it is greater than the self. Our evil reaches out to embrace the world and slay it as the gods did so that it will be ours. Our evil is as warm and red as love, and it enters the world in the same way love enters the heart, through the least defended places. The half-breed spread his arms, palms up. You did not understand what I meant by the insult, he said. This body is tainted. I am forbidden by the gods to carry a weapon or wear armor to protect the taint. A cold grin formed at the edges of Zeth's mouth. My father wanted to prove something when he attacked my mother and cut off her hands. He wanted to prove that he was stronger than a goblin. Perhaps he wanted to show that he was more evil than a goblin, too. He certainly knew how we feel about humans and what we call the taint, the touch of humanity, of goodness and weakness. We might wallow in it. But we hate the word, and my father rubbed it in our faces. How could a human be stronger than a people descended from the worms that crawled in the wounds of the earth? How could he be more evil? Humans say they are so much better than we, and my father's deed was as if humans had also claimed to be so much worse, as if we were nothing. It was an insult to us all. The gods saw it and were angry, and I was born to repay the insult to our people. We are now teaching humans how it feels to be weak. What do the strong fear more than weakness? What is more terrible to a warrior who prides himself on his might than to know it means nothing? We strike at the weak and the helpless, and the mighty humans go mad because they cannot protect the weak and helpless with goodness. The gods and our people are avenged. The old debt is repaid. Zeth suddenly whirled on his heel and slapped the swinging corpse of the old woman. It spun around and around in the moonlight. He looked back at me. His face shone like the moon. Now do you understand, Captain? Do you see now? I looked at the corpse as it swung, the old woman's dress ruffled by the gentle night breeze, and I saw. Zeth knew it. He felt his way back to the tree. The god who had let him see had now left. Let us head south, he said. Our teaching is not yet done. 3 days later the humans caught us. How many are there now? Zeth asked. He did not shield his face from the sunlight, as the rest of us were forced to do on that flat hilltop. Whatever god or gods had been using him were now gone. It didn't matter. The teaching had gone well. About 100, I replied. There looked to be more, but it was hard to tell in all the light. Many of the humans were mounted, so more troops could have been hidden in the dust behind them. Their battle flags were raised. The colors of Durpar flew. We dug in as well as we could. We could not outrun them on the open fields where the humans had sighted us. The hilltop was no defense, but it gave us the altitude we needed against the tall folk and their mounted riders. 100 is good, said Zeth. More would have been better, but 100 is good. One of our human prisoners screamed at the soldiers marching toward us. I could not understand what she was saying. A goblin slapped her across the face, then began to beat her. Stop it, Zeth said, mildly. He didn't turn around. Let her scream. It is better that way. Let the prisoners scream as much as they want. They're splitting up, a warrior said. Some have bows drawn. They won't use them, said Zeth, his face at peace. They know we have the prisoners. They'll charge us, I said, squinting at the distant figures. I made decisions and shouted aloud. The horsemen will come in first. Archers, take out as many as you can. I want everyone with a spear to be ready to meet them. Go for the horses first. Ignore the riders. Once a horse is down, ignore it. Draw your swords and go for the next horses. Cut at their legs and drop them. The riders won't be able to get up right away. We can send a second rank over to finish them. Then get ready to meet the foot soldiers. Use your height and go for the heads and arms as they come up the slope. Ever the warrior, said Zeth, quietly, so only I heard. My mouth opened, then closed in silence. Ever the warrior. Perhaps so I was. I had known nothing else. Yet my words were wise even now. More humans would learn from us as a result. It was better that way. I watched the humans close in, dust flying against the distant rumble of hooves. Though I could not see their faces, I sensed their hunger for our blood. I could almost smell it. It was natural and right. It is a good day, I finally said.
It wasn't what I had meant to say, but it was true. I was at ease at last, at peace with all. It would be a good fight on a good day. I looked at the oncoming riders, their pennants flying, and a strange sensation passed through me. It was the purest feeling that had ever touched me. I blinked, forgetting myself, and my breathing stopped.
"You feel it,"
said Szeth, softly.
"It is good, yes?"
My lips formed the word yes, but gave no sound. I slowly smiled at the humans coming for us, smiled as a child would do. "Welcome," I said without sound, full of that feeling. "Welcome to our final teaching." "They will hear of this in the dust walls," Szeth said, as if dreaming. "I can see it happen. My grandfather will hear of this from the gods. Then he will teach it to our people. Then the gods will release him from his shell of life. We will have found ourselves at last. We will be as we should be." "It is a good day," I repeated, nodding. I felt light and strong, eager and pure. I had struggled so long with such simple things. It was so good to let it go. The human riders charged at us, heads down, swords and axes at their sides, the hooves of their steeds flying through the tall grass. The world grew brighter, sharper, clearer, but I did not look away. Szeth turned and made a single motion. Arrows hissed from a dozen bows. Horses and men fell. Behind us, warriors began to kill the prisoners in view of their rescuers. A woman screamed in one long howl that rose over us all like a great arch. Many, many riders were left. They came on faster, growing in size, faces hard as stone. Szeth spread his pale arms to greet them. It was a beautiful day. The first riders reached our hill, came up the slope, came through our ranks of spears. I ran to meet them with my people, sword high. The feeling touched me again, and I laughed and could not stop. It felt just like love. This has been an Audible Frontiers production.